155. The Slavo-Communist putrescence. Enthusiastic about the inception of their own struggle against domestic subversion, members of the Truman administration were not far behind. McVeigh, in fact, complained to a congressional committee in early 1947 that the fellow travelers have probably increased quite a bit in the professional classes and the universities. The intelligentsia rather falls for the kind of propaganda the communists put out. Happy Face, later that year, arguing that the Bishop of Kozani had traveled without deviation along the Communist Party line, McVeigh informed the State Department that he would not even acknowledge receipt of the prelate's letters. The Greek press became an important focus of official concern. In early 1947, freedom of the press prevailed in Athens, but the situation was far more constricted in the rural areas. During the mass arrests of July 1947, government authorities incarcerated the editors of northern Greece's communist newspapers. Shortly afterward, their newspapers were formally suppressed. On September 5, the Athens government suspended key provisions of the Greek constitution guaranteeing press freedom. Henceforth, any newspaper could be shut down if it published unauthorized news of military action against the guerrillas, statements by insurgent forces, or comments unfavorable to the armed forces. That October, a court order closed down the KKE's Rhizospastis and EAMS Eleftheria Elida. Meanwhile, the editor of Rhizospastis received a 6-year jail term for an article allegedly defaming the royal family, and the political editor of Eleftheria Elida was arrested. Drawing on a new law which empowered the government to prohibit the publication of any new journals, the Greek press ministry refused permission to the KKE and EAM to publish newspapers in November. Registered the following month, when news of the Greek army's release of armed right-wing extremists appeared in the press, the editors of Vima, Ethnos, Nia, and Eleftheria, all liberal journals, were hauled before an army court-martial. Distraught, Safali complained to American officials about these fascist measures, but claimed he was powerless to prevent them. Indeed. 156. Military censorship of the Greek press continued for years. American officials apparently made no efforts to counteract these treaties. Instead, they authorized a number of them and Ionin traded on obtaining what they considered the proper content in the Greek press. It was not the Greek but the American press which particularly worried U.S. officials. The American press should be an instrument of our foreign policy, Forrestal told Burns. To their regret, however, it was not. Ever since 1945, U.S. officials had been bewailing what McVeigh called the pro-EAM reporting of American correspondents. The picture given of Greece in Times propaganda, the ambassador complained in July 1946, might well have been lifted bodily from some issue of the Greek Eamunist daily Rhizospastis. Happy Face, with the pro-elevation of the Truman Doctrine, American press despoties from Greece assumed even greater significance. At a planning meeting that spring, Porter warned that the importance of the non-Greek press could not be overemphasized, for publicity on the program might erat an unfavorable impression in this country. Migi reassured him that many top officials appreciated this fact. Harriman, for example, had stated that a good account of our work in Greece in the U.S., utilizing the press, radio, and still and motion pictures, is of utmost importance. At his July 1947 meeting with top State, Navy, and Treasury Department officials before his departure for Greece, Griswold received specific instructions on public relations. Asserting to the minutes, it was felt that great caution should be exercised by the mission in its relations with the press, particularly in regard to dealing with newspapermen who were interested in the sensational side of the picture. Happy Face, the U.S. government went to considerable lengths to ensure a flow of favorable news about Greece to the American people. In the spring and summer of 1947, State Department officials participated in radio programs, met with journalists, played RTLs in magazines, distributed press releases to writers for magazines or radio use, developed color material on members of the mission, held a luncheon for top GBS. 157. commentators, and arranged for the appearance of favorable newspaper alums. Conversely, unflattering materials were weeded out. Alerted to a forthcoming critical story by Frank Gervasi, the Washington reporter for Collier's, Franice Russell of the State Department's Division of Public Affairs suggested to one or two close friends of the publisher that they inform him of the views of this truancy alien and of the questionable patriotism of his article. In May 1948, Griswold wrote a lengthy piece for the New York Herald Tribune sharply criticizing the reporting of two of its correspondents for giving an uncertain overall picture of Greece at a time when American public opinion should be positively informed on the subject. Later that year, the State Department succeeded in quashing a series of articles slated for the New York Times on U.S. Embassy support for authoritarian political solutions. From the standpoint of U.S. officials, taming American newsmen in Greece was imperative. In July 1947, at Griswold's meeting with top American policymakers, Forrestal advised him to talk with the publishers of the New York Times, the New York Herald Tribune, and the Scripps Howard papers, as well as with the heads of United Press and Associated Press, about the left-wing or fellow traveler writers serving the American press in Greece and to suggest a hangs. Apparently, the State Department had few qualms about choosing the representatives of the news media for, only a few months earlier, Marshall selected McVickazadvi on a suitable American newspaper correspondent to work in Athens for ABC. In November 1948, the Secretary of State spoke with the General Manager of United Press about the dangers of appointing the Christian Science Monitor's correspondent, whom the State Department considered a leftist, the UP representative in Greece. As a result, U.S. officials were promised a double-breasted Americano happy face. Within Greece, the U.S. Embassy brought what pressure it yielded on erring newsmen. At an off-the-record meeting in January 1948, Rankin lectured Homer Bigart on his alleged political indiscretions. The following month, the U.S. charged Insti. 158. Toot regular press and foreigners to brief the correspondents on the embassy and AMAG points of view. He wrote bitterly that some means had to be found to instill in individual U.S. correspondents a sense of responsibility on earning their reporting, either directly or through their publishers. Despite some gains, however, U.S. officials continued to find the news reported from Greece extremely objectionable. The recent reporting of New York Herald Tribune correspondent Seymour Frieden, wrote McVeigh in August 1947, though considerably improved over that of last year, has been consistently fault-finding in tone and plainly revealing of the author's hostility towards the present Greek government. Although Robert Vermillion had confined his most recent reporting from Greece for the United Press wire services mainly to Greek press handouts, his background articles for the United Press itself and his attitude toward the present Greek regime have been openly and consistently critical. Other reporters had gone further, including the notorious Konstantin Poulos, correspondent for The Nation. The adventurous youngsters and elderly social misfits who largely represent the American press here are alike incapable of applying anything like sound knowledge or balanced judgment, McVeigh complained. And yet, it remained crucial that the journalists we support abroad be capable of representing us adequately and create confidence both here and at home. Carrot registered in February 1948, Rankin reported that the embassy increasingly concerned over new wave misrepresentation and vilification of Greeks and their government in U.S. press. Could not the department bring the necessary pressure to bear upon responsible publishers to rectify the situation? Acknowledging the problem but reversing the solution, Marshall replied that although department urgently considering local measures to present U.S. with better balanced reporting, the most effective corrective action can be taken only in Greece since much material used by American correspondents clearly originates with American sources within Greece. After May 1948, the best-known American newsman in 159 Greece was undoubtedly George Polk, a CBS correspondent whose bound body was discovered that month floating in Salonika Bay. Like many other U.S. journalists, Polk had defended the idea of American intervention in Greece, while at the same time leveling persistent criticism at the reactionary policies of the Athens government. Registered such criticism had infuriated the Greek right, as had his plan to interview Marcos at rebel headquarters. According to Polk's widow, both the police and rightists had threatened him shortly before his death. Skeptical of the outcome of any investigation of Polk's murder by Greek authorities, the Overseas Writers Association initiated one of their own, headed by General Donovan. His chief investigator, Colonel James Kellis of the U.S. Air Force, originally accepted the version of events provided by the Greek police and approved by U.S. officials, that communists had killed Polk. But, as Kellis later wrote, I collected other information that contradicted the official investigation and reported to General Donovan that I believed there was an attempted right-wing cover-up. This created a serious dilemma. Many of our officials here were concerned that if the extreme right committed this murder and were discovered, it would upset our aid program to Greece. Thus, Kellis found himself between what I thought is the truth and our national and personal interest. Registered confronted with this choice, most U.S. and Greek officials placed a lower priority on truth. Rankin asked to meet with Kellis, telling him, I don't see why you are breaking your back trying to uncover who killed this correspondent. According to Kellis, Rankin, the Greek police, and others tried to impress on me the need to pin this murder on the communists. When Kellis refused to be a party to such deception, Rankin informed Marshall on July 17 that the embassy believed sooner Kellis removed from scene the better. Within a few days, the Air Force recalled Kellis to Washington. No successor was appointed. Meanwhile, Donovan, ostensibly acting in a private capacity, worked closely with U.S. and Greek officials. Eventually, they produced what many of Polk's news colleagues considered a 160 rigged trial, designed to prove a communist plot to murder Polk. It was a over-up, recalled Marquis Childs, a sham, observed Irving Gilman, a whitewash, declared Alexander Kendrick. Dazed and dismayed by the proceedings, Polk's 19-year-old brother, William, asked Donovan bluntly if it were not important to get at the facts. Why are you asking such difficult questions and making things so complicated? The former intelligence chief retorted in exasperation. Don't you understand we are in the middle of a war? You are a smart young man. If you keep on, you will ruin your career. At least in part, the hostility and cynicism expressed by American officials toward the news media reflected frustration at their inability to mobilize the wholehearted support of American and world opinion behind U.S. policy. In late 1947, Cromie complained of the jaundiced view many Europeans held of the U.S. program. Early the following year, McGee predicted that continued military aid for Greece would elicit serious opposition both in Congress and among the public. Opinion analyses, he stated, showed that the public has little understanding of 1. The deterioration of the military situation. 2. The strategic importance of Greece in halting communist expansion in the Near East. 3. The strategic importance of Greece in the protection of Near East petroleum resources. According to a State Department study done on September 30, 1948, although a majority of U.S. citizens did favor American aid to Greece, only 22% considered Greece a democracy, as compared to 45% who did not. Among the college-educated, the results were even more unfavorable. Clearly the situation demanded attention. In September 1947, a meeting of American and British officials agreed on the ineptness of Greek propaganda and suggested specific remedies. That December, contending that the value of propaganda as a weapon of war and politics should need no argument, the political section of the U.S. Embassy called for a concerted campaign, to arouse the people within Greece, to break guerrilla morale, and to counteract the widespread confusion of world opinion. The United 161 States should develop the psychological warfare program already begun, Rankin added, and the Greeks, too, must thus be taught to preach a dynamic doctrine of victory. The U.S. psychological warfare program apparently commenced in late 1948. Early the following year, Akison reported on steps being taken to promote and assist an intensive Greek information program. The State Department was supporting this project by providing funds and personnel, including experts in different media. Care will, of course, be exercised to keep U.S. role in background. One such operation, suggested by Henderson as early as 1947, was the U.S. construction of a broadcasting station in Salonika to cover the Balkans. According to the National Security Council, nominally the station will be Greek-owned and operated. Many other projects, some of them apparently linked to the CIA, remain secret. In early March 1949, Ambassador Grady notified the State Department that he had appointed a special morale group consisting of Greek and American officials, the latter to remain anonymous. Its first major activity involved the promotion of Work and Victory Week, a propaganda venture suggested by the ambassador's wife. From March 20 to 25, Greece was convulsed by this mammoth political pageant. Church Day, Agriculture Day, Youth Day, and Labor and Industry Day drew millions of marching citizens, as well as U.S. Navy and Marine units. Spyros Skouras, the movie magnate, coordinated parades and festivities in the United States and, according to Grady, did much to bring about better understanding by the American people of the Greeks in their struggle to rehabilitate themselves. One of the uglier psychological warfare ventures in the Greek conflict involved the separation, sometimes coerced, of Greek children from their parents. During their retreats from contested territory in the winter of 1947-48, the guerrilla forces took with them thousands of local children, whom they relocated in refugee camps among Greece's Balkan communist neighbors. The guerrillas claimed that the children, 162, had been evacuated, with their parents sent, for their protedion, while the government charged that the children had been kidnapped with the aim of intimidating government supporters. On March 10, 1948, Rankin reported that the embassy believes that Marcos' abduction of Greek children is a major psychological blunder which we should exploit by widest possible publication in U.S. and abroad. This issue, Rankin insisted a few weeks later, can be turned into useful anti-communist propaganda. Registered Griswold, on the other hand, hesitated. On March 23, he cabled that the reported child abduction was proving unusually effective psychological warfare against the government. In a panic, Greek authorities were themselves beginning the evacuation of thousands of children, sometimes forcibly, from rebel-held territory, a move which Griswold and other U.S. officials felt would tarnish the government cause, add to the financial burden of supporting refugees, and delay important military operations. On April 24, Marshall secretly conceded that guerrilla propaganda was deliberately exaggerating rebel evacuation of children for its own ends and that the majority of children had departed with more or less willing consent Slavic minority or communist parents. Registered, however, despite the American understanding of the flimsiness of the kidnapping charge, as well as the double standard with which it was applied, the United States joined the Greek government in utilizing child abduction as a propaganda issue. Eventually, about 43,000 children were evacuated from rebel territory, many never returned. The forced evacuation of children was but one of the emergency measures employed by the Greek government against the guerrilla bands in the final period of the Civil War. Under American insistence, British Major Edgar O'Ballance noted, the authorities began the systematic removal of whole sections of the population. This program demarcated a front line, prevented back infiltration and caused a blanket of silence to descend upon the rebel-held countryside. By November 1947, Griswold reported, the Army had 163 forcibly evacuated 310,000 people to safe areas. Martial law, imposed on the Athens-Piraeus area in May 1948, was instituted throughout the country in November. BBC correspondent Kenneth Matthews recalled that it operated with unprecedented severity. All previous mass arrests were exceeded by measures which now put thousands of known or suspected agents of the rebels behind the barbed wire of improvised concentration camps. Death sentences were imposed and carried out without right of appeal. From the outset, according to Grady, the Minister of Justice, Laws, privately expressed anxiety lest Stratos, or more probably extremists hiding behind him, abuse martial law powers. But American officials welcomed the implementation of the emergency measures. I sincerely hope that the appointment of General Papagos and the declaration of martial law will bring about a definite improvement, Marshall cabled King Paul on November 3. 2 days later, Grady reported that, though some abuses undoubtedly have and probably will occur, administration of martial law has not so far been sued in embassy's opinion as to justify extravagant fears. The Justice Minister's reaction was exaggerated as usual, he maintained. Properly administered, martial law may prove a effective and useful instrument. Only in the final months of the war, when the guerrilla defeat seemed imminent, did American policymakers begin a significant campaign to modify the Greek government's repressive policies. On August 16, 1949, Wittner told the Prime Minister that his government should announce favorable conditions for surrender and amnesty. 1 week later, he again spoke with the Prime Minister on the amnesty question, and suggested suspending executions as well. When the Prime Minister mentioned that the Greek government would probably be issuing a declaration announcing the end of executions for offences connected with the post-1946 rebellion, Akison responded that the State Department was highly gratified and fully endorsed the embassy's position. The Greek amnesty plan, announced to American officials on 164 August 26, involved the suspension of executions and the concentration of the remaining 16,000 exiles on Makronissos Island, where an effort would be made to re-educate such persons in minimum time and return them to normal life. For the 18,000 remaining political prisoners, a tripartite program would be developed, continued imprisonment for the leaders of the rebellion, screening and re-education on Makronissos for those who committed serious offenses but are not regarded as leaders, immediate pardon for those who committed offenses of small degree. The KKE would be permanently outlawed and all persons who had taken part in its activities or in the rebellion would be deprived of political and civil rights for a limited period. Greeks outside the country would be barred forever from returning. The State Department immediately informed the Athens government of its hearty approval of this constructive leniency program. Under pressure from the armed forces, the Greek cabinet eventually put forward a noticeably harsher version, but the U.S. government continued to urge restraint. The shift toward moderation, however, did not result from a sudden access of civil libertarian zeal. Our view, Wittner observed, is that the Greeks themselves should act on amnesty in order to prevent further agitation for international control or supervision of some sort. As the United Nations was again scheduled to take up the Greek question, timing was of utmost importance. The Greek government, too, as Grady reported, drew up its program to prevent international intervention such internal affairs as treatment guerrillas. Registered indeed, both the State Department and the Greek government fought fiercely to avert any substantive UN recommendations on amnesty, leniency toward the rebels, or the suspension of executions. From the standpoint of American officials, it was imperative to imprison or exile permanently the leaders of the rebellion, to prevent the repatriation of the many thousands of refugees located in the Balkan communist states, and to destroy the KKE. Arguing 165. Against UN action, Grady cabled that the communists were beaten finally by their own weapon, and although innocents were dragged along bloody trail, I see no reason why, in mistaken confusion over these unfortunates, real leaders should go unpunished. American and Greek officials did not want the fruits of military victory snatched ahead from them by a broad UN plan for amnesty and reconciliation. Nor can it be said that the flurry of American concern for civil liberties in late 1949 had impeded upon the situation in Greece. The Athens government did end political executions on September 30, but it almost irritatingly would have done so anyway in light of the intense international pressure which culminated in a UN resolution on the subject the following month. As for the tens of thousands of Greeks in prisons or concentration camps, their plight remained severe for years afterward. Although the Prime Minister told the press of his plans to surround these boys and girls with an atmosphere illuminated to encourage their tender souls, the reality was quite different. According to Wittner, when political exiles were transferred to the military camp at Makronissos that October, they were set upon by the armed force and systematically beaten for 10 days. Of the 2,500 political detainees so treated, he wrote, 2 or 3 were reported killed, 30 to 50 driven insane and another 100 or so critically wounded. Asked during congressional hearings in June 1950 about the number of Greek political prisoners, the State Department reported that 23,000 persons remained incarcerated in Greece for various security offenses 16,000 after trials, 3,500 still exiled temporarily to Makronissos, and 3,500 with eases still pending because of the overloaded Greek jail system. As late as June 1952, Greek jails housed an estimated 11,000 political prisoners, nearly half sentenced to death or life imprisonment. Thousands of other suspicious types remained incarcerated on the islands. Released after their nightmare of confinement, many thousands found their political rights and employment up. 166. Port unities narrowly limited by government policy. At least 60,000 others remained abroad, barred from ever returning to their homeland registered carried. The dismal civil liberties record compiled by successive Greek governments resulted partly from the crisis atmosphere engendered by civil war and from their own authoritarian predilections, but it also owed much to U.S. policy. American officials had helped to install these governments and maintain them in power. In addition, they authorized or supported many of the emergency measures. At times, to be sure, they opposed particularly abhorrent policies, but largely from a need to placate world opinion. To write this is not to imply that the rebel movement was particularly scrupulous about civil liberties or that its actions always coincided with its professed principles. Nor is it to argue that U.S. officials had no respect at all for the ideal of individual freedom. Had they felt confident that stability and tough anti-communist policies would prevail in Greece, U.S. officials might well have emphasized maintaining freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of religion, and freedom of association. But in the context of Greece's post-war political upheaval, they lacked such confidence. Haunted by their fear of revolution and determined, at all costs, to destroy its constituency, American officials joined the Greek right in fostering policies of repression. 6. The Economic Aid Program 1947 to 1949. We do not have either a broad understanding of the significance and purpose of our work or any sort of a long-range plan or program to work toward. We talk about recovery in a way that conveys the idea that we are trying to recreate an old order. Clinton Golden, January 5, 1948. From 1947 to 1949, Greece's deteriorating economic situation greatly concerned American officials. Before the Second World War, Greece was one of the most impoverished, underdeveloped nations in Europe. Agriculture, the source of livelihood for most Greeks, was hampered by the scarcity and low fertility of arable land. Manufacturing was negligible, with small-scale, inefficient production. The devastation of World War II and the mismanagement of Greece by her post-war rulers brought this fragile economy to a state near collapse, immune to sizable transfusions of capital from UNRWA and the British. Given their growing stake in Greece, American officials became alarmed. In a message to Clayton of February 17, 1947, Paul Porter, head of the American Economic Mission, emphasized the extreme gravity of the situation: severe budgetary deficits, drastic inflation, the flight of capital overseas, and the inability of the right-wing government to administer effectively the extensive reforms needed. With a communist-led revolution in progress, alleviating Greece's bitter class and economic grievances seemed only reasonable to Porter. he recalled one ornate dinner when a leading banker entertained me in his luxurious Athens apartment. The financier, recently tried as a Nazi collaborator, presented the visiting American dignitary with 167. 168. 3 liveried butlers, several magnificent wines, and a Romanov Príncipe bedecked with rubies and diamonds. The contrast between these extreme right royalists of the political and commercial sphere and the starving children in the streets, Porter observed, was simply too pat and cruel. Other American officials, however, lacked Porter's egalitarian sensibilities. Consequently, it remained to be seen whether the U.S. aid program would be used to transform the Greek economic structure or merely to maintain it. In preceding years, the Athens government's faltering efforts to revive the Greek economy had inspired scorn and dismay among American officials. The termination in August 1945 of the ambitious Varvaresos program of fiscal reform and price, wage, and commodity controls owed much to the preference of the Greek right for the painless alternative of foreign economic assistance. This fact was appreciated by U.S. authorities who took a cynical view of subsequent Greek aid and reparations requests. In June 1946, Rankin reported that too many Greeks had reached the conclusion that the world owes Greece a living. With only the interest on the Greek reparations claim of $4 billion, he contended, all Greeks could stop work, repair to the nearest coffee house and devote their full time to political dialectic. That August, when the U.S. government rebuffed the request of a Greek delegation for U.S. economic aid, Acheson commented tartly that the encounter would produce a good effect if it convinced the Greek government that any future U.S. assistance will be greatly facilitated by demonstration Greeks' ability to help themselves. Unfortunately, from the standpoint of Anglo-American officials, the prospects for such a demonstration appeared remote. Porter confided to his diary that no Greek politician seems to have the courage or capacity to formulate a program containing the rudiments of basic economic policy. In early February 1947, Acheson declared gloomily that the Varvaresos measures constituted, in our opinion, the only constructive program that has been attempted in Greece since liberation. Porter's economic mission added significantly to the press. 169. Shores for change. In spite of $700 million in foreign assistance, he wrote in his influential mission report of April 1, 1947, Greece during the past 2 years has merely managed to survive. No government has been able to develop an effective economy policy and to inaugurate necessary controls. Accordingly, the future appeared bleak. Without substantial foreign assistance and strong control measures adopted by the Athens government, another round of extreme inflation with all of its disastrous economic and political consequences is a certainty. Porter was particularly dismayed by the determination of the Athens government to cater to the cupidity of the small Greek upper class. There was a wide disparity in the living standards and income throughout all Greece, he observed. Profiteers, that is traders, speculators, and black marketeers thrive in wealth and luxury, a problem with which no government has effectively dealt. At the same time, the masses of people live on bare subsistence. Porter believed that it was futile to expect recovery in these circumstances. No reconstruction and development can spring from the soil of political intrigue, corruption, and exploitation, he noted in his diary. These were hard generalities, but are really an understatement of Greece's present predicament. Indeed, in Porter's opinion, the disintegration of the Greek economy followed logically from the short-sightedness and greed of the Athens oligarchy. Porter's economic report merely added official validation to common knowledge. By 1947, Greece's vivid class distinctions and blatant class rule had become a public scandal. Although most Greeks endured lives of terrible poverty and suffering, observed a British parliamentary delegation, there is a small class of wealthy people who live in great luxury, practically tax-free. In April 1947, New York Times correspondent Raymond Daniel wrote that the shops are full of luxury goods, such as have not been seen in London since the war began, and all imported since liberation with borrowed funds. to be sold at inflated prices to the well-to-do. Journalists could not repress their incredulity at the lifestyle of the Greek upper class. For the moneyed and irresponsible. 170. There is no lack of anything, commented Dana Adams-Schmidt, another New York Times reporter. Not far away the peasants are half-starved, but in the capital rich Athenians still get their pastries and whipped cream, their scotch and their French wines, their nylons and American cigarettes. In the suburbs and at the beach, delightful restaurants abounded, he added, there are tennis clubs, yacht clubs, night clubs. George Polk, with his customary disdain for Greek government policy, reported that, as relief often impinges upon the money-making methods of the wealthy 2%. Official restrictions block as much philanthropic aid as possible. Large stocks of UNRWA supplies, formerly destined to relieve the nation's mass misery, are still lying unused in Greek warehouses. To many, the situation called for a reform program. In his mission report, Porter recommended instituting higher income levies, improving income tax enforcement, adopting measures to prevent importers from making or retaining excessive profits, prohibiting the importation of luxury goods, taxing at least some of the profits of the Greek shipping industry, and promoting Greek exports. Although Porter did favor closer scrutiny of the government budget, he was far from fanatical on the point. Suggesting cutbacks in the large and inefficient civil service, he urged at the same time increasing its pay scale and improving its training. In addition, he advocated a limited range of price, wage, and rent controls, major reconstruction projects, and a far-reaching program of economic development. Recovery only to the pre-war level of industrial activity would be inadequate if Greece is to become reasonably self-sufficient, he contended. With the Porter Report and the State Department's own growing interest in offering alternatives to communism as the backdrop, the Secretary of State adopted a liberal emphasis in his instructions for Griswold. We are fully cognizant of the need for reform in Greek economic life, and we believe that determined efforts should be made by the mission to reconstruct the Greek economy on a basis that will do away as far as possible with corrupt practices and 171. Profiteering, he wrote. We believe that the tax burden should be distributed equally, that labor and agriculture should be urged toward greater production, and that living standards should in general be raised. To exit this program and to cut through the anticipated resistance of Athens officials, American policymakers negotiated a series of extraordinary agreements with Greek authorities in the spring of 1947. In 1946, a British economic mission had placed individuals in Greek ministries for advisory purposes. But the American plan suggested by Porter and implemented by the State Department provided for the appointment of American experts with the power to enforce their recommendations. Indeed, they could supervise programs and projects down to the smallest detail, securing compliance with their demands by withholding American aid. As McNeil noted, the 1947 agreements gave American representatives such wide authority that the Greek government itself was thenceforth unable to take any important decision without their approval. Thus, although the Truman Doctrine initially provided Greek authorities with a renewed sense of complacency, the arrival of the new corps of American experts and administrators gradually altered the situation. By late September, AMAG had prepared an overall economic program for Sicily to announce over the radio. The following month, Griswold wrote confidently that, although Greek ministries were extremely reluctant to surrender any part of their limited control over the economy, through a firm, patient, and unyielding policy on all fronts, the mission is gaining considerable ground. Observing the phenomenon, the British ambassador reported that the Greeks already regard their new masters, the Americans, as harder than the old ones. Happy face. Masters the Americans might be, but the direction of their economic program was soon in question. By the end of 1947, some 150 American economic and technical personnel, many with a very different political orientation from Porter's, had arrived in Greece. The two most powerful were Eugene Clay, 172, an economist for the U.S. Armed Forces who was appointed chief economic advisor of AMAG, and Charles Coombs, a New York banker who became head of the public finance division. Almost immediately, as Coombs recalled, there were policy disagreements and a heated debate as to the relative essentiality of competing objectives. Although the Porter report provided clear guidelines for economic measures, a number of AMAG specialists regarded it with suspicion. Little thought had been devoted to the formulation of a balanced economic program prior to the actual arrival of the Griswold mission, Coombs complained. Instead, much attention had been centered upon the numerous shortcomings of Greek government policy in the past and, in well-rounded generalities, a host of reforms had been promised. At the U.S. Embassy, which traditionally enjoyed excellent relations with the Greek upper classes and their right-wing spokesmen, the criticism was considerably more pointed. "I do not feel that we should attempt to use our aid to reform Greece or redistribute its wealth," the first secretary informed his superiors. "We should build up the pride and confidence of the Greek people in their own government, business, and banking institutions." Happy face, American officials themselves often came from upper-class backgrounds or experienced social situations which proved unconducive to reformist zeal. Many were accustomed to a relatively comfortable existence, and could only be expected to defend the interests of the impoverished Greek masses by some exercise of imagination or egalitarian political commitment. Dining with a U.S. Embassy economic expert, Porter appraised him as a lad with some independent resources, who maintained an extraordinarily attractive villa with excellent food and service. Not surprisingly, he leaned towards support of the present government without too much concern for the economic condition of the peasants or the lower middle class. Americans move about well-fed, with good clothes and expensive cars, in a country where poverty and tragedy are on all sides, a U.S. congressional study reported. There 173 were too many new automobiles being driven by Haufers, and too much pomp, circumstance, and privilege on the part of U.S. officials. By contrast, everywhere in the city crowds milled around in rags and tatters. In addition, by September 1947, when most of AMAG's experts arrived, inflation had reached catastrophic proportions, lending what Coombs called a crisis atmosphere to the situation. In this context, most U.S. advisers tended to devise more conservative solutions to the Greek economic dilemma than envisaged by Porter. Inflation, of course, could be dealt with by a variety of measures, not all of them conservative. Sensitive to inflationary pressures, Varvaresos and Porter had championed price controls and rationing. During AMAG's existence, such measures were strongly advocated by the Labor Division, which considered controls on wages unfair and inequitable in the absence of controls on prices. But AMAG's leadership totally rejected this position. As Coombs recalled, the cornerstone of the mission program was a stabilization of the wage line. U.S. officials introduced an incomes policy in late 1947, and followed it up by bitter opposition to wage increases. For a time, strikes were banned on penalty of death. Regulating prices and commodities, however, was quite another matter. Owing largely to the ineffectiveness of the post-war Greek civil service, Griswold explained to the State Department in December 1947, it was thought that premature efforts to impose a system of allocations, price controls, and rationing would jeopardize the prestige of the government and the mission without any real prospect of success. This gave an apolitical cast to what was for some a conservative position, for Clay, only 2 weeks previously, had anchored his objections more deeply in classical economics. "The government structure is too weak and inefficient," Clay wrote, "and there is always the danger of destroying through too many controls one of the most important assets of Greece, which is the initiative and enterprise of the people." For Clay, as for most other AMAG officials, there was never any doubt about how to handle Greece's economic crisis. He 174 reported to Washington, the most pressing problem confronting the mission in early September was the establishment of a satisfactorily balanced government budget. Accomplishing this balancing act, however, was not quite so simple. The Greek military received the largest share of government expenditures, and this remained virtually sacrosanct. Even on the civilian side, care of the hundreds of thousands of wartime refugees constituted an enormous budgetary problem. Given the pitiful allotment of 15 cents a day per adult, there was not much fat here to be cut. Still, in an effort to maximize financial savings, U.S. officials did press Greek generals to curtail their practice of forced evacuations. Greece's civil service, swollen by government patronage, was a more inviting target. In the fall of 1947, AMAG ordered the dismissal of 15,000 of Greece's 80,000 public workers without, however, raising the wages or improving the efficiency of the remainder. The protests were immediate, even from the Greek right. As Glinton Golden, director of AMAG's labor division, wrote, to lay off thousands with no other jobs in sight and rapidly diminishing relief funds to take care of them seems a poor way of stemming communism. Eventually, therefore, AMAG's attacks on the civil service subsided. The major slashes in public spending produced by what Golden called the Budget Balancers Brigade occurred in funding for relief and reconstruction vulnerable areas which, ironically, had served as the major public justification for the American aid program. To cover the vast government outlays for the military and the refugees, as well as to retain sufficient capital for reconstruction projects, the budget balancers pressed for dramatic increases in taxation. On this subject, at least, the advice from Porter and Marshall could hardly have been more explicit: institute direct taxation to replace the government's almost exclusive reliance upon indirect taxation, thus shifting most of Greece's tax burden from the poor to the rich. Informed by the State Department of plans to tax the wealthy, Harold Ickes, a sharp 175 critic of the U.S. program, retorted, "I will believe it when I see it." Happy face, his skepticism proved well-founded. On December 1, 1947, Clay reported that, after detailed examination, the mission decided that little if any possibility existed for an immediate shift from e-consumption to any taxation. This remained AMAG's position. Late the following year, Coombs stressed the extreme difficulty in adjusting taxation to ability to pay. Once again, the blame was played on the inefficiency of the Greek Evile Survey, which Coombs failed to mention was being dismantled at U.S. orders. Foreign advisers have most reluctantly realized, he declared, that the administrative machinery of Greece is simply not up to the job of exceeding the maximum contribution from the wealthier elements of the community in support of the military and recovery effort. Consequently, although Greek government tax receipts rose substantially under American pressure, the enragement came about almost entirely as a result of indirect taxes. Raised by approximately 45%, these taxes instituted a major assault upon the living standards of the consuming poor. Clay estimated that the new tax structure asphyxiated one-third of the national income, a tremendous burden in a country so close to the margin of existence, and one we fell disproportionately upon those least able to pay. At the same time, this regressive tax structure left the rich free to dispose of their inevitable economy in unproductive and inflationary ways, most notably through speculation in the gold and commodity markets. Modest efforts were made to introduce direct taxes as well, but the wealthy easily subverted these through false reporting or bribery. In 1949, when indirect taxes comprised but 17% of Great Britain's tax revenues, they accounted for 80% of state revenue in Greece. Between 1939 and 1951, the real income of Greece's commercial and industrial classes doubled, yet their contribution to Greece's tax revenues actually fell by half. Some of Greece's wealthiest citizens, the shipping magnates, were notorious for evading taxation. Although World War II brought about the destruction of most of the Greek 176 merchant fleet, it was reconstituted after the United States made a gift of some 100 Liberty ships to the Athens government. The latter promptly sold them at cut rates to its wealthy clientele. These merchants, in turn, placed most of their new and very lucrative businesses under foreign flags and hoarded their vast profits in foreign banks, thus evading Greek taxes. Some of these mercantile millionaires resided in opulence the fashionable Kolonaki section of Athens, others lived in great luxury in New York City, where they remained free of taxation by U.S. authorities as well through use of Greek diplomatic status. Griswold stated that he attempted to block the transfer of the vessels to Greek ownership without a previous agreement as to tax payment but was thwarted by the U.S. Maritime Commission. Another half-hearted AMAG effort to tap overseas shipping profits materialized in 1948, but had little effect. Cynical about the whole business, Griswold told a visiting congressman that, while AMAG must interfere in the internal affairs of the Greek government, the existence of graft must be accepted as part of the system. In fairness to the Greek rich, it should be noted that they generally opposed AMAG's emphasis on paring government expenditures and raising taxes. They preferred to balance the budget through additional American aid and to fight inflation through the Greek government's sale of gold. During the repeated crises of the war and post-war period, those persons with sizable amounts of money had acquired the habit of protecting themselves against inflation by purchasing gold sovereigns. To prevent the price of sovereigns from rising dramatically and to lower the quantity of drachmas in circulation, the Bank of Greece would periodically sell the gold coins. But U.S. State and Treasury Department officials doubted the efficacy of the process and believed that the widespread hoarding of gold represented a waste of investment capital and foreign exchange. Therefore, beginning in June 1947, U.S. authorities prohibited gold sales by the Bank of Greece, much to the distress of Greek officials. 177. AMAG wavered in November, however, and in January 1948 agreed to release $2 million in gold held by the Federal Reserve Bank in New York. Reluctantly, AMAG had concluded that gold sales might provide a respite in the inflationary aisle. At the same time, Griswold used release of the gold as a means of winning acceptance by Greek officials of further U.S. measures to curb inflation, among them new banking and erudite policies. With AMAG's major reforms in place, U.S. officials felt confident that the battle against inflation had been won, but such was not the case, at least for some time. Thanks to U.S. influence, Griswold reported in December 1947, controls had been established over government expenditures, wage levels, the exchange rate, and credit. He hoped that control of these variables would be sufficient and that prices, production, and distribution might be left free to respond to the natural play of economic forces. But his optimism soon dissipated. In January 1948, he wrote that the inflationary spiral continues unchecked. AMAG's index showed that commodity prices had risen to 275 times those of the pre-war period. On February 5, Rankin cabled that commodity prices were 51% higher than the preceding March, when the aid program was announced, and 33% above those at the end of September. On March 10, commodity prices reached a new and dizzying height, 306 times the pre-war level. Although prices finally stabilized, even in some cases dipped, in mid-1948, the sluggish rate of recovery and the continued weakness of the drachma left the experts with the distressing sense that their harsh measures had had only a minimal impact on events. Rather than reassess their policies, however, for example, their failure to institute price or commodity controls, they seized upon more palatable if flimsier explanations. Probably the most important error, wrote Coombs, lay in the grant of excessive wage and salary increases. Registered the solution, then, lay not in altering the direction of U.S. economic policy but in pushing ahead with further austerity measures. Given the long-awaited price stabilization, Coombs recalled, the spring and summer of 1948 promised to bring 178 about very substantial improvements in real wages and the general standard of living. A heretical junture had arrived, and the mission, he wrote, was confronted with this basic policy issue, whether, first, to allow the natural downtrend of prices and resultant improvement of real wages to develop, or second, to utilize the opportunity afforded by a declining price level to embark upon a second phase of the reform program. AMAG chose the second alternative of pushing ahead with other reform measures, generally of a cost-increasing nature, which offset the declining trend of free market prices. The fruits of the earlier reform measures were not permitted to run to seed in the form of higher real incomes and consumption, but were rather utilized as a shock absorber for new taxes and other burdens upon the cost of living. Although no significant improvement in the standard of life was thus allowed to appear, the Greek economy was put upon a much more self-sustaining basis. The new, budget-balancing measures referred to by Coombs were three in number: a devaluation of the drachma, a sharp increase in the cigarette tax, and the elimination of the government's wheat subsidy, we heretofore had aided to lower the selling price of bread. Together, Coombs wrote, these measures reduced the prospective budgetary deficit by 600 billion drachmae. Happy face, the budget balancers awaited the same pain with keen anticipation. One of the Greek government's few gestures to the poor, the unreinitiated wheat subsidy, particularly aroused their ire. The government ideas that it would be politically impossible to increase the price of rationed bread, Clay reported irritably on December 1, 1947. Nevertheless, political difficulties will increase the longer the necessary price adjustment is delayed. The government should be required at an early date to face reality and to increase the price even to lower income groups sufficient to eliminate the subsidy. Clay noted that milk raises a similar problem. When UNRWA came and found a degree of undernourishment which existed, they put in a free milk feeding program for everybody under 18 years. Greece was far too poor a nation to ever be able to support such a program out of its 179 own resources, Clay insisted. Accordingly, in January 1948, Griswold made the elimination of food subsidies one of the reforms to be enacted in return for AMAG's agreement to facilitate further gold sales and increases in military spending. He informed Sifili, I am sure that the people of Greece will understand the necessity for an increase in the price of bread in order to enable the government to finance an all-out military campaign against the bandits and adequate care of the refugees. Sifili responded, however, that the only item in the American-imposed quid pro quo not acceptable to the Greek government was the elimination of the wheat subsidy. Allowing bread prices to rise by 4 times and over, he observed, would cause a social upheaval, as well as very serious economic and social consequences. Faced with vigorous opposition, AMAG retreated grudgingly on this point. In the spring of 1948, however, AMAG renewed the struggle to eliminate the wheat subsidy and achieve a balanced budget. Confident that price stabilization would soften the impact of this budget cut, officials of the U.S. mission again pressed for agreement to it by the Greek government. They also championed the two other measures thought to be of budget balancing significance, devaluating the drachma and sharply increasing cigarette taxes. Ironically, the U.S. pressure for budget economies came at precisely the moment when the State Department urged the Athens government to forego sizable anticipated income. To support and assist present Italian government in the 1948 elections, Lovett wrote in April, the State Department wanted the Greek government to announce at earliest possible date its desire to take lead in proposing general renunciation reparations from Italy. This must be presented to public as a positive contribution of a small but gallant nation, rather than a further sacrifice dictated by great powers. Indeed, the move must appear spontaneous and to receive firm and enthusiastic support of whole Greek government. From the standpoint of American officials, Greece could afford such gold war largesse far better than it could giving bread and milk to the poor. Nevertheless, declining $100. 180 million in reparations fell a bit beyond the limits of the Athens government's generosity. It did, however, accept the American demand to eliminate bread subsidies and to implement the other measures in the American package. Even U.S. officials conceded that most Greeks paid a stiff price for these and other American-sponsored fiscal measures. Each of the reforms of mid-1948 added very substantially to the cost of living, Coombs admitted. Summing up the overall course of events from the vantage point of December 1948, he recalled, following a wage freeze in November 1947, customs duties were raised by 150%, the official dollar rate and import costs by 100%, the bread price by 80%, the turnover tax by 60%, and cigarette prices by 25%. Such policies naturally aroused bitter and generalized resentment among the Greek public, which had learned to distrust promises of long-term improvement. He remarked, "The Greek peasant is considerably more concerned with the price of his daily bread than the state of repair of the Corinth Canal or Gorgopatamos Bridge." Like Coombs, most AMAG officials rejected measures for the improvement of living standards and opted, instead, for budget balancing and what he called reliance upon the operation of competitive forces. AMAG had opposed direct taxation, price and production controls, and general rationing, he stated, and its financial controls reflected a severely classical approach. But the harsh financial policy of the U.S. mission, he insisted in its defense, had freed capital for reconstruction projects and had secured a remarkably high degree of monetary and price stability. In other areas, such as foreign trade, American economic policies more closely resembled those advocated in the Porter Report, but their results were not impressive. At American prodding, the Greek government established a Foreign Trade Administration, headed by an American, in October 1947. Attempting to narrow Greece's exceptionally unfavorable balance of payments, it carefully screened all applications for import licenses and worked to revive Greek exports. By 1949, however, Greek exports had reached only 40% of their 181 pre-war value. Moreover, although exports rose steadily, so did imports, and the trade deficit actually widened. In 1950, when exports reached $90 million, imports hit a record $428 million. Other American programs contributed to these difficulties. Tobacco, for example, had provided Greece's most valuable export, with Germany as the largest purchaser. But although AMAG worked to restore Greek tobacco's position in the German market, the battle was finally won by U.S. tobacco companies. In addition, for political reasons, Greek trade with nearby Eastern Europe collapsed and Greece became a leading customer of the United States. Since early 1946, the State Department had pressed for the establishment of a reciprocal trade treaty with the Greek government. In 1949, it secured its goal. Thus, despite AMAG's efforts to restrain imports, Greece became heavily dependent upon American products, which constituted about 30% of the import trade by the early 1950s. Had it possessed the will to do so, AMAG might have used its control of the Foreign Trade Administration to curb some of the most notorious abuses of the Greek oligarchy. Indeed, AMAG's top officials justified the creation of this government agency partly on the grounds of its ability to prevent the importation of non-essential luxury goods. By scrutinizing import licenses, the ETA probably made some headway along these lines. Yet, as G. A. Munwan, an official of the U.S. mission, observed, U.S. trade regulations left a deliberate loophole. The exporter was authorized to sell one-half of his foreign exchange for the best price he could get as an inducement to expand exports. Thereafter, the purchaser might use it to procure luxury or semi-luxury items, such as automobiles, radios, and refrigerators. Many Greeks and foreigners were extremely critical of this free market, Monkman recalled, although he considered it a safety valve and a good means of encouraging Greek shipping magnates to stay in or at least visit the homeland. AMAG proved equally toothless when it came to dealing with speculators and monopolists who hoarded commodities as a means of inflating prices. In late 1948, for example, one group of promoters, 182, cornered the market in olive oil, a staple of Greek life, pouring up the pre by 150 percent. Breaking the power of these groups would have taken government Edeon, perhaps state trading ventures. But the Greek government had little interest in Suaedeon, While AMAG was determined, one of its reports noted, to restore trade to Mirial Hanals as rapidly as possible. These faets, bind with the absence of pride trolls, left post-war Greece a haven for speculators ** of all the American economy programs, the most successful were in the areas of reinstruction and public health. Under the direction of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and 2 private U.S. contractors, highways, bridges, railroads, harbor facilities, canals, and airfields in Greece were reconstructed or rebuilt. The highway program, entailed the building of approximately 1,000 miles of first-class roads, was pressed vigorously, at least partly for military reasons. Under the heavily armed and mechanized government army, the rebels specialized in mining and destroying roads and bridges. Conversely, AMAG and the Greek General Staff sought to open the isolated countryside to vehicular traffic. In the end, considerable progress was made by AMAG and the government, thus providing Greece with its first modern transportation network. In addition, the U.S. mission engaged in land reclamation, distributed farm equipment, instituted agricultural training programs, built schools and museums, imported insecticides, established health centers, and provided Greece with vital medical supplies. The battle against malaria, traditionally a scourge in Greece, was won by UNRWA and the British, but AMAG's health survey consolidated and extended the earlier gains. Had the devastation of Avil war not accompanied such programs, their results would certainly have been more impressive. Even so, they softened some of life's grimmer features in Greece and provided a basis for the anticipated economy recovery. Significantly, however, despite some progress in reconstruction and massive infusions of capital from the U.S. aid program, agricultural and industrial production in Greece failed to reach acceptable levels. Using 100 as the pre-war index, 183 of agricultural productivity, the Economic Cooperation Administration estimated that, between 1947 to 48 and 1950 to 51, Greece moved from 86 to 93, a lower level than any other EGA nation except Austria. In mining, the record was even drearier. The index of Greek mineral production, stood at 16 in 1947, rose to 20 in 1948 and fell back to 16 in 1949. Greece's greatest progress came in the area of industrial production, which, according to EGA, rose from 64 in the first quarter of 1947 to 99 by the fourth quarter of 1949. Certainly, this represented an important advance. Even so, by this time the average recovery level for Marshall Plan recipients stood at 120, and Greece's recovery level fell below that of every other EGA nation except Germany. Britain's Industrial Recovery Index, for example, then stood at 144, Denmark's at 152, Sweden's at 157. Worst of all, unlike these nations, Greece had not developed a significant manufacturing sector before World War II. Therefore, the restoration of the pre-war level of industrial productivity meant only that Greece remained an underdeveloped, impoverished society. In 1953, 4 years after the Civil War and during exceptionally fine weather conditions for agriculture, the average per capita income in Greece reached only $160. Average figures, of years, obscure the sharp contrast between poverty and wealth in Greece that remained untouched by government programs. By the end of the Avil War, almost a tenth of Greece's population was awaiting resettlement in devastated villages, while a third was at least partially dependent upon state assistance programs. State aid to the poor, it might be added, was far from lavish. In October 1949, the U.S. consul at Salonika reported that large numbers of refugees have been returned to their homes, some voluntarily and some against their wishes, and set down there without the means to plant new crops or, in general, to face the Wyoming winter. In subsequent years, most people who remained in Greece continued to live in the rural areas, where overall unemployment stood at 20% and underemployment considerably higher. Family incomes, Monkman wrote in 1958, may be as low as $100 per year. Mean. 184. While other Greeks enjoyed lives of fantastic luxury. In 1949, Safuli conceded that he had been unable to take the proper measures against the economic and political oligarchy of the country. General Van Fleet complained, wrote G. L. Sulzberger, that the economic and social system sometimes makes him feel like a communist. Located in the midst of rich farmlands were mud shacks. Where do the profits go? Van Fleet demanded. Greece is indeed a poor country, the journalist confided to his diary, but there are too many rich people in it. Even without redistributing wealth and income, U.S. officials might have alleviated poverty in Greece by sponsoring a major program for economic development. During 1947, such a program received its staunchest support from liberal figures outside regular State Department channels, among them Golden, Porter, and Chester Bowles. The U.S. government, Golden complained to a friend, was not talking about the possibility of making Greece anything but what she has always been, a poor country where most of the people grub a precarious living from the barren hillsides and narrow valleys. Golden thought that harnessing the mountain streams in the north to develop electric power and increasing the flow of tourists to Greece would stimulate new industries and employment opportunities. But by late 1947, Porter was out of the picture. Bowles's suggestions for a Near East development program had been politely but firmly rejected by Marshall, and Golden had decided that he was unable to work in Greece any longer. Meanwhile, the U.S. Embassy, shorn of Ambassador McVeigh but no less committed to a conservative approach, was preparing a counterattack on what it charged was AMAG's liberal bias. The lifeblood of the Greek economy has been shut off for months and private initiative and enterprise smothered, claimed the first secretary in early 1948. Instead of coming to Greece solely to help put Greek capital and private initiative back to work, AMAG seemed determined to institute a paternalistic state-controlled economy. Given such thinking, public investment in Greek economic growth was not high on the embassy agenda. 185. In 1948 and 1949, the conflict over economic development took a new form, largely thanks to congressional passage of the Marshall Plan. With U.S. economic aid to Greece brought under EGA supervision, American and Greek officials finally formulated a 4-year plan for economic recovery and growth. The actual policies of the Athens government, though, failed to meet Marshall Plan standards, and to the embassy's distress, EGA demanded action. In October 1948, the deputy director rejected the State Department's request for additional aid to Greece, commenting that the Greek government and its representatives have persistently refused to cooperate wholeheartedly in the work of this organization. Meanwhile, the EGA director in Greece, John Nuveen, began to call attention to what he claimed was a deteriorating economic and political situation. Grady and the embassy staff, however, refused to change course. Rather than channel U.S. aid funds toward EGA's ambitious development program, they persisted in allowing the Athens government to use them for military ventures or for daily operation of the government and the economy. At the same time, they continued to avoid championing a progressive tax policy that might have redirected the excess capital of the wealthy to public enterprises with a high productive potential. Grady also fought to have Nuveen dismissed from his post and to force a drastic cut in the size of the EGA mission in Greece. Although Grady's conflict with EGA also had personal and political dimensions, it seems clear that he and his associates in the State Department disapproved of plans for industrial development in Greece. In August 1949, at a meeting of State Department officials, Grady joined with McGee in opposing a massive EGA plan, drawn up with the assistance of a U.S. firm, for the development of Greece's hydroelectric power. According to the minutes, McGee stated the Greeks are not by temperament outstanding industrialists or large-scale entrepreneurs, hence it would be a mistake to attempt to apply in Greece the broad EGA formula of achieving economic viability by 1952. Grady added that it would be artificial to attempt to transform Greece into an industrial nation. Instead, another look should be taken at Greek 186. Economic potentialities, including the population question. Concurring with the ambassador, McGee explained that it might be desirable to reduce the doses of American aid to Greece, so that the Greek standard of living would gradually be brought down to a level which the economy of the country could support. This process of undeveloping Greece would have to be carried out gradually and very carefully to avoid violent or unfavorable political reaction, he added. And would have to be accompanied by some plan for large-scale emigration. As Greece might not prove a sound investment for American economic aid, it might be necessary to regard Greece as a holding operation on the economic front. Eventually, this pessimistic appraisal of Greece's economic potential prevailed. Even an official from EGA in Greece reported to the State Department that he was instinctively opposed to large-scale capital investment in Greece for industrialization. Greece was not a proper field for EGA operations, he contended, as its problems were not the same as those of Western Europe. In practice, although U.S. economic aid increased for a brief time, it continued to play little role in stimulating industrial development. Plans aimed at the setting up of new industries, one specialist wrote, were still at an embryonic stage in 1952. If the State Department frowned on public investment, however, it viewed more traditional ventures by private capital with greater favor. In September 1949, Jernigan reported that a Greek delegation, headed by the Minister of National Economy, was scheduled to meet with leading U.S. bankers in order to obtain their views on the type of program and governmental assurances likely to attract investors. The director of the Greece, Turkey, and Iran division thought it of course gratifying that the Greeks are beginning to think along these lines. From Grady's standpoint, this was quite sufficient. The key to the situation here, he wrote in December 1949, is not to be too ambitious. With the war concluded, our problem now is economic, and it could be resolved satisfactorily if we cut our suit to the cloth we have. This means getting the country revived without an attempt to remake it. 52. 187. Even had American officials been determined to transform the Greek economy, their commitment to winning the war against the guerrillas placed severe constraints on what could be done. The greatest obstacle to the reconstruction of Greece is the continuance of the civil war, Porter wrote in late 1947, there can be no permanent solution. Until the present military burden is reduced, until money and men are released for productive purposes. AMAG's chieftains also recognized the conflict inherent in the situation but, unlike Porter, tended to give top priority to the military. As Clay phrased it, the mission soon ascertained that there could be no hope for economic recovery until relative security could be re-established. In September 1947, what he termed the urgency of the military situation led to a transfer of $9 million of U.S. aid funds from the economic to the military budget. That November, Griswold suggested diverting the large stocks of UNRWA supplies uncovered by AMAG investigation to the Greek armed forces. Although the State Department opposed this plan as a violation of the agreement between UNRWA and the Greek government, it recognized the critical nature of the situation. On January 12, 1948, Marshall cabled Griswold that the destruction guerrilla forces and establishment of internal security now have clearly assumed paramount importance and should take precedence over any portions present program which do not directly support them. In response, Griswold warned against a communist victory resulting from economic breakdown and general popular rejection of present political and social structure, but agreed fully paramountcy restoration internal security. AMAG, he maintained, has not and will not prejudice military success by insistence upon economic programs and reform measures that do not directly or indirectly support military effort. The consequences of this choice were soon apparent. Of the $300 million appropriated by Congress for the first year of the Greek aid program, the State Department had planned to provide 50% for the military, 48.5% for the economic program, and 1.5% for administration. But 188. Because of further diversions of U.S. aid, The actual funding for the first year shifted to 57.7% military and 41% economic aid. Moreover, most U.S. aid formally designated as economic went for military-related purposes, such as refugee relief and construction projects of military utility. Our economic policy, one U.S. officer reported happily to Army headquarters, is primarily directed toward the support of the military operations of the Greek government. Nor did the pattern shift in the latter part of the war. No less than 80% of the drachma counterpart funds arising from the 1948-49 EGA grant for Greece plus all tax revenues must be earmarked for purposes other than economic recovery, GUMS reported at the end of 1948. There was a need for cutting back ruthlessly upon every activity which does not serve the overriding necessity of restoring internal order. Subsequently, an EGA official told Congress, "We could not start a real economic development project until we had more security in Greece, and that stage was not reached until 1950. Happy face, the EGA administrator's testimony suggests a second key economic ramification of the war, its enormous wastefulness. The Athens government's armed forces employed approximately 250,000 people in war capacities, and tens of thousands of others fought in the guerrilla ranks. The productive labor force was eroded still further by the flight of 700,000 refugees, nearly 10% of the population, from their homes and livelihoods. In addition, the war severely disrupted communication and transportation and led domestic and foreign capitalists, anxious to find a situation of greater security, to scrupulously avoid investments in Greece. Registered finally, even an ambitious program of reconstruction could hardly compete with the war's deleterious effects. During 40 months of guerrilla warfare, one Greek cabinet minister recalled, Greece suffered more destruction than in World War II. According to Greek government figures, $250 million of materiel was wrecked beyond repair. If the value of homes damaged, the maintenance of refugees, and working hours lost are added, the figure rises to $1 billion. Little 189. That U.S. Embassy officials privately conceded in early 1949 that economically, while there has been some accomplishment, the line has hardly been held. As McNeill wrote, the country as a whole was worse off in 1949 than it had been in 1944. On top of the disasters of the past, the fresh damages of the guerrilla war had to be made good if Greece were to arrive at a self-sustaining level. With the Civil War at an end, however, American officials were inclined to regard the economic situation in Greece with less urgency. Everything continues to go well, extremely well, Grady assured EGA Director Paul Hoffman in November 1949, Greece will not, like Guinea, become a relief operation. The Greeks shared this growing confidence, he told the State Department, and want to take over government functions which have heretofore been carried on by Americans. Unfortunately, while we are anxious to have them run their own affairs, there are a few points at which we must operate. Registered the following year, the U.S. ambassador informed Congress that Greece had received $2 billion in foreign assistance since liberation, about 75% from the United States, and had made good use of it. The U.S. program, he declared, was a success. Or Grady, at least, this was axiomatic. History is on the side of free enterprise rather than on the side of collectivism, he assured a fashionable American luncheon gathering at the Grande Bretagne, the most luxurious hotel in Athens. Collectivism has within itself the seeds of its own destruction. Capitalism, on the other hand, is bold and experimental, attributes upon which human progress must be based. Despite the encomiums of the U.S. ambassador, however, Greece's economic progress, stimulated by capitalism's bold and experimental ventures and by the highest level of per capita assistance granted any underdeveloped country since World War, remained far from impressive. Some gains had been made in reconstructing roads and harbors, improving healthcare, and slowing the disastrous inflationary spiral. Nevertheless, by 1949, the cost of living had risen to $2,190 times that of 1945, and the Greek currency had lost much of its value. Simultaneously, as an AMAG memorandum noted that November, there existed a large measure of unemployment. Greece was not only a poor country, but is likely to continue a poor country, with a very low standard of living compared to the nations of the West. Indeed, in fiscal 1951, of all NATO nations only Portugal had a lower per capita GNP than Greece. In March 1950, when Greece finally surpassed its minuscule industrial production of 1938, it had compiled a poorer recovery record than any NATO nation. That year, Grady admitted to Congress, the Greek government's revenues covered only 53% of its expenditures. Of the $400 million Greece spent abroad for civilian items, $250 million was financed by EGA assistance. Militarily, the situation was even worse. Since she does not have the money to support her own defense forces, Grady added, we must foot the bill. In 1954, one British specialist concluded, nobody can seriously suppose that if American aid were to be withdrawn now, Greece could avoid a total economic collapse. In fact, the aid program left but a slight imprint on the Greek economy. To be sure, the massive American funding and the overall direction of Greek economic affairs did prevent a total collapse. Yet American aid and supervision did little to reconstruct the shaky underpinnings of the Greek economy, to foster substantial economic growth, or to promote the general welfare. Instead, by turning to the familiar nostrums of free enterprise economics, American officials accomplished little beyond fortifying the privileged position of the Greek upper class within a context of economic underdevelopment. The diagnosis of the Americans always has been the same, observed the liberal newspaper Eleftheria in the spring of 1949, great poverty, unscrupulous financial oligarchy, unethical and impractical political leaders. What, then, did the Americans do about this? Absolutely nothing, claimed the journal. Although they are severe critics, they are super conservative when it comes to action. Such a judgment may underestimate the American exercise of power. 191. But not its direction. The major reforms introduced by U.S. officials were those preached by Adam Smith and the doyens of classical economics. And not surprisingly, these reforms in conjunction with the American-sponsored war effort left Greece virtually as impoverished, class-riven, and economically dependent as before the American experts arrived. 7. Taming the Greek labor movement 1947 to 1949. Job here will not be conventional reporting but day-by-day guiding, influencing, conciliating and, in effect, bullying several elements in Greek labor movement and some in government. While we work out a sound basis on which to develop here a bona fide trade union movement, uncontrolled by communists. James H. Keeley, April 26, 1947. Although the President's Truman Doctrine address of March 12, 1947 did not refer to the Greek labor movement, the future of that movement was very much on the minds of prominent Americans. In secret State Department committee meetings that April, the chief of the International Labor Division outlined plans for bringing about labor stability in Greece, while McVeigh urged that labor experts be attached to the American mission for aid to Greece for direction and supervision of the Greek labor movement. Marshall's instructions to Griswold, delivered on July 11, 1947, illustrated the interests and concerns of American policymakers. Careful attention should be given to the problem of the labor unions in Greece. Communist control of the unions would create a situation likely to negate completely the work and objectives of the mission. Our aim is to encourage in Greece the development of a free democratic labor movement concerned primarily with genuine trade union objectives. Such concerns paralleled those of the leaders of the American Federation of Labor. In late 1944, at the prodding of its leadership, the AFL established a free trade union committee. 192. 193. To build free and democratic trade unions in Europe, Asia, and Latin America as a means of challenging those purportedly under communist leadership. The problem for the AFL, as for the State Department, was what to do when free trade unions meant leftist ones. In these circumstances, a choice was inevitable, and neither the State Department nor the AFL hesitated to make it in Greece. In the years before the arrival of the American mission, the history of the Greek labor movement was a stormy one, ridden with political turmoil and government intervention. During World War II, Greek communists sparked the formation of a trade union resistance organization, the Workers' National Liberation Front, with a leadership that reflected the general political orientation of the resistance movement, Kostathios, Demetrius Stratus, and John Kalomiris. According to C.M. Woodhouse, no admirer of the Greek left, EEAM contained all that was best of organized labor in Greece. There was a clear-cut division between collaborating puppets on the one hand and EEAM on the other. At the time of liberation, EEAM ousted its rivals and took control of the General Confederation of Labor. However, the Civil War of December 1944 to January 1945 led the Greek government to purge the left-wing GSEE leadership and to appoint conservative labor officials to the Federation's provisional executive. Deprived of power by administrative decree, the Communists sought to revive labor's popular front by establishing the Workers' Anti-Fascist Organization and appealing for support to the major international labor body, the World Federation of Trade Unions. The Communists demanded trade union elections, while the Greek government tried to avoid them both, apparently, certain that the left would emerge victorious. In June 1945, U.S. intelligence reported that a Greek labor ministry source considered 70% of organized labor leftist. Surveying the situation some years later, Hugh Seaton Watson concluded that it was probable that the majority of workers throughout Greece at this time really preferred communist leadership. 194. At the request of Greek unionists, representatives of the British Trades Union Congress and the WFTU journeyed to Greece in 1945 to work out a compromise between the feuding factions of the Greek labor movement. In December, meeting with the secretary of the WFTU, all factions agreed to procedures for trade union elections and to the convocation of a national GSEE Congress on March 1, 1946, to choose the Labor Federation's executive. When Ergas won the elections, however, leaders of labor's right wing, charging improper practices, boycotted the ensuing GSEE Congress. Although WFTU observers certified that the composition and conduct of the Congress were entirely appropriate and that its decisions expressed the will of the working class of Greece, the right-wing leaders refused to accept this assessment or the minority of places reserved for them on the new GSEE executive. Instead, led by Fotis Makris, a former member of EEAM who had thrown in his lot with the Populist Party, they appealed to the Greek courts. Responding to their complaint in May 1946, the Council of State invalidated the ministerial decisions underpinning the GSEE elections. The populist Minister of Labor, taking this as a green light for government action, demanded the resignation of the elected GSEE executive. When the latter refused to comply, he ordered the Labor Federation's offices and records seized, arranged for its leaders to be jailed, and appointed a new GSEE executive, under the control of Makris and his associates. Makris and his right-wing labor allies also began to receive direct financial support from industrialists and from the populist government. Enraged, the ousted GSEE executive appealed to the WFTU, the TUG, and the courts. In October 1946, the latter ruled that, while the Minister of Labor could validly remove the elected GSEE executive from office, he lacked the authority to appoint a new one. This appeared to mean that the Greek labor movement lacked any recognized leadership. For British Foreign Secretary Bevan, a leader of the British Labour Party, these events were particularly embarrassing. 195. Foreign Office official reported that the Greek government's removal of the elected GSEE executive antagonized the WETU. The TUG. Organized labor everywhere, and a large body of His Majesty's government's supporters. Anxious to resolve the Greek labor crisis, Bevan dispatched W.H. Brain, the British labor attaché in Rome, to Athens to negotiate an acceptable settlement. Braun met extensively with Greek leaders in the fall of 1946, and on November 2 signed an accord with Prime Minister Tsaldaris. The Braun-Tsaldaris Agreement provided for the release of imprisoned labor leaders, the scheduling of new trade union elections under the supervision of Greek judges and international observers, and the appointment of a new GSEE provisional executive, consisting of 5 representatives from the communist-led Ergas, 2 socialists, and 5 from the labor right wing. According to a U.S. labor attaché, in a political showdown within the proposed GSEE executive, the vote would have been 6-6, since Stratis had by now broken with the communists, but still leaned leftward, while Kalomiris, moderate socialist, had broken completely with the communists and was now lining up with the right. Initially, only the socialists would accept the Braun-Tsaldaris formula. But after the WETU urged compromise on both sides, Ergas announced its acquiescence. The right, however, led by Makris, remained obdurate, while the government released only a small number of the imprisoned union leaders. Determined to overcome these last obstacles to a settlement, the British brought great pressure on the populist government in the winter of 1946-47 to implement the Braun-Tsaldaris Agreement. Into this volatile situation stepped Irving Brown, the European representative of the ALS-ARI Trade Union Committee. Setting up shop in Brussels in 1946, Brown had been meeting frequently with anti-communist union chiefs, U.S. officials, and European government leaders as part of the AL's far-flung efforts to create anti-communist labor bodies and to destroy the WETU, which drew the AFL's ire because of communist labor participation. In the United States, this campaign was underwritten by a $1 million fund, dispersed by J. Lovestone, the AFL's chief foreign policy strategist. Once the secretary of the American Communist Party, Lovestone brought to the free labor movement, as Victor Reuther observed, the working habits and underovertechnics that he learned in the highest echelons. In early 1947, only the most rabidly anti-communist labor movements welcomed the AFL's general orientation, and both America's Congress of Industrial Organizations and Britain's TUCE continued to participate in the WFTU, much to the disgust of AFL leaders registered. Nevertheless, the overseas program of the AFL generated far greater sympathy within the State Department, which, given its growing commitment in Greece, fretted about the uncertain future of the Greek trade unions. When Brown traveled to Athens in late February 1947 to examine the Braun-Tsaldaris Agreement, he began a mission with important ramifications for U.S. foreign policy. Brown was deeply disturbed by the situation he found in Greece. Before leaving Athens in early May 1947, he discussed his impressions with officials at the American Embassy, and 6 days later provided them with the first excerpts of his analytic report. "Greece is the battlefield between East and West," he wrote. "Simple formulas erading unity in form and going through the motions of elitians result not in a united trade union movement but in an instrument excellently set up for communist penetration and control." In Brown's opinion, the Braun-Tsaldaris Agreement was particularly dangerous because it proceeds upon the false assumption that the unity of a national organization is necessarily desirable or possible at this stage of Greek development. It places faith in an election formula, ignoring or failing to take into consideration the basic struggle between two diametrically opposed concepts in the labor movement, and it continues the intervention of the WFTU when its pro-imperialist Russian role is so clearly evident. In his communications with AFL and U.S. government officials, Brown 197 urged the rejection of the Braun-Tsaldaris Agreement, the promotion of measures to ameliorate the conditions of Greek workers, and the development of a inter-right union bloc, which can become the basis for a real trade union movement. He also recommended the immediate dispatch to Athens of a U.S. labor attaché thoroughly acquainted with the history and background of world communism. With the appearance of Brown's report, American officials became alarmed. The United States had previously left the direction of Greek trade union affairs to the British, but the situation outlined by Brown seemed to call for American intervention. Citing Brown's warnings and the preference of Greek rightists for a separate labor organization, the U.S. Embassy told the State Department on April 2, 1947 of its doubt that present is propitious moment for unification of the Greek labor movement and of its fear that zeal of British labor representatives, for unified Greek labor movement at all costs can only play into the hands of disloyal communists. The embassy urged the State Department either to press the British to drop plans for implementing the Brest-Saldaris Agreement or to authorize the embassy to tell the Greek government informally that plans for unification should be scrapped. The embassy added that the right-wing Greek government would welcome such suggestion from U.S. Happy Face. Accordingly, on April 7, in Washington, Toy Henderson informed the British embassy that the State Department objected to the Brest-Saldaris Agreement, for it would give the communists an opportunity to dominate the labor movement in Greece. Over the next 2 days, in London, the State Department made similar approaches to the Foreign Office and to Vincent Toussaint, Secretary of the TUC. The British, however, exhibited a somewhat more relaxed attitude than the Americans. Commenting on Brown's report, one Foreign Office diplomat noted that the AFL representatives' opposition to the Brest-Saldaris Agreement sprang from a more extreme phobia against communism than either British trades unionists or British government repre. 198. Sensitives would evince. Furthermore, Brown did not apparently realize that some effort had to be made to reach an agreed solution, unless the United States was prepared to treat Greece as an area in a colonial stage of development. In Washington, the British claimed that communists were not expected to control the GSEE Provisional Executive under the Brest-Saldaris Agreement, and that the agreement had been drawn up under the assumption that they would voluntarily abstain when they saw they could not dominate it. Toussaint provided a similar interpretation, claiming that, while unification would probably not succeed, we must make an effort in order to convince British labor movement we tried our best. Orm Sargent of the Foreign Office maintained that the presence on the Provisional Executive of 5 right-wing representatives should be sufficient to ensure that elections were reasonably fair, while M.S. Williams, acting head of the Southern Department, argued that, if free elections were held under the Brest-Saldaris formula, the Communists are not likely to win out. Happy Face. American policymakers were not reassured. The State Department felt strongly that the unification of the Greek trades union movement before American aid to Greece became effective would result in the Communists becoming firmly established, noted Sargent, while it hoped that if things were left as they were until American aid for Greece had become effective, the moderates would pluck up courage and would be able to secure control. Consequently, on April 11, Acheson instructed the embassy in Athens to inform the Greek Prime Minister that there should be further study before decisions method of unifying unions and holding elections are reached. It would be unfortunate if precipitate action should be taken before arrival our mission in Greece. Prime Minister Maximos, of course, was delighted with the American initiative, and confided to the American secret Greek government plans to establish a new GSEE Provisional Executive, composed of 10 rightists, 4 communists, and 4 independents, some of whom he thought might be persuaded to side with the rightists. On 199. April 16, the State Department ordered Samuel Berger, the U.S. labor attaché in London, to go to Greece to evaluate the situation and to make recommendations for policy best suited to avert domination of labor movement by elements which in our view would attempt to thwart proposed U.S. program in Greece. The major difference between American policymakers and their British counterparts was that the Americans were taking no chances of a communist victory. Realizing that something was amiss, British diplomats in Athens met with U.S. Embassy officials on April 16 in a final effort to salvage the Brest-Saldaris Agreement. They contended that the agreement merely provided for trade union elections, and that even if the Communists emerged victorious, the situation would not be disastrous. Non-Communist trade union members, they insisted, refused to follow Communist leaders into political strikes. However, they made no impression, reported the British charge, Patrick Riley, for the Americans had made up their minds that communist control of Greek unions must be avoided at all costs. He added, Mr. Keeley actually argued that if free elections would produce a communist-dominated executive, it would be better to have none, and in answer to the suggestion that this was hardly democratic, replied that it was proper to protect them from eluding communists. Our argument that the latter were eluded as trusted trade union leaders of long-standing merely produced reply that the sooner they were removed the better. After close questioning by the British, the Americans finally revealed their secret démarche to the Greek government. Shocked at the tactics of American officials, which they now realized had destroyed their chances for implementing the Brent-Salderis agreement, the British were also irritated by the American unwillingness to run the slightest risk of a communist victory of any kind. Riley informed the Foreign Office on April 17 that at a time when the Americans were already having to lecture the Greeks about the undemocratic tendencies of their regime, it was paradoxical that they 200 should be urging the maintenance of the present trade union setup, and should be prepared to admit that they would rather have no trade union elections than free elections that returned any communists. Registered with the Brent-Salderis formula scotched, the way lay open for a new settlement on terms more acceptable to the Americans. According to Riley, Keeley at first proposed that trades union elections should be forbidden until general situation had improved, so that workers would be less discontented and less likely to vote communist. Keeley thought this might take 9 months to a year, but Berger and the British objected that such a long ban on elections could not be justified. Eventually, it was agreed that Brain, Berger, and Toussaint would try to work out an acceptable arrangement for elections and for the GSEE Provisional Executive. Berger reported to the State Department, "I did not see how a provisional executive could be composed on the basis of the representative strength of the various elements among the workers, since the communists could clearly claim a majority on such a basis. Instead, the formula had to be designed to keep the communists in the minority, and yet must be one which could be defended before the court of bona fide world labor opinion." On April 29, Toussaint, Berger, and Brain agreed on a 5-5-5 distribution of seats for left, center, and right, in which the communists could count on 5, possibly 6 votes, and the non-communists 9. The right, however, still refused to participate, with their refusal supported by U.S. officials. Indeed, the U.S. Embassy demanded that communists be totally excluded from participation in the GSEE Provisional Executive. The hardline U.S. position on the Greek labor movement caused a sharp confrontation between the State Department and the British Foreign Office. Angered by American intervention, Bevin dispatched a strong telegram to Marshall on May 5 and followed it up by an even stronger one the following day. "I am greatly disturbed about trades union developments," he declared. "They would have a deleterious impact not only in Greece but even on Anglo-United States." 201. Relations. If a GSEE executive is established in Greece which is in no sense representative of the feelings of the Greek workers, the consequences will be very serious. Bevin complained that American influence has been largely responsible for the repudiation of the Brent-Salderis agreement by the Greek government, and that the political objections raised by your embassy at Athens proved a stumbling block to the Toussaint formula. Marshall replied that he did not see how definitive steps toward reconstituted General Confederation of Labor could be taken before next year, since basic reforms are necessary. Meanwhile, it is hoped that the stabilizing influence of U.S. aid will strengthen development of kind of trade unions which both U.S. and U.K. desire in Greece. Even so, Marshall agreed not to object to fair left-wing representation on the GSEE Provisional Executive. Accordingly, he instructed the U.S. Embassy in Athens, "We feel matter has already progressed so far that insistence on our part that no communists or pro-communists be included in provisional executive would make us vulnerable to charges of interfering internal affairs of Greek labor unions and give communists opportunity strengthen sentiments of hostility to Greek and American gofts in Brit labor circles. Therefore, without abandoning our position that eventually Greek trade union movement must purge itself of all communist leaders, we are not now insisting that communists or persons under communist influence be excluded from provisional executive provided majority of executive is opposed to communists. Anticipating Marshall's position, American and British officials in Greece had already begun working to build an invincible center-right majority. At the suggestion of Brown and Berger, they had been holding secret meetings in mid-May with Inter and right Labour leaders to organize them into a formal blow. The task of organizing blow must, however, be handled carefully, Mac v. Gushant, to avoid accusation US and UK governments intervening in internal affairs Greece and Greek. 202. Labour movement. To avoid the appearance of direct government participation, the AFL's Brown and the TUC's Tucson were asked to return for the organizing work. The British, however, worried that too overt a centre-right association would lead to a leftist rejection of the Tucson formula. Brown, on the other hand, insisted that the left be formally excluded from any future executive and that the centre-right bloc become the basis for a reconstituted Greek labour movement. In late May, Brown and Brain became locked in a furious argument between exclusion and compromise, in which Brown finally bolted from the room, declaring that he was going to get out of here. Berger took a middle course, arguing for a centre-right coalition as a means of overwhelming the left and, ultimately, provoking its withdrawal. As he reported to the State Department, "It was my hope that the Communists would refuse to enter a provisional executive committee which they could not dominate, and this proved correct." It proved correct, however, only after US, British, and Greek government officials had circumscribed the power of the left still further. In late May, after caucusing with leaders of the centre-right bloc, these officials agreed to modify the Tucson formula in a fashion much to the advantage of the right. Although ostensibly a 7-7-7 arrangement, it actually provided for 6 seats to Ergas, 1 to left socialists, 3 to right socialists, and 11 to the right, thus giving the last a representation far in excess of its actual support within the Greek labor movement. Apologizing for even this measure of compromise with the left, MacVeagh notified Marshall on June 7 that it was necessary to accept the inclusion of communists and fellow travelers in the provisional executive to obtain the support of the socialists and Tucson and thus avoid our holding back. The embassy, however, agrees fully maneuvers from now on must be directed exclusion communists. U.S. success along these lines became a certainty after Brown and the right insisted that the GSEE forswear affiliation with the WFTU and accept future election supervision by the AFL and JO. On June 12, when the Greek courts appointed a new GSEE provisional executive. 203. In the line with the 7-7-7 formula, Kostathios, the communist labor leader, assailed it as a government maneuver to control the labor movement and announced that Ergas would not accept its 6 allotted seats. That July, the possibilities of compromise broke down entirely when the Greek government, as part of its overall crackdown upon the left, arrested communist union officials, including 3 proposed Ergas representatives on the GSEE executive registered. Although the British genuinely regretted the failure of compromise, the Americans rejoiced at the outcome, a GSEE provisional executive, shorn of communist participation, with 11 of its 15 members on the right. Berger reported to the State Department that the absence of communists in the Greek Labour Confederation's leadership would make it substantially easier to effect future purges and to wrest control from them in the coming elections. Moreover, the recent arrests will deprive Ergas of its 2 foremost national leaders, and will weaken the communists further. In spite of these gains, however, American officials were suspicious of Greek workers, for it was far from assured that they would elect the kind of leadership desired by the State Department. Therefore, Berger suggested on July 24 that it would be unwise to have elections for a national congress until there is certainty that the communists will not emerge in control by virtue of their substantial influence over many local unions. Recent victories by non-communists in local elections, he pointed out, occurred because EREP, the major right-wing group, was demanding elections only in those unions where it thought there was a chance of defeating Ergas. Hence, until there is proof that the results of an election for a delegate conference will not produce a communist majority, members of the GSEE provisional executive should be encouraged to bide their time, to purge the fake unions, and to develop their united front. Meanwhile, American officials would continue their efforts to revamp the Greek labor movement registered. Since April 1947, the U.S. Embassy in Athens had been 204. Urging the appointment of a full-time labor attaché, preferably Irving Brown, to superintend Greek trade union matters. Destroy communist influence in the labor movement, and keep the center-right labor bloc together. As a result of his other AFL commitments, Brown was not in a position to accept. Consequently, the State Department dispatched Berger on a temporary basis, later replacing him with a long-term Foreign Service appointee, Smith Simpson. Brown, however, was unimpressed by Simpson and together with the embassy called for the appointment of representatives of the U.S. labor movement to serve as labor advisors to AMAG, then in formation in July 1947, after negotiations with American labor leaders, the Labor Department, and Averell Harriman, the State Department announced the appointment of Clinton Golden, a professor at the Harvard Business School. Long active in the United Steel Workers of America, Golden had attended the March 1947 meetings between Atchison and top U.S. labor leaders and had shown his solid support for the Truman Doctrine. For his assistant, Golden chose Alan Strachan, the Washington representative of the United Auto Workers. Although both men were CIO members, and had once even been socialists, they were veterans of bitter fights against communists in their own unions and, in line with the AFL's traditional orientation, had discarded class consciousness for job consciousness. By the time Golden and Strachan took up their duties in Athens in September 1947, the rightward course of Greek labor affairs, encouraged by American intervention, had become irresistible. With 11 seats out of 15 on the GSEE Provisional Executive, the right easily elected one of its leaders, John Patsantzis, to the top post, that of Secretary General. Meanwhile, Makris took control of the influential Athens Labor Center, while a close ally of his, Demetrius Theocharides, assumed power in Salonika. Trade union administrations dominated by the communists were ousted from office, recalled a U.S. government official, some by ballot, others by force. Centrist labor groups received much the same treatment. In the summer of 1947, when the government 205 busied itself arresting and exiling left-wing labor leaders, it also arrested 45 liberal trade unionists, while the right established its hegemony in Salonika through extensive fraud and violence. Centrist labor officials complained bitterly to the American embassy that Theocharides and his followers do not hesitate to resort to pistols to enforce their demands. Beginning in late 1947, Makris, now lavishly funded by the Populist Party, purged 63 unions from his Athens labor center for alleged guerrilla sympathies, a move which apparently had more to do with his ruthless drive for power than anything else. At the same time, the Greek government dissolved all trade unions affiliated with the communist-led Ergas and began to arrest and execute their leaders. On December 15, Toussaint, speaking for the British TUC, warned Bevin that the developments of the past few months are creating an indefensible position. American officials were also disturbed. Although they welcomed the elimination of communist influence from the labor movement, they feared that the continued stampede rightward would disrupt Greece's center-right labor bloc, turn moderate European and American labor organizations against American policy, and lead to the breakdown of U.S. control over Greek developments. Irving Brown warned AFL leaders of the need for constant advice and guidance to the inexperienced Greek trade union leaders, as well as for direct relationships with the State Department and the Greek mission to assist in developing policy. In Athens, American government officials worried that Greece's centrist labor leaders, moderate socialists like Kalomiris and Laskaris, or the leaders of the small liberal trade unions, were either too weak or too prone to compromise with the communists. Yet they also felt a measure of distaste for unscrupulous rightists like Makris and Theocharides. Eventually, they gravitated toward the more moderate spokesman of the labor right, Patsantzis, the GSEE Secretary General. Throughout the summer of 1947, Simpson worked closely with Patsantzis, accompanying him on tours, encouraging his faction within the GSEE, and cautioning him against extremist practices. 206. For a time, this strategy seemed to work. Not only did Patzansis differentiate himself from Macris and Theoharides through more moderate polyies, but he proved insistently willing to follow Amerindian leadership. Registered. Another reason for the U.S. support of Patzansis was the assistance he provided toward negotiating an Amerindian-sponsored national wage agreement. Shortly after their arrival, Golden and Strahan turned their attention to the thorny issue of Greek wages. Thanks to the drastic inflation in wartime and post-war Greece, the wages of Greek workers lagged far behind the swiftly rising cost of living. On the other hand, determined to halt the upward pre-spiral, most Amerindian officials were opposed to future wage increases. Indeed, during a State Department planning meeting in April 1947, it was agreed to press for a wage freeze in Greece, a position accepted by most U.S. officials in Athens. Sympathetic to the plight of Greek workers and fearful that economy duress would drive them toward revolution, Golden and Strahan hoped to find a compromise through an inoms poli. When Greek workers, driven by desperation, threatened a general strike in October 1947, Golden succeeded in forcing through the establishment of a national wage committee, in line with several paragraphs he inserted into a speech by the Greek Prime Minister. In subsequent negotiations between industry, labor, and the Greek government, the U.S. labor advisors managed to win agreement to a series of national wage guidelines. In about 10% of the cases, the guidelines increased worker take-home pay, but in the balance they merely clarified wage categories and rates and established the groundwork for subsequent wage adjustments, if based upon increased productivity, of up to 30%. Although this agreement yield hardly considered a major gain for Greek workers, particularly in the absence of any other measures to control inflation, Patzansis and Kalomiris dutifully signed it on behalf of the GSEE. Registered. Jealous of Patzansis' tightening grip on the GSEE leadership and convinced that he was being sidetracked by the Americans, Macris balked. The national wage agreement, he 207 announced, represented a sellout to the industrialists, and his Athens labor inter would organize a general strike in protest. To the disgust of Amerindian officials, who wanted to eel Macris bluff, Chaldaris bailed out his populist ally by promising that, if the followers of Macris did not strike, they would receive special consideration for wage increases. Through this maneuver, Golden noted, the significance of the new freely negotiated EOLITIV agreement was diminished and the growing influence of Patzansis was momentarily ahiked. The anger of Amerindian officials had barely subsided before Macris and Theocharides held a special meeting of the GSEE Provisional Executive for mid-November. With the assistance of considerable funding from their rightist patrons, they planned to oust Patzansis and Kalomiris while simultaneously installing themselves in absolute control of the Greek labor movement. The Amerindian response was swift and decisive. Informed of plans for this rightist EOP, the embassy frantically enabled Washington that Macris and Theoharides are not trade unionists, are entirely political, being financed by one or more rightist political parties, have never made any pretense of working with Simpson Golden and supporting Amerindian program. Their victory would be a severe blow to Amerindian efforts in the labor arena. Marshall promptly replied that U.S. officials should impress upon Greek government leaders that the existing GSEE Provisional Executive represented the only legitimate and defensible instrument for the Greek labor movement, and that the Swiss of urent intrigues would jeopardize the entire Amerindian aid program. In their meetings with Chaldaris and the Greek Minister of Labor, Amerindian officials stressed these points, with Simpson adding that the withdrawal of Macris and Theoharides from the labor movement would be Wiliomi. Deferring to Amerindian authority, Chaldaris promised to whip his labor lieutenants into line. If Macris disobeyed, Chaldaris declared, he would arrest him. Happy face, accordingly, when the GSEE Provisional Executive met on November 14, Patzansis, Kalomiris, and the National Wage Agreement received a unanimous 208 Mao's vote of confidence. Thereafter, Keeley reported that the Patsansis forces would move to dismiss Makris and Theocharides from their GSEE posts and from their direction of the Athens and Salonika labor centers, with supporting action by the U.S. Embassy and AMAG. In seeking to exploit politically wage situation and especially collective agreements, noted Keeley, Makris has stamped himself as unreliable trade union leader. At the GSEE Provisional Executive Meeting of December 5, Makris was dismissed from his post as a national secretary by a unanimous vote but in December 1947, with Makris attempting to resurrect his power by threatening a strike of Athens banking and public utility employees, the situation took a new and dangerous direction. Early that month, while Griswold was out of town, his special assistant suggested an anti-strike law to the government's Cabinet Economic Policy Committee, apparently as a means of staving off the much-feared inflationary wage increases. Arguing that the Americans want this law, Tsaldaris convinced his colleagues to pass legislation on December 6 banning strikes on penalty of death. In fact, the populist leader had exaggerated the American desire for legislation this drastic. Nevertheless, with the exception of the American labor advisors, few American officials exhibited much interest in modifying or repealing it. Happy face, they were merely concerned, Griswold noted, that the political implications of the bill would have a seriously adverse effect on public opinion in the U.S. and other countries. Therefore, they urged the Greek government to issue a public statement interpreting the measure as a grant of power, necessary to have in time of war, which it did not intend to invoke except when essential to the public health, national security, or essential services of the state. On December 8, Tsaldaris issued the requisite statement. And there the matter might have remained, had not the U.S. labor advisors instigated a public furor. Golden, in particular, was enraged. This legislation, he wrote, violates every principle of democracy and human freedom and justifies all the charges of the communists that this is a monarcho-fascist government. Reluctantly, he 209. Dared, he had come to the conclusion that a receiver should be appointed for this bankrupt government and country. All my work has been negated and there is little use in my remaining here longer. Almost as disturbing were the attitudes of U.S. officials, who had never given the American labor advisors the kind of acceptance and approval that should go along with our work. Few felt that we were really needed or actually belonged. Initially, Golden and Strachan considered resigning. Eventually, however, they decided to lead a fight against the legislation from within. Lacking any leverage in Athens, they drew on their contacts in the AFL and CIO hierarchy to launch a protest campaign. On December 16, as irate letters from U.S. labor leaders began pouring in, Golden gave Griswold an ultimatum: unless some steps can be taken to bring about the repeal of this legislation, he would resign. Privately, Golden informed his friends that my usefulness here is ended and no matter what the government decides to do, I feel that I should leave. There is no way in which I can rationalize their fool acts. Happy face, these and related events caused a considerable stir among American policymakers. On December 23, Lovett notified Griswold that considering all factors, including vigorous reaction American labor, we feel strong representations warranted to achieve substantial modification in the legislation. Furthermore, Golden's resignation at this time would be serious blow to AMAG prestige and future effectiveness. In Athens, American officials began a series of lengthy meetings with Greek government leaders to secure modifications of the penalties and limit the scope of the measure. Golden, a participant in these discussions, was initially heartened by the cooperativeness of Prime Minister Sefali, who, he reported, is way ahead of Tsaldaris and his populist party and I think also somewhat to the left of some of our own people here. But American representations made little headway, and on January 26, 1948, Sefali announced that the law would be retained without modification for the duration of the emergency. 3 days later, speaking for the CIO, Philip Murray publicly blasted Greece's vicious 210 anti-labor law as typical of those passed by fascist governments everywhere in the world. CIO members, he and were reaching the conclusion that the government of Greece could not have acted as it did, without at least the tolerance of the American mission. Furthermore, Murray threatened that, unless the U.S. government issued a public protest against the anti-strike law, the CIO would withdraw its support from the Marshall Plan. With CIO testimony in related congressional hearings scheduled to begin on February 3, the State Department was in no position to argue urgent considerations. Marshall notified American officials in Athens, necessitated definite assurance of repeal or modification by February 2. Things now fell into play, to the satisfaction of Golden, Strachan, and American labor leaders. On February 1, Tsaldaris announced that the legislation would be repealed after the GSEE held its spring labor congress. And, after further prodding by U.S. officials, the Greek government did repeal the law, on May 7, 1948, by decree. Golden, meanwhile, had left Greece, having tendered his resignation on January 16. With his associates warning that a flamboyant resignation would simply help Wallace and the commies, Golden kept silent in public about the reasons for his departure. Privately, however, he wrote that there is just too much at stake to permit things to go on as they have in this setup. He and Strachan could have been far more useful if some of our associates had been impressed in the first place with the importance of the labor and union fodder in the whole situation. In Washington, Golden sought to convince American officials of the significance of overseas labor movements and, along the way, became the IF labor advisor in the European recovery program. Curiously, despite his disillusioning experience in Greece, he only dimly comprehended the fact that the hardline American policy toward Greek workers owed less to disinterest than to distrust. Registered. With Golden's departure, Strachan and Simpson inherited the job of launching the Free Greek labor movement. 211. Through the long-awaited 9th GSEE Labor Congress, and a nasty job it was. To be sure, by early 1948, left-wing influence within the GSEE had been virtually eliminated. The communists were in prison, in the hills, or in hiding, while stratus left-wing socialists had withdrawn from the rightist-dominated GSEE. Assisted by embassy and by AMAG, Rankin exulted, the Greek labor situation has been saved from communist control. Nevertheless, the split between the Makris and Patsansis factions within the GSEE continued to widen. Bolstered by an alliance with the right-wing General Zervas, the Makris forces expanded their ranks, attacked their rivals as communists and Bulgarians, and subjected them to beatings and assaults. U.S. Officials continued to condemn Makris and Theocharides as reckless agitators, but Tsaldaris seemed determined to channel power and money to what he called his group. With the Congress scheduled to begin in late March 1948, the U.S. labor advisors sought to fund it through a $34,000 loan from American labor groups and to obtain some measure of recognition for it by securing fraternal delegates from the AFL, the CIO, and the TUC. A loan of this magnitude, however, failed to materialize. As a consequence, the Greek government declared Sunday, March 14, a workday and earmarked a portion of Greek workers' wages for the convention. Securing fraternal delegates also proved a problem, for the TUG refused to send any and the CIO delegate bowed out as a result of illness. This left only the AFL's ubiquitous Irving Brown to add luster to the occasion. The GSEE Congress opened on March 28, 1948 in the Piraeus Municipal Theatre, with some 1,500 delegates in attendance. It began well enough, from the American standpoint, for the messages of welcome by Brown, Simpson, and Strachan drew prolonged applause. Immediately afterward, however, bedlam broke loose, as the embassy reported. When Patsansis proposed establishing a credentials committee heavily weighted to the advantage of his faction, Makris leaped on the stage and engaged in a shoving match with his rival amid growing pandemonium. At this point, Aristides. 212. Dimitrios, once the neo-fascist Minister of Labor under the Metaxas dictatorship and now a populist member of parliament, took the floor with a shrewdly demagogy speech. In the following days, as the e-invention dissolved into bitter wrangling, name-calling, and fist and chair fights, forcing the Poli to intervene. Dimitrios, portraying himself as the only true friend of the working man, moved unerringly to the fore. In a panic, Brown and Strahan worked desperately to reunite the Macris and Patsansis factions and to head off the unerringly likely prospect of a Dimitrios victory. Brown warned that unless these factions appeared, the AFL would wash its hands of the Greek labor movement. Strahan applied fierce pressure as well. Although the two rivals agreed to a compromise, it proved short-lived. The following day, Strahan noted, when Macris followers were elected as the presiding officers, they proceeded to go after Patsansis with all the fury they could muster. Enraged, Patsansis and his followers stormed out of the e-invention to hold their own. Once again, Dimitrios seized the floor and, in a speech which Strahan thought strikingly reminiscent of Hitler's, emerged as the most prominent figure on the troubled scene. For a time, the situation seemed beyond control. "We worked like beavers to try and get the Macris and Patsansis factions together," reported Strahan. There were now two dangers: one, that the Patsansis group would make a deal with Dimitrios, the other that there would be a split in the GSEE. Patsansis and Kalomiris did, indeed, suggest electing Dimitrios GSEE Secretary General, as a means of defeating Macris. Registered Brown, however, told them that the AFL would have nothing to do with such a character, for the communists would be given some substance to add to their propaganda about the fascist nature of the Greek trade unions. Another alternative, suggested the Patsansis faction, was letting Macris have the GSEE and forming another labor movement, in alliance with the Stratus Socialists. But Strachan, in his own words, took over and laid into them. He and Brown insisted that the Macris and Patsansis forces AE 213 sept an 8-point compromise program. Although Macris now dominated the rump GSEE convention, the Americans retained the power to compel his adherence, for AMAG had jurisdiction over payment of the workers' Sunday wages earmarked for funding the convention delegates. "It did not take 2 minutes for us to make up our minds," recalled Strachan, "no decision forthcoming from the Congress, no money." But although the Patsansis and Macris forces reunited in a single convention, the power struggle continued to rage. When Patsansis produced a leaflet revealing that Macris had been accepting funding from the millionaire industrialist Bodo Sakis Athanasiadis, Macris conceded the veracity of the charge, but pointed out that Patsansis had received his share of the spoils. Dimitrios, moreover, proved tougher than expected. After Chaldaris tried, but failed, to subdue him, Strachan, as he recalled, came to the point and told him that his election as Secretary General would not be understood in America. Urging Dimitrios to state publicly that he was not a candidate, Strachan promised to bring this generous gesture to the attention of the American and British labor movements. Dimitrios, however, insisted that the Greek labor movement sorely needed his leadership and that he was sure that the Americans did not approve the interference of the government in labor matters, for he understood that we advocated free and democratic trade unions. "There he had me," admitted Strachan. Indeed, Dimitrios almost had the Secretary Generalship as well, for the following day the Patsansis forces threw in their lot with him. On the first ballot for the post, Dimitrios, capitalizing on the divisions in the battered labor movement, drew an absolute majority, 750 out of the 1,435 ballots cast. However, this fell slightly short of a majority of all registered delegates, the requirement for victory. And the next day, before the balloting could resume, the populist Minister of Labor, having secured agreement from American officials, rammed through Parliament a law to change the election rules. Hereafter, the Secretary General would be elected by the GSEE Executive, which, in turn, would be 214. Elected at the convention by proportional representation. Claiming that he, the democratically elected leader of Greek labor, was the victim of government persecution, Dimitrios finally stalked out of the meeting, leaving the field to Makris and Patsantzis. The formal launching of the Free Greek labor movement, then, proved less than a total success. Publicly, the Athens government proclaimed that it was happy to remember that it did everything within its power to assist the working classes in holding the Congress and dealing with the agenda in complete liberty. Privately, the American assessment was less sanguine. Strachan informed Golden that he was disappointed, of course, for so little had been accomplished. And yet, if the movement is allowed to live in a free atmosphere for a few years, he was sure that the genuine and responsible trade union leaders will take over the situation. Even this hope was thwarted, however, for, with the new GSEE executive split virtually evenly between the Makris and Patsantzis forces, a 2-month deadlock ensued over the election of the GSEE Secretary General. In Italy, in June 1948, Lovett advised the embassy to relax pressure it is apparently exerting against election Makris, for there was no reason to expect serious adverse reaction to his victory and there was a need for the earliest solution GSEE problem on basis of greatest possible unity non-communist factions. Thereupon, the Greek Minister of Labor intervened to break the deadlock and facilitate the election of Makris. Although the U.S. Embassy promised to maintain most cordial relations with Makris and Theocharides, it reported its continuing belief that they have worked for perversion and frustration of the TU movement. Furthermore, the tumultuous GSEE Congress and the victory of the Makris forces were widely viewed as a triumph for Greek government interference. Brown did not intend to give a penny for the Greek trade unions, he informed Lovestone in disgust. Behind Makris, Dimitrios, and Theocharides stood Tsaldaris, whose 215 continued support of Makris and Theocharides is a very real factor in keeping the trade unions in a mess. Securely in power, Makris turned to making the General Confederation of Labor an instrument of his will. Between 1948 and 1950, as one U.S. official recalled, the GSEE leadership expelled unions which it considered undesirable, while at the same time ordering other unions to exclude undesirable officials from membership or refuse membership to certain workers. Unions anxious to remain in the GSEE had to comply with its instructions. In Salonika, Makris Lieutenant Theocharides tightened his control of the Loeil Labor Center through gunpoint intimidation and the denunciation of his rivals to the security police. Makris himself persisted in taking advantage of the communist threat, to crush all opposition, whether communist or otherwise. Although the embassy worked diligently to pay up Makris' deteriorating relations with non-communist labor groups, the leadership of the GSEE had become what the U.S. ambassador called a tightly organized political labor ring of a right-wing complexion, funded by Tsaldaris. As a consequence, the left socialists of Stratus and the right socialists of Lascaris boycotted the GSEE, demanding guarantees of greater democracy. In 1950, the Lascaris group finally returned to the Labor Federation, but the Stratus group continued its non-participation, despite what one U.S. official called the first GSEE convention that was comparatively democratic. The intransigent ambition of Makris continues to ripple the labor movement, Simpson wrote gloomily. Still, Makris remained the most powerful of the zealously anti-communist labor leaders. In this context, U.S. support, though grudging, followed accordingly. Indeed, American officials might have healed their rift with Makris entirely had he not been dangerously responsive to pressures from his desperate working class constituency. Determined to retain his union base against all Hollingers, whether leftist rivals or American administrators, Makris gradually emerged as an opportunistic champion of the Impov. 216. Arished Greek worker. By late 1947, as an International Labour Office report noted, the prices of essential items in Greece had risen more than 300% since 1939, with wages lagging far behind. One EGA official in Athens estimated that the average worker here is getting about 75% less than a living wage. Happy face, in late 1947, the leaders of the GSEE had signed the rather modest national wage agreement only after receiving assurance that price controls would soon be instituted. Subsequently, however, although Golden and Greek labor leaders pressed hard for price controls and rationing on 7 basic items: bread, olive oil, sugar, pulses, tomato paste, rice, and kerosene, AMAG never seriously considered such a program. In mid-1948, fully aware of mass working class discontent and the efforts of their leftist rivals to capitalize on it, the GSEE leadership demanded a wage increase equivalent to the increase in the cost of living since November 1947. 30% registered. Appealing to U.S. officials and to his allies in the AFL, Macris claimed that unless the Greek workers are assisted, they shall be sunk deeper into misery and become certain prey to the communist monster. American officials had already destroyed communist influence in the trade unions, however, and were now far more concerned about controlling inflation. Therefore, they adopted a policy of undeviating hostility to wage increases. The government and the mission are in complete agreement that the wage line must be held if runaway inflation is to be prevented, Griswold reported in March 1948. Later that month, he warned Sefali and Tsaldaris that pressure for higher wages be resisted, and had the Minister of Labor transmit this unwelcome news to GSEE leaders. In mid-June, Rankin reported that the government and AMAG adhering to their position no wage increases, while in August the new U.S. ambassador, Henry Grady, told GSEE leaders that, although he sympathized with their difficult situation, wage gains would be inflationary, and that only productivity increases would benefit the Greek economy and Greek workers. In reply, the union leaders expressed deep appreciation American aid and intention to continue their cooperation, but insisted that Greek wages had dropped to 40% of their pre-war purchasing power, that many manufacturers and merchants reaping excessive profits, and that the problem of increasing production should be solved by employers and the government, not by Greece's poorest people. Grady, however, remained implacable. On September 3 he issued a public statement reiterating that the granting of a blanket wage increase at this time, or a general strike in support of such increases, would do irreparable damage to Greece. The opposition of U.S. officials to wage increases was not based on hostility to Greek workers, nor on a fear of communism, but rather on a sincere commitment to a conservative economic approach. As one member of the U.S. mission recalled, they saw the greatest good flowing to the Greek people from monetary stability and some degree of fiscal balance. The most vicious form of expropriation, they felt, was inflation. To combat inflation, they sought to limit wages and government spending. At the same time, as another U.S. official observed, they lost no opportunity to attack any system of controls in industry and commerce, and they could not tolerate the idea of any enterprise being run directly or indirectly by the government. Greek workers bitterly resented such policies, which cut drastically into their living standards and mobilized even their right-wing leaders in angry protest. U.S. officials, however, did not live as Greek workers and were therefore inclined to take a rather lofty, dispassionate view of labor's difficulties. Gardner Patterson, the American member of the Guernsey Committee of the Bank of Greece, recalled, with approval, that the primary task was to lower the socially acceptable standard of living. Among most American officials, this sort of economic orthodoxy passed for superior wisdom registered. Such policies placed American officials and Greek labor on a collision course. In September 1948, Macris informed Secretary of State Marshall that the Greek government's compliance with AMAG's directives condemned Greek workers to starvation and abolished their trade union rights. Deter. 218. Mind to prevent the general strike Macris threatened, American officials with Marshall's authorization bore down upon GSEE leaders and convinced them to accept a compromise. It confined the 30% wage raise to those workers who had not already received it and increased the minimum wage for women to only 55 cents a day registered. Still smoldering, Ambassador Grady predicted that Macris's reckless arrest will probably continue indefinitely, and he proved quite correct. In the spring of 1949, new strikes broke out, with Macris charging that official wage policy was a provocation in view of the tragic situation of the working class. That December, despite escalating strikes and labor protests, as well as talk of forming a Greek Labor Party, Grady notified Washington that the U.S. mission was reaffirming position holding wage line. Atchison replied that, even though the unrest was not communist-inspired and the GSEE's hand to large extent being forced by rank-and-file workers, the State Department was seriously disturbed by the situation. On the one hand, the department opposed wage increases, while, on the other, a GSEE failure might result formation new Politbloc based on organized labor, which would complicate forthcoming elections and could provide vehicle for new Compolit maneuvers. Grady reassured the State Department, however, that the labor situation here is in no sense out of hand, for the strike wave was ebbing and U.S. policy had been unequivocally enunciated to Greek government. Thus, any Washington encouragement given to the Greek labor movement would do serious harm. Registered nor were the conflicts between the Greek labor movement and U.S. officials limited to wages. As one U.S. employee noted, all AMAG divisions except the labor division had misgivings about everything connected with the relief of workers, and were hostile to what they regarded as an overemphasis on security. With the exception of pensions, they felt all benefits should be abolished to save the economy from being overburdened. Among these benefits were separation. 219. Pay, Christmas and Easter bonuses, and paid holidays registered. Even pensions constituted a serious source of friction. As a result of Golden's efforts, 2 U.S. experts were dispatched to Greece in the spring of 1948 to study the structure of the Greek social security system and recommend measures for rendering it more efficient. The subsequent plans of Oscar Powell, an American appointed to administer the system, would have drastically reorganized it, eliminating some parts and centralizing the rest in the interest, an American official reported, of sound financing and good administration. Happy Face, the GSEE leadership, however, reacted furiously in 1949 to the American plans. Charging that Powell had refused to cooperate with workers' representatives, failed to understand the Greek people, and would destroy their decades-old social insurance funds, Macris appealed, unsuccessfully, to U.S. government and labor leaders to force the removal of the U.S. administrator. In December 1949, bringing the matter directly to the attention of Truman, Macris added bitterly, if cynically, workers have been purposively ignored in all manifestations of the social and economic life of the country. Registered Macris, of course, had considerably less to complain about than did his communist counterparts. Accused of assisting or encouraging the guerrillas, a charge often applied quite loosely, communist union chiefs were hauled before summary courts-martial and sentenced to prison or death. In February 1949, the Greek government executed Demetrius Paparigas, a former Secretary General of the GSEE. Greek and American officials took particular interest in the prosecution of 97 leaders of the leftist iteration of Greek maritime unions. According to an embassy dispatch, the arrest and exile to Icaria of the more dangerous leaders occurred in the summer of 1947, but new sweeps continued for the following year. A 44-page secret report on the subject by Greek authorities, forwarded to Washington with the endorsement of the U.S. Embassy, charged that the 6,800-member union had created human monsters from vagabond elements, which were especially trained by it in criminal schools. 220. Where degeneration and inhumanity are engendered. It had strangled the economy interests of the sea working world, and sucks its blood through satanic propaganda. This voracious hyena led by a gang of sadists, murderers, and thieves aims only at the realization of anti-social and anti-Hellenic pursuits and aimed to subjugate Greece to the enemy Slavic yoke. In November 1948, the Greek government sentenced 10 OENO leaders to death and others to long terms of imprisonment. Although the JO and a number of independent American unions protested against the executions of Greek labor leaders, AFL and U.S. government officials found nothing reprehensible about them. Matthew Wall, head of the AFL's Free Trade Union Committee, told AFL President William Green that no affiliate of the AFL should pay the slightest attention to OENO's appeals. Although most anti-communist operations of the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency remain secret, some, at least, appear to have affected Greek unions. Discussing CIA involvement with overseas labor movements, Victor Reuther observed that CIA funding was heaviest in Italy, France, North Africa, and Greece. One key activity, later pointed to with pride by CIA and AFL officials, involved the recruitment of underworld gang members to attack workers who allegedly obstructed the shipment of Marshall Plan and NATO supplies. Thomas Brayton, the former chief of the CIA's cultural activities, recalled that he provided the funding necessary for Irving Brown to pay off his strong-arm squads in Mediterranean ports, so that American supplies could be unloaded against the opposition of communist dock workers. Roy Godson, a specialist on the AFL's foreign policy, has noted that among these ports were those of Greece. Lovestone and Brown frequently drew on the CIA for funding of their overseas ventures. But, as Brayton remarked, though Lovestone wanted our money, he didn't want to tell us precisely how he spent it. Therefore, the CIA finally cut the subsidy down and began using the surplus to fund its own ventures. Exactly what these entailed remains conjectural, but their general orientation seems clear enough. 221. The consequences of American policies exacerbated by an underdeveloped economy were also evident. Noting that the standard of living of Greek workers was no more than a fraction of its pre-war level, the International Labour Office claimed in a 1949 report that the lack of a solid and united trade union movement is clearly one of the factors which explain this situation. At the end of 1950, the EGA reported, workers in most Western European countries had regained or surpassed their pre-war level of real earnings. In Greece, however, workers' standards of living were still dangerously low. In 1952, when a dozen eggs cost $1.20 in Athens, the average unskilled worker earned $1.25 a day. Greece also remained one of the few Marshall Plan nations with widespread unemployment and the virtual absence of a labor voice in government policy. Pointing to the weaknesses and backward development of the G.S.E.E., Irving Brown stated in 1950 that U.S. government officials would have to work as closely as possible with the GSEE leadership so that the latter can meet their problems with intelligence and understanding. This reversed the significance of the Greek trade union experience, though, for, as the ILO observed, there had been one intervention after another by the government, and it will be better for all concerned when the intervention of the government in the affairs of the trade unions can cease. Indeed, argued the ILO, there should be a return to the principle of non-discrimination in union matters and to the principle that all workers, without distinction whatsoever, should enjoy freedom of association. Ironically, these were just the sort of principles that American officials supported in theory but subverted in practice. Aware of government domination of trade unions in communist nations, U.S. policymakers, without hypocrisy, promised a free labor movement as a meaningful alternative. Nevertheless, given their determination to make a success of anti-communism in Greece, this ideal received only occasional attention in day-to-day operations. Gradually, they curbed the independence of the Greek labor movement and undermined its vitality, reducing it to an enfeebled Cold War. 222. Ally. In December 1949, the reformed GSEE became a founding member of the International Confederation of Free Trade Unions, the non-communist rival to the WFTU. That month, in a BBC radio broadcast, Macris promised that ICFTU would strike down communism. At the 10th CSEE Congress, the following year, the Greek Labor Federation exhibited the American flag and U.S. propaganda materials, fervently applauded the Korean War, and promised to expel all known communists from union membership. On bread and butter issues, to be sure, even the right-wing leaders of the CSEE found themselves compelled, by pressure from a restless rank and file, to oppose American policy. But they met with little success. As one scholar of the Greek labor movement has noted, despite the CSEE's strikes and wage protests, it could make little headway on economic matters because the Greek labor movement was not very effective. Purged of leftist militants, crippled by factional divisions, led by cynical demagogues, and manipulated by industrialists and government officials. Greek trade unions lost their ability to defend working-class interests. 8. The Military Solution 1947–1949. Senator Pepper. I believe there was to be a military mission, you said, as part of our service that we are rendering to the Greek people. Secretary Akison. I said that there probably would be some officers, you might call it a military mission, who would go to Greece for the purpose of seeing what was required, and to see that it got into the proper hands. Hearings of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, March 24, 1947. Although President Truman presented the Greek-Turkish aid program as one devoted primarily to civilian assistance, the military inflight acquired paramount importance. Military personnel ultimately instituted a sizable majority of U.S. advisors in Greece, just as military spending absorbed the bulk of U.S. assistance funds. This contrast between rhetoric and reality reflete the fact that, initially, the Truman administration was optimistic about the outcome of the military struggle and determined to downplay controversial aspects of the program. Thus, although the relevant congressional legislation authorized U.S. military experts to exercise broad advisory functions, the War Department originally restricted the authority of the new U.S. Army Group in Greece to matters of supply. It was believed at this time, notes the U.S. Army's secret history of the project, that United States military assistance could be made effective simply by furnishing the Greek armed forces with what supplies and equipment they needed for the conduct of successful operations against the guerrillas. In addition, no observers would be stationed with combat units in the field inasmuch. 223. 224. As it was believed there would give arides and opponents of the aid program an opportunity for accusing the United States of conducting military operations. Thereafter, as the situation altered, U.S. policymakers gradually expanded the American military commitment until, at last, it became the dominant element of the American program in Greece. In the spring of 1947, the Greek government's actual military position was shakier than it appeared. When the first components of USAG arrived in Athens on May 24, the authorized strength of the Greek National Army stood at 120,000 men. Additional naval and air personnel brought the overall strength of the Greek armed forces to 168,000. The government also drew on thousands of armed civilians in the civil police and in right-wing Home Guard units and enjoyed the advantages attendant upon use of heavy military equipment from Great Britain and the United States. Yet the government's armed forces and particularly its military leaders were relatively ineffective. Many officers of the pre-war period had either died in World War II, been separated from their professions for years, or been excluded from the armed forces because of past service in Ellis. Furthermore, among the Army's rank and file, there was a noticeable unwillingness to fight. Often this was based on a distaste for the Athens government or on a simple desire for survival. At other times, it reflected the prestige still surrounding the Greek left thanks to its wartime resistance role. A U.S. Marine Corps colonel remarked ruefully, it would take time for them to recognize that the guerrillas no longer fought for Greece and freedom, but for the Kremlin and slavery. In late 1946, British intelligence reported that 25% of the GNA was considered unreliable. 5. Taking command of USAC in June 1947, General William Livesey reported that no less than 7,000 communists in the GNA were slated for labor battalions in an isolated spot. Eventually, with the help of U.S. military assistance, tens of thousands of Army conscripts, 225, underwent what General Papagos termed moral rehabilitation in the Greek government's island concentration camps. On the rebel side, the situation was almost exactly reversed. Beginning operations in 1946 with only 2,500 troops, the self-styled Democratic Army maintained forces of only about 14,250 as late as April 1947. Eventually, their numbers stabilized at between 20,000 and 25,000, consisting almost entirely of light infantry, augmented by small numbers of widely dispersed anti-aircraft and field artillery pieces. The Democratic Army's relative weakness in numbers and materiel, however, was offset by several distinct advantages. Many of its officers had served with ELAs and were both deeply committed to their cause and skilled practitioners of guerrilla warfare. While more disparate, the rank and file of the Democratic Army, those dismissed by Greek and U.S. government officials as bandits, also constituted an effective fighting force. The most capable and highly motivated had fought in the wartime resistance or had received sanctuary and training in the communist states to the north. Many others joined the rebels or were conscripted hastily. Even so, while often deficient in military skills, they soon acquired a high morale. According to the U.S. Army history of the conflict, guerrilla recruits were drawn from all classes but came mainly from the peasant stock of northern Greece and the communist laborers and white-collar workers in the larger cities. Confirmed communists constituted about 20% of the total strength. The small proportion of communists in the Democratic Army apparently reflected the unwillingness or incapacity of many Greek communists to embark on a military struggle, as well as the appeal of that struggle to a broader, non-party constituency. Indeed, despite the cautious policies of the KKE leadership and a popular longing for peace, by the spring of 1947 guerrilla bands had emerged even on the Aegean Islands. Throughout 1946 and 1947, as a U.S. Army study noted, the communist forces maintained the initiative in the struggle for control of Greece. Drawing on classic guerrilla warfare. 226. Tactics. The Democratic Army, commanded by the skilled and charismatic Markos Vafiadis, utilized Greece's extensive mountain ranges for base areas and evaded confrontation with superior force or firepower. Lightly equipped and unimpeded by support services or territorial responsibilities, the rebels enjoyed excellent mobility and tactical flexibility. They concentrated their force to attack isolated localities or thinly garrisoned towns and villages. When threatened by encirclement, the bands split into smaller units and regrouped elsewhere. Although the GNA endured many minor alluring operations during this period, it met with little success. The bands proved too adroit at evading stand-up engagements, while the GNA returned quickly to a steady defense of the major cities and towns. Guerrilla raids, of course, also stirred up considerable resentment toward the insurgents. Even so, the rebellion was growing. In July 1947, the U.S. consul at Salonika reported glumly that the situation between the Greek National Army and the Androutes is a stalemate. Aware of the GNA's difficulties but confident of U.S. omnipotence, U.S. military officials remained optimistic. Conding the marked absence of a nationalist spirit, armed forces wherein the offensive spirit is lacking, and a General Dietany, Colonel Charles Leaner, Livesey's predecessor as Yozak Commander, announced that there was nothing wrong with Greece that time, for evil US guidani and American dollars will not correct. Registered fortified by these sanguine assumptions, U.S. military and diplomatic authorities initially resisted Greek government pressures for a military buildup. On April 29, 1947, a State Department planning committee resolved that it would be undesirable to have any substantial increase in the Greek armed force, at least until AMAG had a honey to investigate the situation. Jernigan noted the committee's fear that an increase in the size of the armed force would eat too deeply into funds available for economic development. 3 days later, State Department officials reiterated this position at a SWNCC subcommittee meeting, where it won general acceptance. Even after AMAG's arrival in Athens. 227. Greek officials made little headway toward their goal of expanded military capability. On July 29, Tsaldaris complained to U.S. officials in Washington that both Griswold and Livesey refused to authorize a GNA of more than 120,000 men, while he considered a troop increase of 45,000 imperative. In response, Griswold and McVeigh cabled from Athens on August 1 that the GNA was quite sufficient in size to defeat the insurgents, Its difficulties, they emphasized, resulted from its own failures of strategy and command. Fully concurring with this appraisal, Livsey notified the War Department on August 13 that the GNA, if properly and energetically utilized, is sufficient to decisively defeat the bandits. In conversations with Greek military leaders, he observed, "I have repeatedly stressed that they should devote their planning to the best utilization of the funds available and not devote so much time to wishful thinking in an endeavor to obtain more. To date I have not been very successful except to convince them they cannot obtain more through me." Happy face, but in the realm of military affairs as in so many others, Greek officials could bring leverage to bear upon their American advisers thanks to the determination of the latter to defeat the rebels. General Livsey was the first to be pried loose from his recalcitrance. On August 21, 1947, he notified Griswold that despite his belief that the army at its present strength, properly and vigorously utilized, is sufficient to defeat the bandits, he had come to the conclusion that the present strength army is not going to be properly and vigorously utilized. Furthermore, failure of the army to suppress the bandits will be placed squarely on our shoulders for refusing the requested increases. In this context, he recommended that the temporary buildup of 20,000 in the GNA be made permanent and that an additional force of 10,000 soldiers be approved. In the following weeks, Griswold showed signs of approving this troop strength increase, although according to embassy records he wanted to hold it over the head of the Cabinet to get compliance with our views on military leadership. This proved impossible, however, because of the even more ambitious goals of the new cabinet. At a Sep. 228. September 17 meeting of the Supreme National Defense Council, Sefali amended raising GNA authorization by 30,000 and replacing the right-wing Home Guard units with a 50,000-man National Defense Corps. U.S. officials objected strenuously but, as a compromise, authorized funding for a GNA increase of 10,000 troops. In October, this funding was rechanneled to a 21,000-man National Defense Corps. The reasoning was that, by garrisoning towns and villages, the NDC would free the GNA for offensive operations and thereby raise its effective combat strength. During 1947, British officials provided another source of irritation to Washington, for they seemed just as eager as their Greek counterparts to pass along military costs to the Americans. In 1947, approximately 14,000 British troops were stationed in Greece, in addition to the sizable British military mission, a body of 1,380 officers and enlisted men which trained the Greek army. When Bevin suggested retaining the British military mission provided that the Greek government furnish food and accommodation, Marshall approved the arrangement on April 22. Having cut some of their military costs in Greece by transferring them, indirectly, to the U.S. aid program, the British effected further saving by reducing their troop strength. By July 30, only 5,000 British troops remained, and plans were announced to remove these last symbols of British military power in the following months. In Athens, a short-lived panic gripped American officials. This astonishingly ill-timed decision, cabled McVeigh, was little short of catastrophic. British troops supplied a precious deterrent to possible Slavic eruption and occupation of northern Greece. Indeed, perhaps no other action at present moment could be better calculated to reinforce local communist morale. From Griswold came word that British troop withdrawal would make impossible the effective operation of AMAG, undermine the self-confidence of the Greek government, and raise the possibility of an independent government based on Salonika. If the plan for British withdrawal were confirmed, he thought it should be offset by the dispatch of American troops, the organization of an 229 American training program, and the establishment of an American military command in Washington. U.S. policymakers responded to the British troop withdrawal plan with indignation. On August 1, Marshall wired a strong protest to Bevin, inquiring as to the meaning of the action. To the top echelon figures of the Truman administration, a fundamental shift in British foreign policy seemed in the offing. According to Forrestal, Harriman contended that the British decision on troop reduction was influenced by the pressure from the extreme left, and argued that we should have to tell the British flatly that they would have small hope of getting additional help from the United States unless they faced up squarely to their problem, which essentially is that of inducing their people to go back to hard work. Britain's nationalization and socialization of industry could not be underwritten by Americans. At the U.S. Cabinet meeting of August 8, Marshall expressed sharp resentment of the British action, which he claimed was obviously conditioned by political considerations at home. Asked for his views, Harriman again blamed it on the extreme left-wingers whom he denounced for reducing Britain's military strength and pressing even more vigorously on nationalization of industry. He considered it a serious question whether we should underwrite the stability of a government whose objectives seemed to be moving further to the left. Somewhat more reflectively, Marshall cabled Lovett later that month that our thorn-pulling operations on the British Lion continue to be beset by her stubborn insistence on avoiding the garden path to wander in the thicket of purely local Labour Party misadventures. They are far too casual or free-handed in passing the buck of the international dilemma to U.S. Happy Face, faced with angry protests from Washington, as well as with the subtler pressures emanating from Britain's dependence on Marshall Plan assistance, Bevin sought to placate U.S. officialdom. On September 1, he spoke poignantly to the U.S. ambassador to Britain, Lewis Douglas, about the severe difficulties he had encountered within his party over demands for troop withdrawal, which he claimed had become irresistible. 230. Ibl. He suggested, Douglas reported, reviewing the whole position in the Middle East, for the purpose of arriving at a gentleman's understanding in regard to EM and Poli and joint responsibility throughout the area. Although the State Department welcomed Bevin's proposal which led to the Pentagon talks of October 1947, it remained eager to have the British retain the burden of garrisoning the area and disturbed by the potential costs of new responsibilities to the United States. As a result, U.S. pressure continued. On September 9, Bevin again complained, this time to Douglas and Lloyd Henderson, that it would be just as difficult for the British government to continue to maintain troops in Greece as it would be for the American government to send troops to Greece. He did, however, agree to a postponement of the withdrawal date. In the ensuing months, both sides began to make concessions. To appease the Foreign Office, the State Department agreed to have the Greek government pick up additional expenses of the British military mission. Meanwhile, Bevin continued to postpone the British troop withdrawal. In the end, British troops remained in Greece until 1954. Despite the growing costs occasioned by Greek and British demands, the U.S. military supply program made an impressive debut in 1947. Early that year, the Greek armed forces acquired aircraft engines, training planes, landing and patrol craft, and minesweepers under surplus property credits provided by the American government. In May, plans for arms shipments quickened with the arrival in Athens of advance contingents of USAG. On June 10, 1947, USAG sent the U.S. War Department its first requisition of supplies for the Greek armed forces. A U.S. Army history notes that, although it was necessary to acquire some British armaments to maintain the utility of material already in the hands of the GNA, wherever possible, the USAG drew upon surplus American stocks, which were available at a fraction of their original cost. These purchases facilitated the procurement of a volume of supplies far greater than that originally envisaged, thus enhancing the arms buildup and minimizing the political 231 risks. On August 2, 1947, the first U.S. ship carrying a military cargo arrived at Piraeus. It was succeeded later that month by 10 additional American vessels loaded with arms equipment, most notably motorized vehicles. By the end of the year, 174,000 long tons of military supplies, with a total value of $40 million, had been shipped to Greece under the U.S. aid program. Greek troops are now fighting with our ammunition and subsisting on our supplies, George McGee told a GBS radio audience. In addition, U.S. Army and Navy officers were distributing American military equipment to the Greek armed forces and training them in its use. Registered the influx of American armaments, however, failed to halt the rebel advance. Guerrilla strength rose to 22,250 by the end of 1947, and an additional 5,000 rebels underwent training in the Communist states to the north. That October, the American consul in Salonika reported in dismay that, in northern Greece, sabotage had increased 60% and rebel recruitment 35% over the preceding month. Many of the new recruits were women, who eventually comprised about 20% of the Democratic Army. Traveling by rail through government-held areas of Thrace that fall, U.S. Colonel Alan Miller reported an ebb tide of civilian and military morale. His own train was stopped no less than 15 times as a result of guerrilla action. By contrast, life in rebel-held territory was infused by growing confidence and revolutionary élan. One eyewitness account which reached the State Department contended that the Andoroots ate well, were an optimistic lot, and danced and sang in the village square every evening. Although the guerrillas suffered heavy casualties in December 1947, when, at the behest of Zachariadze, they made costly and futile attempts to seize a heavily fortified town as the capital of Free Greece, there was little doubt that they held the initiative. By the end of 1947, Major Edgar O'Ballance has claimed, guerrilla tactics had the GNA tottering. It was overextended, riddled with fifth columnists, and frustrated at every turn. The Democratic Army held 4/5 of Greece, and government supporters could not move far outside the towns in safety. * 232. Naturally, American officials grew increasingly alarmed. In August and September 1947, the State Department began contingency planning against the prospect of a rebel victory. Although the State Department assumed some measure of U.S. follow-up, including the establishment of a Greek exile government on the island of Crete and of American-directed guerrilla warfare on the mainland, the CIA, in subsequent studies, planned for a more decisive defeat with disastrous political and economic ramifications. Not only would there be a profound psychological shock which would be felt around the world, a CIA study contended, but the United States would face the possible loss of the petroleum resources of the Middle East. On September 8, Marshall notified the U.S. Embassy in London that the situation has rapidly degenerated and Greece is seriously menaced. Griswold expressed his concurrence a week later, when he informed Marshall that the increasing deterioration conditions necessitated increased attention and effort to the military situation. Noting that Tsaldaris had expressed deep concern over the whole situation in Greece, including the deteriorating military situation, Keeley declared that it is Embassy's considered opinion that all elements situation should be immediately reviewed and coordinated and all necessary steps promptly taken. At a meeting of State Department and military officials on January 6, 1948, Marshall expressed his concern about the military situation and his determination to achieve a military victory. On January 12, he advised Griswold and the U.S. Embassy that the destruction guerrilla forces and establishment internal security have clearly assumed paramount importance. In this context, the modest restraints exercised by U.S. officials upon troop strength increases were gradually abandoned. As late as November 28, 1947, Griswold still resisted Greek government pressures in this area, arguing that AMAG's economic program could not be further reduced to accommodate expansion of the Greek armed forces. But on December 30, Lovett instructed the AMAG chieftain to 233. Authorize an increase in the GNA of 12,000 men and an expansion of the National Defense Corps by 29,000. In the spring of 1948, the U.S. government approved another temporary GNA increase, raising GNA numbers to 147,000, and inner easeway became permanent later that year. Meanwhile, the National Defense Corps, which was originally created to serve as a home guard, on a Minuteman basis, gradually abandoned this role and began operating as light infantry. Eventually, as one U.S. military analyst noted, Its status was undistinguishable from other units of the army. At the same time, the right-wing Home Guard units, which the National Defense Corps had been designed to replace, continued their operations, armed, at British and American authorization, with American weapons. By November 1948, when the rebels numbered approximately 23,000, the Greek government's military establishment had reached 263,000. Even so, Greek military officials continued to press for a dramatic build-up. To most American officials, the success of the Greek armed forces depended less upon their size than upon their use in combat. Given what Livesey termed the disinclination of government troops to come to grips with the bandits, their overwhelming numerical superiority had relatively little impact upon the military struggle. For this reason, American officials were anxious to increase the combat effectiveness of the Greek armed forces by playing them under U.S. command. In early September 1947, Cromie called attention to Livesey's aim that he'll clear up the situation with the present Greek army within 3 months and asked, why not let him try it? Operational control of the Greek army, he noted, is something I think we must come to. Happy face. On September 2, at a meeting in Athens, Griswold suggested to Henderson that Livesey be given personnel for planning and operational work, while McVeigh added his opinion that officers qualified in military planning should be obtained. This took the shape of a formal request 2 weeks later, when Griswold cabled the Secretary of State that the time has 234 come when operational advice must be furnished Greek force. As the British already maintained a sizable military mission in Greece, Griswold thought they should be approached first for operational advice. But if the British proved unable or unwilling, he added, the United States should promptly furnish aid this character. In this eventuality, he urgently re-amended the promptus dispatch 125 to 200 American Army officers for this purpose. This proposal to the State Department gained powerful external support thanks to a special military mission to Greece that same month, headed by U.S. Major General Stephen Gumberlin. Fairly quickly, Gumberlin concluded that foreign direction of the war was the only way to utilize the GNA with any effectiveness. On September 29, 1947, he and McVeigh approached British officials in Athens about the possibility of using their military officers to provide direct operational advice. According to Ambassador Norton, when we replied that this was at present not allowed, Gumberlin and McVeigh asked what we thought of the idea that American officers should be attached to the Greek army for this purpose. We replied that this would be excellent. The following day, with this groundwork laid, Prime Minister Sefali requested authorization for General Livesey to advise the Greek government on all phases of military matters. Thus fortified, Griswold again pressed the State Department to expand the role of the U.S. military mission to operational advice. McVeigh seconded this approach, adding a call for what he termed forward planning. Meanwhile, Gumberlin filed a report calling for the establishment of a joint U.S. military advisory and planning group in Greece to provide advice to the high-level staff of the Greek armed forces and to place U.S. advisors with Greek military units. Although the State Department delayed EDION until the UN General Assembly had completed deliberations on the Greek border question, it moved quickly thereafter, winning acceptance of Gumberlin's proposals by the end of 1947. Registered despite the controversy provoked in early 1947 by the military aid program, the State Department encountered Sir. 235. Surprisingly little opposition to expanding the U.S. military role in Greece. The National Security Council approved Chamberlain's proposal on October 27 and the President signed it on November 3, 1947. Plans now moved forward for the dispatch of 90 U.S. officers and a somewhat smaller number of enlisted men, placed under AMAG jurisdiction, to provide operational advice to the Greek armed forces down to the division level. Only Congress provided an obstacle, albeit a minor one. At the time of congressional hearings on the Greek-Turkish aid program, Secretary of War Patterson had stated that the U.S. military mission would comprise no more than 40 officers and had promised to notify the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and the House Foreign Affairs Committee before expanding its size or scope. At Marshall's request, Secretary of the Army Kenneth Royall and two of his top generals made the necessary approaches to the legislators on November 10. According to General W. H. Arnold, although Congressman Eaton indicated his wholehearted approval, Senator Vandenberg expressed his displeasure and made the remark that if the Congress had been informed of our present intentions last May, there was a chance that the legislation would not have been passed. Indeed, Vandenberg declared that he wanted to be advised in writing of our intentions and that he proposed to bring this up for discussion at a meeting of his committee the following day. As usual, however, Vandenberg came to terms with the State Department. After Lovett discussed the issue with him at greater length, the senator agreed to treat the matter as routine. Accordingly, on December 31, 1947, the Secretaries of the Armed Forces officially established JUSMAP***. Meanwhile, U.S. officials initiated a search for more aggressive military leadership. Worried that Livesey failed to appreciate the seriousness of the Greek situation, the Army Department ordered him, in December 1947, to return to Washington for consultations. After meeting with the general, U.S. Army Chief of Staff Dwight Eisenhower and his aides began scouting around for a successor in Marshall's words, a more impressive personality at the head of the military. 236. Contingent. In early January 1948, Eisenhower sent Marshall a list of 5 candidates for the post. Marshall's Ehois for Jews MAPG Die Reader, General James Van Fleet, had compiled an impressive battery ord during World War II, which led to his rapid rise in the military hierarchy. Eisenhower described him as definitely not the intellectual type, but direct and forceful. On January 26, having obtained presidential approval, Marshall notified Griswold of Van Fleet's appointment. The Secretary of State thought that Livesey should continue on the supply end, but the latter soon chose to return to the United States, intending that he had lost his effectiveness in the circumstances. Degree the same recognition of the deteriorating military situation that prompted a new role for U.S. military advisors also released pressures for the dispatch of American combat forces. In mid-July 1947, President Truman directed Admiral William Leahy to consult with Secretary Forrestal on the possibility of sending the Mediterranean Squadron to Greece, with the purpose of having such a routine visit exercise some deterrent effect on the activities of guerrilla bands. Forrestal replied with alacrity that this could be arranged at any time. In late August, John Foster Dulles, a member of the U.S. delegation to the United Nations, reported to Vandenberg that the U.S. might go into the Assembly asking for a mandate to send troops into Greece to patrol the northern boundaries. Dulles considered this a reckless thing to do and contrary to the spirit of the Greek Assistanaet. European nations, particularly, would not want to be invited to back up what might appear to be a more or less private undeclared war between the US and Russia, leading from what originally was a unilateral act of ours. In a meeting with State Department officials on the morning of August 28, he told them that the future of UN and perhaps the future of peace were at stake, and that he would not serve on the U.S. delegation in circumstances. Although Lovett responded soothingly that rumors re U.S. troops were largely unfounded, he stated that they might have to protect U.S. 237 lives and property in Greece. Moreover, the Undersecretary thought that the United Nations might, perhaps, indicate that if aggression continued, nations would be free to act under Article 51, a provision of the UN Charter granting nations the right of collective self-defense. According to Forrestal, on August 31 Lovett informed him that in the event of further trouble in Greece and communist obstruction in the United Nations, it was his plan to go to the General Assembly on the request of the Greek government under Article 51. Happy face, in the winter of 1947-48, the question of committing U.S. combat forces came very close to receiving an affirmative response. On December 22, In a memo to the Secretary of State and other diplomatic officials, Henderson argued for the dispatch of U.S. combat troops to Greece, even in the absence of contingents from other nations, if the rebel government should attract troops or diplomatic recognition from communist countries. Greece is the test tube which the peoples of the whole world are watching, he wrote, in order to ascertain whether the determination of the Western powers to resist aggression equals that of international communism to acquire new territory and new bases. At a meeting of middle-level military and diplomatic officials 4 days later, Henderson stated that U.S. forces, if they proved necessary in Greece, should be used, a position which won the backing of the Army's Assistant Chief of Staff. Kennan, on the other hand, expressed reluctance to commit American troops, contending that they might prove ineffective, that their future role in Greece remained unclear, and that the U.S. government was apparently unwilling to take an equally strong position elsewhere in the region. Although no decision was taken at this meeting, Henderson's position apparently prevailed in the following days. NSC-5, a draft produced on January 6 by the staff of the National Security Council with the assistance of representatives from state, Army, Navy, Air Force, and CIA, declared that the United States should be prepared to send armed forces to Greece or elsewhere in the 238 Mediterranean, if it should become clear that the use of such forces is needed to prevent Greece from falling a victim to direct or indirect aggression. Gradually, however, a bureaucratic counterattack gathered strength. On January 10, 1948, the State Department's policy planning staff questioned whether the dispatch of U.S. armed forces would necessarily be the most efficacious means of achieving the final objective, and whether an advance decision to send troops, if things get worse in Greece, would be a sound and suitable way to express determination. U.S. forces might be the proper tool, it noted, but we do not feel that we have, at the present time, an adequate basis on which to make this judgment. Marshall sided with the policy planning staff for, 3 days later, Lovett informed the National Security Council that the Secretary of State thought that NSG-5 ought to be reworked, that it dealt in too abstract terms with the dispatch of troops, and that it contained no adequate appraisal of the likely consequences. When another draft, NSC-5/1, appeared in early February, it was Henderson's turn to complain, for, as he wrote, it did not contain a clear and definite statement that the United States should decide now that it will send troops to Greece if necessary. NSC-5 halves, adopted by the National Security Council on February 12 and subsequently approved by the President, represented a further defeat for the hardliners, albeit one retaining some possibilities for military escalation. Warned by the Joint Chiefs of Staff that the dispatch of U.S. forces to Greece in sufficient numbers to be of consequence would necessitate a partial mobilization in the United States, the NSC called for no more than further studies of the use of U.S. military power in Greece. On the other hand, it did resolve that, in the event of communist recognition of the rebel government, the United States would support a UN resolution that requested member states to aid Greece, with extreme care taken to ensure that it does not preclude direct military assistance. As 1948 wore on, the idea of sending U.S. troops to Greece foundered irrevocably on political and strategic difficulties. 239 THP Military Solution. According to Henderson, Marshall secretly told the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that while we might eventually consider sending a token force to Greece or B-26s to Athens, the difficulty lay in the fact that, under heavy Soviet pressure, such forces would either have to be backed up or withdrawn ignominiously. Unfortunately, it was necessary to conserve our very limited strength and apply it only where it was likely to be most effective. Questioned on the same subject, a U.S. Army general responded that, from the strategic viewpoint, committing American forces to Greece would be a mousetrap operation. Although the NIA director continued to hope that this did not absolutely preclude the possible use of force in some manner, a new blow was administered by NSC 5/3, with its news that the Joint Chiefs of Staff considered the dispatch of U.S. forces to Greece militarily unsound. NSC 5/4, adopted on June 3 and approved by the President on June 21, represented only a slight reworking of its predecessor, and concluded that the United States should not now send armed forces to Greece as token force or for military operations. The one loophole, a provision for reconsideration by November 1, 1948, was narrowed by a NSC resolution of January 10, 1949, which concluded that developments in the Greek situation had not been of sufficient consequence to justify sending U.S. armed forces. Although the U.S. military role in Greece stopped short of the combat phase, it reached sufficient proportions to undermine what remained of British influence. On December 11, 1947, Lovett instructed the U.S. Embassy in London that, while the State Department desired the closest possible collaboration between U.S. and Brit mil missions, this collaboration must formally preserve U.S. dominant role and U.S. ultimate freedom to determine advice to GRK government independently of Britain. Happy face, the chiefs of the British and U.S. military missions formulated an agreement in January 1948 that defined the functions and relations of the two groups, with the Americans to advise on operations and logistics and the British to take charge of organization. 240. And training, but the agreement was never, as a U.S. Army history observes, officially summited. Subsequently, the Americans began to move into the training field, while the British attached themselves to GNA operations on the same basis as did the Americans. Registered in 1948, friction grew between military officials of the two nations, particularly with respect to the necessary size of the Greek armed forces. To maintain some influence over military affairs, the British pressed to integrate the two missions under Van Fleet's direction. However, arguing that integration would pose problems of divided administrative and command responsibility, the U.S. Army helped scotch this plan later that year. One additional sign of American hegemony in Greek affairs. On a day-to-day working basis, however, American military officials continued their special relationship with the British. According to Livesey, in June 1947 he and his British counterpart both agreed that we should work closely together and present a united front on ideas in connection with Greek aid. Minimizing rifts between the great powers would, after all, increase their leverage in dealing with those of lesser strength and, presumably, integrity. One of the most important things before us is to convince the Greek army and nation that we are one unit, Livesey instructed a group of American and British officers. Be very careful what you say because this whole country is infested with communists and misguided individuals who will distort what you say. To maximize security, the word Henley would be written on papers not to be shown to the Greeks. As Livesey phrased it, we will have no secrets from one another. It is security from the Greeks I am talking about. Anglo-American officials found such unity useful in suppressing independent tendencies on the part of their Greek underlings. Sefali proved especially difficult for, upon taking office as Prime Minister, he sought to replace a number of rightist military commanders with Republicans. At a meeting on September 6, 1947 of Henderson, the U.S. and British ambassadors, and Anglo-American military officials, it was agreed to oppose this move, even to the extent of threatening. 241. To hold up supplies. Frustrated in his attempts to hang the GNA high command, Sefali complained bitterly to a visiting U.S. congressional delegation later that month that the Andorrats would never surrender to rightist military officials who, in fact, were already bombing a state within state. In the economy field, the Americans should not only control but should use the whip in view of what has transpired, the Prime Minister declared. However, what is done in the military field is my business. Anglo-American officials, though, did not agree. On October 3, at a meeting with the commander of the British military mission, Sefali again pressed for personnel changes, complaining that the Greek General Staff had not kept him informed of what was happening and that the commanding general of the GNA was inclined to flout the authority of the Prime Minister and the government. Again, however, he made no headway, for his foreign advisers continued to resist what they called political interference with the Greek armed forces. In 1948, when American officials reshuffled Greek military leadership, this interference failed to produce similar qualms. Balked repeatedly by the populist Minister of War, Griswold demanded agreement from Sefali that, if his full cooperation could not be secured, you will, if I inform you of the fact, promptly replace him. **** Indeed, Just Mapage and the British military mission were quite concerned in early 1948 about the GNA's chain of command. Not only did the Chief of Staff lack full control over subordinate commanders, but the government's Supreme National Defense Council occasionally ignored the advice of Anglo-American military officials. Consequently, on February 14, representatives of the American and British embassies and AMAG met with the Greek cabinet and presented an aide-memoire demanding concurrence on the following points, among others, that the chief of AMAG and the directors of the U.S. and British military missions be present at all SNDC meetings, that new powers be granted to the Chief of Staff, that the Cabinet either give unqualified support to the current Chief of Staff or immediately replace him, that the government accept. 242. A gentleman's agreement providing that Anglo-American military advi would either be promptly eepted or referred for etion to a meeting of the ambassadors, the IF of AMAG, and the Prime Minister. These provisions were quickly eepted by the Greek Cabinet. We thereby lost insiderable control over the progress of the war either to Greek military officials or to their American counterparts. The latter, of years, retained supreme authority. That summer, when top Greek military commanders were reshuffled, it was at the behest of Van Fleet. Indeed, by 1948, American military men were playing a far more active role in the fleet than was originally envisaged. When Van Fleet arrived in Athens on February 24 to take command, he was part of a major buildup of U.S. military personnel. By September 30, the membership of the U.S. Army, Navy, and Air Force contingents in Greece reached 450, comprising about two-thirds of AMAG's personnel. As a report to Congress noted, they worked with top Greek military officials on overall strategy and detailed planning of operations against the guerrillas, supervised the flow of military and naval equipment and supplies into Greece under the aid program, advised the Greek armed forces on matters of supply and training, and gave operational advice to the Greek army down to the divisional level. U.S. government statements emphasizing that U.S. officers did not participate in combat or command Greek troops underestimated their importance. Visiting GNA forward positions with Van Fleet that June, Sulzberger confided to his notebooks that the Americans appear to be in a charge of operations and there is not much disguising this fact, although everyone pretends it isn't so. U.S. officers accompanied Greek troops into battle, where they provided on-the-spot advice and, occasionally, were killed or wounded. At least 3 U.S. officers died in this fashion during the Greek-Civil War. Woodhouse wrote, both on the ground and in the air, American support was becoming increasingly active, and the theoretical line between advi, intelligence, and combat was a narrow one. Happy Face, asked by British officials in mid-February 1948 what he 243 would tell the Greeks when he arrived in Athens, Van Fleet replied unhesitatingly, get out and fight. In military terms, this made good sense. When the general turned up in Athens later that month, the GNA was engaged only again in a steady defense role, while the guerrillas operated with relative impunity throughout most of the countryside, raiding villages, forcing the surrender of occasional government military units, and establishing the rudiments of a rebel state in the mountains of the north. Particularly irksome to Americans was the fact that the Greek armed forces, so hesitant to take the field, now numbered 263,000 men, with impressive supplies of artillery, armor, and attack planes. By contrast, the rebels numbered 23,000 and had little artillery, no armor, and no aircraft. Registered goaded into action by Van Fleet, the GNA began an offensive that April, commencing with a sweep through south-central Greece and then proceeding toward the guerrilla strongholds of the north. At the major guerrilla concentration, in the Grammos Mountains, the Royal Hellenic Air Force used American napalm bombs for the first time on June 20. After suffering heavy losses, the guerrillas conducted a masterful retreat from the Grammos into Albania. Shortly afterward, they reappeared at their stronghold in the mountains of Vitsi. Here they dug in and, from August 22 to September 14, despite vastly inferior numbers and firepower, held off the GNA and ultimately sent it reeling in retreat. In October, with winter snows settling in along the mountain slopes, the fighting came to a halt, leaving behind a swath of death and destruction. Thanks to the GNA's 1948 offensive, the rebel forces suffered their first serious losses. Throughout 1948, although Marcos had argued strongly for the continuation of mobile guerrilla tactics, Zachariadze and the majority of the KKE's political leadership had championed the use of the Democratic Army for a static defense of territory. In the summer of 1948, they prevailed. At Grammos and Vitsi, a heavy concentration of guerrilla forces held its ground tenaciously against vastly superior troop strength and armaments and, accordingly, suffered severe casualties. In the Grammos Op. 244. Irration alone, an estimated 11,000 guerrillas were killed, wounded, or captured. For the year 1948, according to the Athens government, rebel casualties numbered 32,000. Substantial assistance from the communist states to the north or a high degree of success with voluntary recruitment in Greece might have offset these losses, but neither materialized. Indeed, in the devastated, war-weary countryside, the guerrillas found it necessary to resort increasingly to conscription to replenish their ranks. In the cities, communist activity declined so precipitously that the KKE leadership dismissed the Athens Politburo for its failures. For the time being, the insurgents managed to maintain their fighting strength, high morale, and aggressiveness. And, in a protracted guerrilla struggle, this represented a kind of victory. Nevertheless, it was unclear how long they could sustain this feat. Ironically, however, the 1948 military offensive caused considerable consternation in Greek and American government circles. From their standpoint, the salient fact was that, despite the full use of superior numbers and firepower by the Greek armed forces, decisive victory remained elusive. The GNA sweep in south-central Greece had failed to trap the bulk of the region's rebel forces, who gradually filtered back to their mountain hideaways and even gained the initiative in the Peloponnese. More seriously, the rebel success at retreating into Albania, holding Vitsi, and, later, reoccupying the Grammos produced what even the usually optimistic State Department report to Congress conceded was a bitter disappointment, a severe blow to government morale. Secretly, the State Department's policy planning staff concluded that the operations of the Greek armed forces have not resulted in any substantial reduction of the guerrilla threat. The guerrillas are not militarily less active or efficient. In a pessimistic report filed that October, Van Fleet characterized guerrilla leadership, training, and morale as excellent. By contrast, he noted, the GNA, though adequately fed, equipped, and armed, showed serious weaknesses of training, command, and esprit de corps. These factors were epitomized during the inconclusive struggle at Vitsi. GNA 245 units had thrown down their weapons and fled. Courts-martial and executions followed, while the commanding general resigned in disgrace. Van Fleet reported caustically that everything that has been accomplished up there has been done by air and artillery. The difficult military situation inspired, characteristically, a new series of demands for the United States to increase Greek government troop strength and firepower. Even in early 1948, during a time of rising confidence, Athens officials had been pressing for a greatly expanded GNA and for additional U.S. military equipment, including special incendiary bombs, flamethrowers, and poison gas. But the State Department, hopeful that victory was in sight, countered with recommendations to reduce the size and cost of the Greek armed forces, while Van Fleet replied to Greek officials that napalm, rocket launchers, fighter planes, gunboats, and other U.S. weapons of war were already being delivered in abundance. In June 1948, Griswold reminded Greek officials that the creation of the 50,000-man National Defense Corps had been predicated upon promises to disband right-wing Home Guard units, which nonetheless continued their operations with 48,000 armed personnel. After the stalling of the Grammosvitsi offensive, however, the Greek government, the British military mission, and Jusmapage all called for dramatic increases in the strength of the Greek armed forces. Van Fleet submitted two proposed military budgets, with differing emphases, for the coming fiscal year. As compared to the current U.S. military expenditure in Greece of $150 million. Van Fleet's budgets required expenditures of $450 and $541 million respectively. Within the embassy, Rankin urged the ambassador to remind the State Department that we are committed, morally and practically, to see Greece through at any cost. After all, he wrote, this country is in effect our instrument. One which we are shaping to use in the furtherance of our foreign policy. In speaking of Greek responsibilities, we must not forget that these are matters of detail, the overriding responsibilities are ours. Happy face, but key American policy makers remained uneasy about. 246. Assuming unlimited liability for the Greek military. Ambassador Grady, for one, found Van Fleet's proposals exasperating. Throughout its life, he wrote, Jusmapage, whenever threatened with stalemate, has sought to ease its mission by increasing size and firepower of Greek armed force. The key to Swiss according to Jusmapage thinking is always more men, more money and more equipment. On November 22, 1948, Grady informed the Secretary of State. We have today in Greece an armed force organization of 263,000 men, which is fed with American-purchased daily rations. Clothed in American-purchased uniforms, equipped with American arms, transported by vehicles and pack animals supplied by America, and trained and advised in operations by American and British officers. Supporting land army is heavy artillery, and air force and navy. This armed force has been unable to make appreciable progress against bandit organization of some 25,000 men, fed with what they could steal or buy locally, clothed in remnants, armed with old weapons found in Greece or others supplied by their northern neighbors, transported on their own or their donkeys' legs, and trained by their own leaders. The bandit land army is not backed by a single airplane, heavy gun, or naval vessel. It seems to me that we are not justified now in assuming we will obtain our objective through the use of the old method of increasing again the size and equipment of armed forces. In Washington, U.S. officials even within the Army were inclined to agree. Eventually, Van Fleet was instructed to resubmit his budget request, with a yielding of $200 million. Although Greek officials continued to press for expanded U.S. military support, Washington's decision remained firm. Indeed, as a result of his tendency to ignore American diplomatic officials and to accommodate himself to the extravagant demands of the Athens government. Van Fleet found himself in serious difficulties. On July 26, 1948, Griswold formally recommended transferring Van Fleet elsewhere upon the conclusion of the Grammos offensive. Acknowledging that the Jusmapage director had instilled as much offensive spirit into the GNA as anyone possibly could, the 247 AMAG chieftain argued nonetheless that Van Fleet did not have an interest in or an understanding of the financial and political problems in Greece. Furthermore, he lacked the ability to take a firm stand against the pressure of Greek political leaders. Although the State Department failed to support Griswold's initiative, Van Fleet experienced additional trouble upon the arrival of the new ambassador, Henry Grady. In late 1948, President Truman informed Army Secretary Royall that there's a good deal of feeling within the State Department that we ought probably to send somebody there who gets along better with the other American officials and who does not just run a one-man show. Remarking that I may have to ahus between the ambassador and Van Fleet, the President dispatched Royall to Greece to investigate the situation. Royall did not confer with Grady, who was in Washington, during his stay in Athens, instead. Van Fleet immediately took him in tow and delivered him to King Paul and Queen Frederica. The Queen, at her most harming, lauded the general and envied the dazzled army secretary that Greece aldn't get along without him. Upon returning to Washington, Royal recalled, he told the president, everything's all right in Greece. Just leave Van Fleet alone, and ambassador or no ambassador he'll win this war. Happy face. In the winter of 1948-49, however, the war looked most unpromising. Disturbed by the situation, Marshall flew to Athens in October. Here he found what he termed a rather depreciated state of morale among U.S. and Greek government officials. All were in agreement that what Greece lacked was a spark of leadership, the Secretary of State noted. The only trouble was that no one had any pretty suggestion about the spark. Nevertheless, Marshall agreed with Grady that, in the circumstances, further increases in the size of the GNA would be far less efficacious than would its proper employment. This focused attention on the question of command. Among American and Greek officials, the idea had been gradually taking shape of centralizing Greek military authority in the hands of a strong Mandarini General Papagos. When Marshall concurred with this as 248 assessment, Papagos was offered the position. But Papagos set tough conditions for his acceptance, most notably, an increase in the GNA from 147,000 to 250,000 men and absolute freedom of military decision. As these conditions implied vast new U.S. military outlays and an end to just mappage control of the Greek armed forces, U.S. officials found them totally unacceptable. Not until January 10 did Papagos and the Americans reach a compromise. The general would become commander-in-chief of the Greek armed forces, with new powers enabling him to replace corps commanders, institute martial law, and bypass the nation's civilian leadership. With this arrangement concluded, American officials took heart, at least initially. But the appointment of Papagos was not a panacea, and familiar patterns soon reasserted themselves. On January 26, 1949, Just Mapage's assistant director felt called upon to assail the dismal failure of top GNA officers during 3 recent guerrilla attacks. Practically all commanders, he remarked, invariably plead unfavorable weather, forbidding terrain, inadequate strength, and serious dangers to other vital areas, as a defense for their inertia and failures. Yet the inferior bandits continue to operate in the same weather and over the same terrain as must the GNA, with high success, in complete defiance of and with bold indifference to a greatly superior, better fed, better organized and better equipped GNA. Happy face. On February 5, Papagos informed the War Council, as Grady noted, that size of Greek army was inadequate and that he had accepted the position of commander-in-chief only upon assurances that the GNA would be increased to 250,000. Accordingly, he would call up conscripts and raise the salaries of Greek military officers above U.S. authorization levels. If balked, the general implied, he would resign. In the vernacular, reported the irate U.S. ambassador, he was telling us off. Irked by these events, the new NIA director, Joseph Satterthwaite, advised the Secretary of State that the time has come for a final showdown with the Greek government. The latter must decide once and for all whether they are 249 willing to accept U.S. assistance on the seal it is possible for us to offer and whether they are prepared to make sincere attempts to use it effectively without any further attempts to blackmail the United States. Although Atchison phrased these thoughts more tactfully in his subsequent dispatch to Athens, its import was much the same. The growing disgust of American officials with the incompetence and irresponsibility of the Greek government inspired modest attempts at reassessing the U.S. position in the winter of 1948-49, none, however, went very far. On January 4, the acting Secretary of State warned the Greek ambassador that the United States cannot carry Greece indefinitely. Unless it can be shown that the Greeks are doing all in their power to solve their internal problems, the United States may have to decide whether the money allotted to Greece might not be used to better advantage elsewhere. Nevertheless, this was an empty threat, for, as the Greek government well understood, U.S. officials, given their Cold War orientation, found the prospect of a rebel victory in Greece too horrifying to accept. Cessation of U.S. aid to Greece would be followed by a virtually complete collapse, in a few months, warned the policy planning staff in late 1948. As a result, the entire communist movement would be greatly encouraged and strengthened. A February 1949 study by the CIA made the point even more forcefully: any reduction of U.S. aid might have disastrous effect. These assumptions fed into NSC 42/1, adopted by the National Security Council on March 22, 1949 and approved by the President the following day. Noting that there had been an examination of alternatives, it concluded that U.S. security interests require the continuation of our Greek program. Registered only in the area of long-range planning did U.S. policymakers show signs of the discouragement that their Greek venture had inspired. In the spring of 1947, American officials had predicted strategic benefits to the United States from the Greek-Turkish aid program. But on November 24, 1948, the Joint Chiefs of Staff notified Forrestal, now Secretary of Defense, that even with considerable military and economic 250 assistance from the United States, Greece will in all probability never have the capability of successfully resisting those attacks in force the USSR and/or her satellites could launch against her long northern frontier. Greek military spirit is now woefully lacking. Consequently, the United States should seek no more than a Greek military establishment capable of maintaining internal security. Despite protests from hardliners within the State Department, this policy prevailed. When the Athens government inquired about the possibility of joining NATO, the State Department responded eoally. Asked to show support for Greece, Turkey, and Iran, all omitted from the North Atlantic Pact, the State Department would do no more than yield attention to a speech by Marshall in which he talked of America's interest in their security. The success of the Greek army, a subcommittee of the State Army Navy Air Force Coordinating Committee concluded, must spring from a renaissance in the hearts and minds of a populace. To those familiar with Greece's condition, the prospects were hardly reassuring. Unexpectedly, however, the tide of battle in the Greek Civil War shifted dramatically in 1949. Among the rebels, the losses sustained in the 1948 offensive had been more severe than officials in Athens or Washington realized. Furthermore, as American policymakers only dimly understood, by 1949 the insurgency was plagued with fierce political infighting, disoriented by hangs in military treaties, and isolated from much of Greece's war-weary populace. Meanwhile, the Greek government's armed forces, now numbering 265,000, were thrown into battle by Papagos, who ordered no holds barred. Operating under martial law, army and police security forces interned thousands of alleged rebel sympathizers and suspected informers. A U.S. Army study noted that, in response to Van Fleet's demands for aggressive action, Papagos granted every officer the authority to shoot on the spot anyone under his command who showed negligence or faint-heartedness. At the same time, JUSMA page recommendations to the Greek Air 251 force resulted in successful use of napalm bombing against guerrilla infiltrations and installations. Throughout the countryside of southern and central Greece, the initial locus of the government offensive, the GNA routed the rebel bands and decimated their remnants through relentless pursuit. The final, decisive battles of the Avil War took place during August 1949 in the north. Here Zahariads had infiltrated most of the guerrilla force, in an apparent attempt to deal the GNA a sharp setback. At Vitsi, the government threw 50,000 troops against 7,700 rebels and, at Gramos, launched an assault of 25,000 troops upon the 4,700 defenders. In fiery engagements at these mountain redoubts, the government air force and artillery pounded rebel positions mercilessly. At Gramos, Greek warplanes flew 826 sorties in 6 days, employing an estimated 250 tons of bombs, rockets, and napalm. The rebels fought back desperately, Oni again refusing to give ground despite overwhelming odds and once again sustaining heavy losses. This time, however, the result could hardly be in doubt. Unable to maintain the defense of Grammos and Vitzi at this terrible eost, thousands of the surviving rebel troops surrendered to government force or retreated to the Balkan Communist states of the north, where they were disarmed and detained. On October 16, with the insurgency in disarray, the rebel leaders announced a ceasefire. That November, Truman reported to Congress on the victory in Greece. Registered the suddenness of the guerrilla collapse suggests that more was involved than the ballet of military force. However unequal, was substantially the same at the outset of 1949 as it had been a year earlier. Indeed, in September 1949, Grady estimated that, in addition to the 3,500 guerrillas still active in Greece, there were some 16,400 Greek rebels in Albania and Bulgaria. Though far more optimistic about the progress of the war in 1949 than he had been in 1948, Grady fully expected it to degree a major reason that it did not stressed by Greek communist officials as well as by American and British analysts was Tito's defection from the ows of the insurgents. During 1949, the flow of military 252 materials from Yugoslavia, formerly the most important source of external support to the rebels, gradually dried up. Furthermore, that July, Tito closed the Greek-Yugoslav border. This action quarantined 4,000 guerrilla effectives in his country and drove a wedge between the main concentration of rebel forces in northern Greece. Another important factor was the KKE leadership's complete abandonment of guerrilla tactics for positional warfare. After November 1948, Zachariadze and his supporters on the KKE Central Committee ousted Marcos, reorganized the Democratic Army along conventional lines, launched attacks in strength on urban centers, and settled in at Grammos and Vitzi for a static defense. These moves, ostensibly designed for a series of hammer blows to the GNA and the Athens government, proved suicidal. They concentrated the lightly armed guerrilla forces in areas where they were virtually destroyed by the GNA's superior numbers and firepower. The greatest turnabout of 1949 occurred in morale. However few in numbers and poorly armed, the insurgents had always possessed an esprit de corps that compensated for their technical inferiority. As McNeill wrote, they had a dream for the future to keep them warm on the mountain tops. By contrast, GNA conscripts were notable for their political alienation and unwillingness to fight. British Field Marshal Sir William Slim summed things up in early 1949 when he reported, gloomily, that morale is, of course, the basic factor. If the belief of the Greek people in their cause and their will to victory were as great as that of the communists, the war would be quickly won. But it is not. Nevertheless, throughout 1949, the morale of the government forces gradually rose, while that of the rebels plummeted. Van Elect caught the drift of things, although not the meaning, when he wrote, "With the will to win, this magnificent Greek army, navy, air force, and gendarmerie came alive and the international communist gangsters began to run. Guerrilla recruitment ebbed disastrously. At the same time, the number of rebel surrenders dramatically increased and, as one U.S. military officer observed, by July, probably the majority of 253. The 18,500 guerrillas would have surrendered if given a happy face. Among these fighters, only morale owed much to the U.S. military aid program. This program, of years, had a inevitable impact upon the war. By the end of 1949, the U.S. government had handled $353.6 million worth of military aid to Greece, including hundreds of warplanes and ships, 4,130 mortar and artillery pieces, 89,438 bombs and rockets, 159,922 small arms weapons, 7.7 million artillery and mortar rounds, and 455 million small arms rounds. Armed with this weaponry and directed by U.S. officers, Greek government force succeeded in killing 36,839 insurgents, capturing 20,128, and wounding many others. Within government ranks, the losses were considerably lighter: 14,356 killed, 30,476 wounded, and 4,617 missing. This program, more than anything else, probably saved the Athens government from defeat. But few observers considered it the major cause of that government's victory. U.S. armament improvements came too late to have any material effect during the war. One U.S. military analyst noted, "In all probability the war would have ended where it ended, and when it ended had no changes in armament occurred." Woodhouse agreed. "The improvements introduced by Just Mappage," he wrote, "were not in the end decisive. Indeed, if the dramatic insurgent collapse can be ascribed, in large part, to Tito's defection, the change in guerrilla tactics, and the decline in rebel morale, then it was rooted less in U.S. efforts, important as these were, than in the changes wrought by a realignment of communist forces on the world scene. And it is within this international context that the full meaning of the Greek Civil War, as well as the Cold War myopia of U.S. policymakers, becomes most evident." 1947 to 1949. "The problem in Greece is merely one of cessation of aggression and does not call for discussion or negotiation of any kind." George F. Kennan, May 12, 1948. In their awkward, often frustrated efforts to eopy with the Greek-Civil War, American policymakers did not lose sight of that conflict's international dimension. Caught up in the worldwide political upheavals of the 1940s, they had grown accustomed to thinking in global terms. They assumed that the enemy had a grand, international plan, and revolutionaries, particularly leftist ones, danced on strings pulled in Moscow. Thus they applied to local events a Cold War political orthodoxy that left little room for national differences or idiosyncrasies. Marshall wrote to Lovett in the fall of 1948. "What is happening in Greece is merely an expression in keeping with the local circumstances of the general Soviet or communist plot." In actuality, the Greek insurrection had come under communist direction, and external forces did play an influential role in it. But Washington officials failed to appreciate the curious fact that, despite the usual propaganda barrage from Moscow, Stalin was making serious efforts to halt the Greek conflict. And, conversely, they only dimly understood that the rebellion had its roots in the polarization of Greek politics and continued against enormous odds thanks to a combination of revolutionary fervor, stubborn nationalism, and aid from the Kremlin's foes. The result was that American policymakers, blinded by Cold War dogma, rejected important opportunities for compromise that might have ended the terrible bloodshed that engulfed Greek life. 254. 255. Despite the American emphasis on Soviet responsibility for the civil war in Greece, no solid evidence emerged to indicate that the rebellion there was motivated by Stalin's foreign policy. Admittedly, the UN Special Committee on the Balkans concluded repeatedly that Yugoslavia, Albania, and Bulgaria aided the rebels with sanctuary, supplies, and training. But the scattered locale of the rebellion, its roots in Greek politics, the tenuous ties between the Balkan states and the Soviet Union, and the limited extent of foreign aid from communist sources call into question the idea of a Kremlin plot. According to Greek intelligence, most of the weapons used by the rebels came from non-communist nations. Moreover, the relatively constant number of guerrillas under arms suggested to some U.S. military analysts a deliberate manpower ceiling, perhaps imposed by the paucity of external assistance. The extent of foreign support is difficult to estimate exactly, C. M. Woodhouse concluded in his comprehensive study of the Greek Civil War. Two things are certain, however: that the rebellion could not have continued without some foreign support, and that the KKE was disappointed with its scale. Even Americans close to events occasionally conceded the latter. In May 1948, a member of the Washington law firm representing the Athens government admitted to the State Department that intelligence reports showed that Marcos was not getting as much support as he desired from the Soviet satellites, and that present indications were that General Kremlin policy was not to push for a communist victory. It might also be noted that unlike American aid to the Athens government, which dwarfed external assistance to the rebels, Soviet aid was non-existent, a point not contested by U.S. officials. Nevertheless, American policymakers persisted in defining the conflict in Greece as primarily a matter of Soviet aggression. In part, this was sincere enough, for U.S. officials failed to perceive any distinction between Soviet foreign policy and that of the Balkan communist nations. It also, however, had useful propaganda aspects, for by magnifying the importance of foreign communist intervention, American officials could 256. Offset criticism of their role and that of the Athens government in the Greek Civil War. Consequently, the State Department sought to focus world attention on outside support to the Greek rebels through the vehicle of the United Nations. In this venture, it proved largely successful. On October 21, 1947, drawing on its strength in the General Assembly, the U.S. government secured the establishment of UNSCOB, with the charge that concentrated its attention on the activities of the Balkan communist nations. As before, the UN investigation was hardly impartial. Communist nations failed to participate in UNSCOB's operations. Furthermore, the State Department virtually wrote the UNSCOB report. On May 13, 1948, Marshall sent the U.S. delegation a detailed list of conclusions for UNSCOB to reach. As the Secretary of State noted, they were framed so that desirable recommendations would flow naturally from them. Shortly afterward, Marshall received word that, thanks to the efforts of U.S. officials, most delegations were unobtrusively using U.S. delegation drafts as basis their chapters. The indications were that the report will conform to patterns set by U.S. Given this elaborate preparatory work, as well as the genuine meddling of the Balkan communist nations in Greek affairs, new denunciations of Albanian, Bulgarian, and Yugoslavian assistance to the rebels followed in June and August 1948. At the same time, U.S. policymakers sought to prevent the United Nations from mediating the conflict. On February 3, 1948, the U.S. representative on UNSCOB reported an Australian government proposal to seek solution of Greek problem through conciliation of countries directly concerned in present situation. It called for cessation of support to Marcos by northern neighbors in return for Greek agreement on new internationally supervised elections, amnesty, participation of leftist elements in government, reform of labor laws, reduction of armed forces, withdrawal of all foreign military instructors and advisors, and placing of economic aid to Greece under international administration. 2 days later, Marshall informed Australian officials that our views on best means 257. Solution Greek problem are substantially at variance. It would be both unjust and unwise to eel upon Greece to make concessions such as suggested. Defending the policies of the Athens government, he went on to caution that aid to Greece by an international body would encounter a reluctant American government and people contribute huge sums of money without any control over their expenditure. Later that year, the delegations from Brazil, Pakistan, and Mexico joined the delegation from Australia in urging that UNSCOB move beyond its role of border surveillance to one of conciliation. To the dismay of the U.S. and Greek governments, the General Assembly President, Herbert Evatt of Australia, took the lead in conciliation attempts in late 1948 and 1949. In response, the U.S. Secretary of State criticized conciliation gestures by UNSCOB, Evatt or anyone else and contributed to the failure of the UN officials' efforts to support its charges of external aggression. The State Department claimed that foreign troops were being readied for action in Greece. On August 9, 1947, Marshall notified U.S. missions to other Security Council members that they should inform these governments that the U.S. has reports from its own and other sources which provide reason to believe that preparations are being made for the use of foreign armed forces on the pattern of the international brigades which served in the Spanish Civil War. Actually, the U.S. ambassador in Iran had reported that, while it appeared that some individual recruitment has taken place, there is no reason to believe thus far that it is on an important scale and is certainly not to be compared with that which took place during the Spanish Civil War. Iran. Other non-communist sources had come word that stories of international brigade have been persistently planted by Spanish intelligence to encourage sympathy for Iranco. But the State Department clung doggedly to its allegation. When the British Foreign Office pointed out that it had never been able to confirm rumors of an international brigade, the U.S. representative responded that its formation 258 must be taken as a fact. From Mosio, the U.S. ambassador reported on August 30 that an international brigade is at least in advanced organizational stage, if not in actual being. Yet in Yugoslavia, the alleged assembly point for the putative international force, the U.S. Embassy could discover no trace of it. In fact, the embassy could not understand why anyone would want to organize an international brigade, as adequate Greek communists seemed available for the conflict. In any event, no international brigade materialized. To American officials, the dispatch of an international brigade to Greece would provide one means whereby foreign communist parties would recognize the legitimacy of a rebel government. In the summer of 1947, of course, no formal alternative to the Athens government yet existed and the KKE was still operating as a legal political party. But American officials expected the worst. On July 17, when Marcos issued a proclamation asking the termination of the growing violence by agreement, general amnesty, a revised government with leftist participation, and free elections, Mavic advised Washington that none of these recent leftist proposals are to be taken seriously or considered as anything other than propaganda moves. According to the U.S. ambassador, they were designed to confuse liberal and leftist opinion, and to provide advance justification for eventual establishment of rebel government. On September 5 and again on September 10, Marcos communicated to the United Nations and to the world an offer of a ceasefire in return for the establishment of a coalition government that included EAM. Neither the Athens nor the U.S. government was interested in these offers, nor, apparently, was the KKE, which did not approve them. Meeting on September 12, the remnants of the KKE's Central Committee resolved to transfer the center of the party's activities to the hills and to make the Democratic Army the force which will bring about in the shortest possible time the establishment of Aerie Greece. Even so, while the conflict heightened in the fall of 1947, no rebel government appeared. The failure to establish a rebel government in the fall of 259. 1947 may have resulted from the EOL reception that Soviet leaders afforded rebel efforts. To be sure, in August 1947 the Soviet Union joined Yugoslavia in breaking diplomatic relations with the Athens government. Meanwhile, Soviet propaganda attacks increased. Nevertheless, when European communist leaders organized the Cominform that fall, delegates from the KKE were conspicuously absent. Many communists wondered that no representative of the Greek party was present, recalled Vladimir Dedijer, the Yugoslav journalist. But bearing in mind the agreement on spheres of interest, it is easy to understand why Stalin did not invite the Greeks. Nor was this the only snub the Russians gave the KKE. As Wittner Tempo has revealed, despite Yugoslav efforts to win acknowledgement of the Greek struggle, Soviet leaders did not allow the resolution of the first meeting of the Cominform to include a single sentence which might aid the people's revolutionary fight in Greece. Not a word appeared in the Cominform paper about Greek events, he added, and the Soviet Union failed to organize any care for the refugees from Greece, or Greek children, or other aid. To the Yugoslavs, the lesson was clear enough. Wittner Tempo concluded, rhetorically, was that not all a consequence of the fact that the leadership of the Bolshevik Party had been against the revolutionary struggle of the Greek people from the outset. Registered what was clear to communist leaders, however, remained obscure to American officials, unaccustomed to disputes among bona fide Reds. At the time, recalled one member of the State Department, the establishment of the Cominform in Belgrade seemed to Western observers to be open Soviet support of Yugoslavia in its part in the communist/Slavic thrust at Greece. Lacking concrete evidence of Soviet mendacity in the eastern Mediterranean, Washington turned to subtler analyses that confirmed its policy of Cold War vigilance. "We do not believe USSR wants war," Lovett conceded to the U.S. Embassy in Turkey on October 10. Soviet policy appears to be directed toward achievement of its aims through subversive activities of communist parties in 260 various foreign countries and such other political, economic, and psychological weapons as it finds available. Defending foreign nations against this sort of menace devious, shifting, evanescent inspired a state of constant anxiety. Symptomatically, the political section of the U.S. Embassy in Athens warned, the USSR and her satellites will not give up the initiative, but will on the contrary resort to any means necessary to thwart us. Happy face, for these worried American officials, a critical moment arrived when, on December 24, 1947, the rebels at last announced the formation of the first provisional democratic government of Free Greece. Headed by Marcos, the mountain-based government was a predominantly communist affair with a radical program. American officials anticipated rapid recognition and a surge of external support. To head these off, Lovett declared at a press conference on December 30 that recognition of the rebel government by any nation would have serious implications and be clearly contrary to the principles of the UN Charter. Secretly, the State Department issued direct warnings to Albania, Bulgaria, and Yugoslavia, inaugurated a rapid military buildup in Greece, and prepared for the worst. Almost certainly one or more of the satellites, and possibly the USSR, will recognize this tree government, the National Security Council concluded on January 6, 1948. The objective of such recognition will probably be to facilitate open military assistance. With its eye on the dispatch of American troops and at the very least a U.S. aircraft carrier, the Athens government echoed the American assessment 4 days later: recognition should be considered as certain. Once again, however, this faith in international communist solidarity proved quite misplaced, for no countries, communist or otherwise, recognized the rebel government. Even among American officials, the suspicion grew that something was amiss. From Moscow, the U.S. ambassador, Walter Bedell Smith, sent word on December 27, 1947 that, though the Soviet press featured dispatches from Belgrade on the establishment of the Marcos government, there has been neither 261 editorial comment nor preliminary build-up beyond routine TASS reporting radio broadcasts Greek Democratic Army and continued denigration Athens government. Local observers, he contended, thought that the USSR and others were holding off recognition, pending developments. On January 3, 1948, Ambassador Cavendish Gannon reported a Yugoslav attitude of reluctance to make definite decision on recognition of Marcos. By January 12, Marshall had noticed the omission in the recent issue of the Cominform Journal of all but passing reference to the Marcos regime. This was indicative, he informed U.S. missions, of the present Soviet and satellite attitude in withholding a firm commitment on Marcos in the face of their uncertainty regarding the reaction of the U.S. Drawing on its own intelligence sources, the Athens government also discerned the meaning of events. According to its spokesman in Washington, Zachariadze had recently met in Moscow with Molotov, who told him that the USSR could take no further diplomatic steps at this time with regard to the Greek situation. Just as the Americans considered themselves responsible for the failure of communist recognition to materialize, so Greek officials attributed it to a recent success of the Greek armed forces. Actually, Stalin probably deserved most of the credit. At the very least he tried to curb the ambitions of Balkan communist leaders. In January 1948, Georgy Dimitrov, the Bulgarian communist chief, told a press conference that, while the question of a Balkan federation was premature, when it came of age the nations of People's Democracy, Romania, Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, Albania, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Hungary, and Greece, mind you, and Greece, will settle it. As Didiger has noted, the Kremlin reacted furiously to Dimitrov's statement. Pravda declared that these countries require no questionable and fabricated federation, instead, they should be mobilizing and organizing internally. Dimitrov's gaffe, in conjunction with a wide-ranging series of treaties Yugoslavia concluded with the communist nations of the Balkans, irritated Stalin so much that he summoned Yugoslav 262 and Bulgarian leaders to Moscow. At a meeting on February 10, Molotov brought up Dimitrov's reinstatement about Balkan Federation, whereupon Stalin interjected, "We see Comrade Dimitrov abandons himself fervently at press E and Ferenese, he does not mind his tongue. Whatever he says, whatever Tito says, is thought abroad to have been said with our knowledge." Crestfallen, the Bulgarian leader apologized. "It is true I was irate away at the press E and Ferenese." Stalin, however, seemed determined to humiliate him. "You wanted to shine with new words," the Soviet dictator jeered, "that's all wrong, Biausueha Federation is an impossibility." Abashed, Dimitrov groped for accommodation with the high priest of world communism. "There is no essential difference between the foreign policy of Bulgaria and that of the Soviet Union," he protested. Angrily, Stalin retorted, "There are huge differences." Happy face, brushing aside further attempts to deflate him from this line of argument, Stalin announced, "We held this meeting in order to discuss the differences in foreign policy between the Soviet Union on one side and Bulgaria and Yugoslavia on the other." As in 1944-45, a KKE victory seemed likely to bolster Tito's hegemony in the Balkans, while at the same time angering the Western powers and thereby endangering Soviet holdings elsewhere in Eastern Europe. Accordingly, the Soviet dictator took a jaundiced view of the Greek uprising. "We do not agree with the Yugoslav comrades that they should help further the Greek partisans," he declared, "in this matter, we think that we are right and not the Yugoslavs." Indeed, he insisted that the uprising in Greece has to fold up. Although Yugoslav Vice Premier Eduard Kardelj responded that the Greek rebels might succeed if foreign intervention does not grow and if serious political and military errors are not made, Stalin was implacable. No, they have no prospect of success at all. What do you think, that Great Britain and the United States will permit you to break their line of communication in the Mediterranean Sea? Nonsense. The uprising in Greece must be stopped, and as quickly as possible. Others present mentioned the Su. 263 cesses of the Chinese Communists, whom Stalin had also abandoned, but the Soviet dictator was adamant. "Greece is a different case," he insisted. "We should not hesitate, but let us put an end to the Greek uprising." The February 1948 confrontation with Yugoslav and Bulgarian officials was only the first round of Stalin's showdown with the leaders of Balkan communism. Tito, the most independent, and therefore the most dangerous, came under increasing attack from Moscow in the following months. In mid-May, alleging loyal hostility and obstructionism, the Soviet government announced the withdrawal of all Russian military and civilian advisors from Yugoslavia. A fiery exchange of letters commenced between government leaders in Belgrade and Moscow, focusing on alleged doctrinal differences between their two communist parties. Behind the obscure and tortuous rhetoric, it seems clear enough that Stalin sought to free Tito from power because of the latter's unwillingness to submit to the Kremlin line, an unwillingness which was exemplified by the Yugoslav leader's stubborn support of the Greek rebels. Unable to muster the necessary opposition to Tito within Yugoslavia, Stalin demanded that the Soviet-Yugoslav dispute be laid before his minions in the Cominform. Although the Yugoslavs refused to attend Sueha meeting, the Russians proceeded to organize the gathering in Bucharest. Here, on June 28, 1948, they pushed through a resolution which repeated their denunciations of Tito and expelled Yugoslavia from the international communist body **** in early 1948. As the conflict between the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia intensified, Stalin and his allies showed signs of scuttling the rebellion in Greece. On May 6, Bevin informed the U.S. ambassador in London of a report he had received indicating what he considered a softer Soviet approach to Greek affairs. That May, Albanian officials issued conciliatory statements, while their Bulgarian counterparts publicly pondered the re-establishment of diplomatic relations with the Athens government. A PA offensive seemed to be taking shape that June when, as Cannon noted, Zachariadze returned to Greece bearing Moscow's olive brana. Point 264. Owing to sudden communist support for UN action in Greece, the U.S. ambassador called attention to a new Stalinist strategy championing peace and freedom for smaller powers. Later that month, shortly before Yugoslavia's expulsion from the Cominform, a Soviet diplomatic representative approached Greek Foreign Minister Tsaldaris and proposed the initiation of secret conversations between their governments for the settlement of outstanding disputes. Suspicious of Soviet motives, the American and British governments advised Tsaldaris to reject Moscow's overture. Nevertheless, the State Department and the Foreign Office took it quite seriously and spent 2 weeks formulating their response. Trapped in a situation that could only work to their disadvantage, KKE leaders also began to adapt to the new realities. On April 7, 1948, they proposed terms for settlement of the conflict to former Prime Minister Tsidiros, a leading advocate of conciliation. Although Safali sharply rejected the idea of negotiations, new rebel peace offers materialized on May 31. Speaking over Democratic Army radio, Marcos proposed a ceasefire and announced a willingness to discuss any proposal which would bring back peace to the country. The following day, Zachariadze attested to the offer's legitimacy. In hindsight, even Greek government officials have conceded the probable sincerity of the rebels' offer. The position of the KKE and its army was most delicate, Greece's former Minister of Defense has written, for the quarrel was between the uncontested and authoritarian master of the movement and the one who was giving the actual unstinted support to the rebels. And it is thus quite probable that, seeing the approaching storm, the leaders of the rebellion sought a compromise settlement. The growing disarray in the world communist movement may also have played an important role in altering rebel military strategy. Guerrilla warfare, after all, necessitated a long, patient struggle. But if disaster loomed on the horizon, there would be greater reason to risk large-scale, decisive engagements. Whatever possibilities the Tito-Stalin dispute opened up for a negotiated settlement in Greece were decisively rejected by 265 American officials. On June 3, 1948, Henderson told a Greek journalist that the Marcos peace proposals were valueless, for there can be no compromise with communism. A permanent relaxation of Soviet expansionist policy could not be expected, he insisted, since expansion was an integral part of communist philosophy. The following day, Rankin cabled the Secretary of State that the Marcos proposals should not be given formal consideration. Noting that the present gesture might be a prelude to Soviet-sponsored move in UN to intervene to stop hostilities in Greece, he hoped that the State Department would be categorical in reaffirming that we are leading from strength not weakness and do not intend to be deterred from firm course. On June 12, he warned that recent military victories could be dissipated if we fall prey to Soviet and satellite endeavors to throw Greece off balance through peace offensive. Such moves, he cautioned, may well add up to a satellite effort to settle Greek affair through UN. Leaving communists unbroken to resume their campaign in Greece at more propitious time. To the U.S. charge, it was essential that the war effort be terminated by the crushing defeat of bandit forces and not through appeasement or conciliation. Seconding the embassy approach, Griswold cabled Marshall 4 days later that there should be no contact between the Greek government and the Marcos government bilaterally or on an international political level. The rebels must be given no alternative but surrender. Driven by this sort of bitter anti-communism, American officials not only misjudged events in Greece during the first half of 1948 but remained largely ignorant of the growing conflict between the governments of the Soviet Union and of Yugoslavia. Certainly none of us in Moscow expected a revolt in communist ranks led by one so important and so well trained as Tito, recalled the U.S. ambassador. We in Moscow were surprised at the sudden dramatic announcement on June 28, 1948 that the Yugoslav Party had been expelled from the Cominform. Although accurate appraisals occasionally filtered through to the State Department, they 266 were summarily rejected if they did not fit the official worldview. On May 4, 1948, for example, the U.S. ambassador in Prague conveyed to Washington a report that the Cominform was on verge of cutting loose from Greek rebel movement and that Tito felt that his own and Yugoslavia's positions are too exposed and too closely tied to Soviet Union's dictates. On May 11, Marshall replied authoritatively that he doubted that international communism decide abandon Greek venture, for all signs point in opposite direction. As to rumors of Tito's break with Stalin already months in progress and about to assume irrevocable form, the American Secretary of State declared that Tito does not differentiate between aims of Yugo and Soviet Union, of which, from viewpoint his personal allegiance, Yugo already forms a part. Happy face. During the last half of 1948, as the split between Tito and Stalin widened, it produced an extremely difficult situation for the rebel movement. On July 14, the Marcos government again broadcast a peace appeal without, however, stirring any interest among Greek and U.S. officials. At the same time, the KKE avoided taking any public stand on the conflict between Moscow and Belgrade, thus becoming perhaps the only communist party in the world to do so. Although the KKE Central Committee, at the insistence of Zachariadze, voted in late July to endorse the Cominform's position, it acted in the greatest secrecy. To condemn Tito publicly risked depriving the rebels of their main external source of arms and food, as well as of Yugoslav bases and sanctuary. In addition, criticism of the Yugoslav leader would constitute a direct rebuke to the leadership of the large Slavo-Macedonian minority within the Democratic Army, which remained fiercely pro-Tito. On the other hand, to challenge Stalin meant isolation from world communism and almost certain losses of Albanian and Bulgarian aid. For the time being, then, the rebels sought to insulate themselves from the division within the communist movement. In December 1948, U.S. intelligence reported, a guerrilla representative conferred with top 267 Yugoslav officials in Belgrade, thanked them for assistance rendered despite the Cominform rift, and proposed increased political and military collaboration in the future. Meanwhile, terrible strains developed within the rebel leadership. Although the rank and file of the Demo-Ertai army, only vaguely aware of the Tito-Stalin split, generally maintained a high morale, the situation differed dramatically at the top. The conflict sharpened between Zachariadze, who remained loyal to Stalin, and Marcos, who out of either political affinity or strategic necessity remained unwilling to break with Tito. Indeed, some communist sources have maintained that, during the retreat from the Gramos in the summer of 1948, Zachariadze tried to have Marcos murdered. That November, in a pessimistic appraisal of the military situation, Marcos criticized a strategy of sizable military engagements and called for a return to small-scale guerrilla warfare. Zachariadze used the occasion to denounce this assessment as opportunist and defeatist and to obtain a vote of no confidence in Marcos from a majority of the KKE leadership. Marcos continued for the next few months to command the Demo-Ertai army officially, but effective power now passed to Zachariadze. Registered in the rapidly shifting circumstances of late 1948, Bulgarian and Albanian assistance to the rebellion, though significant, grew increasingly unreliable. American officials attributed the waning of Marcos' start to the Cominform PA offensive and, in part, this may have been correct. On July 23, Grady reported that, as a result of the new intra-Balkan tensions, Albania and Bulgaria had been hoarding military supplies destined for the insurgents. In addition, Albania suddenly refused entry to wounded guerrillas. Citing British Intelligence reports that Bulgaria is increasingly uncooperative towards Andorrats, the U.S. consul in Salonika claimed that an order has been given to stop building supply dumps in Bulgaria. In mid-August, The U.S. Secretary of the Army urged that recent reports that the satellite countries have withdrawn support from Marcos should receive careful scrutiny and continuing study. Even so, with the expulsion of Tito from the 268th Cominform, a successful rebellion in Greece seemed more likely than before to secure long-time Bulgarian expansionist goals, most notably an outlet on the Aegean. Furthermore, stirring up Macedonian nationalism would potentially undermine Tito by splitting off from Yugoslavia its Macedonian Republic of 2 million people. For these reasons, Bulgaria and Albania remained true to the rebellion, at least for the time being. But the portents were ominous for the insurgents. As the U.S. Embassy noted, an article by Zahariadze in the December 15, 1948 issue of the Cominform Journal warned that the KKE must produce results in early 1949 or face the cessation of external assistance. Confronted with this intricate, volatile situation, American officials showed little understanding of the divisions between or within communist movements, or of their meaning. The most perceptive, at the U.S. Embassy in Belgrade, simply confessed their bafflement. To what extent Yugoslav policies regarding Marcos, Trieste, and Italian elitians lagged behind or outran Soviet desires, they reported, are unknown elements. Further from the scene, in Washington, the prevalent assumptions blocked any reassessment of the U.S. position. According to the State Department's policy planning staff, the USSR undoubtedly counts on eventually exhausting Greek-U.S. morale, bringing about the cessation of U.S. aid and thereby winning Greece by default. Admittedly, the rebels were pressing for peace, but there is no indication and no reason to believe that the USSR would permit any political settlement with Greece we would not result in or pave the way for communist domination of the country. Beneath such apparently sophisticated analyses lay a simple faith in the efficacy of violence. Responding to Greek government urgings to press Albania to intern the retreating rebels, Lovett declared that the only way to beat the guerrillas was by fighting and not by writing notes. Every effort should be made to wipe them out. The Undersecretary insisted that the IF deterrent to further Albanian or other foreign aid to Marcos would be vigorous prosecution of offensive. 269. Military operations in Greece, just as the punishment of criminals in domestic society is the chief deterrent to crime. Of course, American and Greek government officials did recognize that Yugoslavia's break with the Soviet Union offered them new opportunities to disrupt the world communist movement. But because they believed Stalin to be the prime mover of the Greek rebellion, they assumed that, with a little Western economic aid as bait, Tito could easily be lured away from his close association with the insurgents. The line which should be adhered to by representatives of the department, Marshall wrote on July 1, 1948, is that the character of the Yugoslav regime would not stand in the way of a normal development of economic relations between Yugoslavia and this country. Provided Yugoslavia is willing to adopt a loyal and cooperative attitude in its international relationships. Later that month, he outlined the specifics, with an eye to Greece. If Tito desires comprehensive trade treaties or loan, Harriman would inform him that, while we will either sue request, prior evidence his good faith in regard various aspects present Yugo's policy, for example revision of Yugoslavia's position of aiding Marcos, would be conditions precedent. The Athens government, too, grew fairly optimistic about Tito's conversion to a counter-insurgent position. There is no other way out for him, it informed the State Department, but an orientation becoming more and more definitive towards the West. Happy face, in the latter half of 1948, Tito's position was indeed desperate, nonetheless, he continued to honor his commitments. Yugoslavia was alone in the world, Didier recalled. From the east came Stalin's anathema, from the west came misunderstanding and the old threats. Although Yugoslavia badly needed Western economic assistance, and did sign a trade agreement with the British in December, Belgrade's position remained intransigently revolutionary. Neither abroad nor at home has Tito attempted compromise with. 270. Non-communist opinion, Cannon cabled on November 24, his years apparently will be extreme communist orthodoxy in struggle against foreign imperialism and domestic reaction. 6 days later, the State Department's Policy planning staff informed the National Security Council that Yugoslav material aid to the Greek guerrillas has apparently been somewhat reduced, owing to Yugoslavia's need to serve its own resources. Nevertheless, the Yugoslav policy of supporting the guerrillas remains unhanged. The movement of guerrilla reserves from Yugoslavia into Greece has been facilitated. And the guerrillas continue to enjoy great tactical advantage from the virtually unhindered use of Yugoslav territory. Observing that Yugoslav representatives were the most fervent pleaders for Marcos House at the United Nations and that Yugoslav aid to the guerrillas did not decrease by one bullet, a Greek defense minister included that Tito still hoped for a friendly neighbor to the south. According to Woodhouse, Tito probably began to lose interest in the rebellion in late 1947, but may have continued his support for it because of Stalin's very opposition. In early 1949, Stalin's entente for the Greek rebellion became apparent even to US officials, for a number of the rebellion's top leaders were removed in the interests of Cominform policy. At a meeting of the KKE Central Committee on January 29 to 30, somewhere in the Gramos, Zahariads led the Stalinists in a purge of Marcos and other suspect officials from their posts in the KKE and in the ARE Greek government. Although the Marcos ouster occurred ostensibly for reasons of ill health, Zahariads accompanied it with vague denunciations of opportunism and right deviationism. In addition, Zahariads and the new party leaders blamed the veterans of Elis for difficulties encountered by the rebellion and systematically purged those Slavo-Myadnian leaders loyal to Tito. Amerindian officials were divided on how to interpret these events. Some, particularly in Belgrade, viewed them as an attack upon Titoism, with Marcos as the Stalinists' ARE villain. Others, in Athens, considered the fall of Marcos and the ascendancy of Zahariads further. 271. Evidence of a shift in Cominform strategy from armed insurrection to political subversion. In either case, American, British, and Greek officials had good reason to rejoice, for the rebellion was being dismantled at the Kremlin's behest. Registered this grew even more evident in February 1949, when Zachariads, on behalf of the KKE, endorsed the call by the Slavo-Macedonian component of the rebels for an autonomous Macedonia. Although Macedonian self-determination had once been a KKE position, it had been abandoned in 1936. Thereafter, the KKE had firmly resisted autonomist pressures from Greece's Macedonian minority and from Tito, who hoped to bring an independent Macedonia under his control. Instead, the Greek communists argued for minority rights within the framework of a democratic Greece. This proved a far more popular position among most Greeks who, communist or not, tended to be nationalistic. Hence when the KKE suddenly revived its demand for Macedonian autonomy in 1949, the reason was transparent: Stalin wished to undermine Tito's control of Yugoslav Macedonia by stirring up Macedonian separatism. Admittedly, Macedonian autonomy would appeal to Slavo-Macedonians within the Democratic Army and would also strengthen the wavering support of Bulgaria, which, with Tito's expulsion from the Cominform, could expect to exercise hegemony over a new Macedonian state. But the KKE's endorsement of Macedonian autonomy, symbolized by the admission of 2 Slavo-Macedonians to the rebel government, represented a direct challenge to Tito as well as to the vast majority of Greeks. In the most telling fashion, Stalin and his henchmen had sacrificed the interests of the Greek rebellion to more pressing concerns of Soviet foreign policy. Within Greece, the response was devastating. Here was an issue for which Greek soldiers were ready and willing to fight, recalled McNeill. Meanwhile, among the insurgents, morale cracked. In the government prisons, a flood of repentance declarations followed. The Minister of Public Order even printed a short form of the standard declaration for those who wished to renounce the KKE purely on the grounds of its Macedonian policy. That May, the U.S. Embassy lamented on the disruptive effect the Macedonian issue has had on party membership and the difficulties its leaders have in finding an effective reply to the rumors that the KKE is selling Macedonia to the Bulgarians and that the communists are openly revealed as traitors. From remnants of EAM, from the Socialist Party of Greece, and from unaffiliated individuals came bitter denunciations of the KKE's course of Edion. In July 1949, the U.S. consul in Salonika cited GNA Intelligeni reports that Andarte Morale Lois Sine start bandit movement. Even within the party leadership, the Macedonian stand caused serious divisions, some opposed it on nationalist grounds, others argued that it merely alienated the masses, and still others feared that it would mean a final break with Tito. Indeed, the disarray became so widespread that Zachariadze beat a retreat into ambiguity and, eventually, withdrew support for the idea. But the stigma remained profound. In these circumstances, American officials grew more irritated than ever that US aid would pry Tito loose from his stubborn, indeed, from their standpoint, incomprehensible attachment to the Greek rebels. On February 5, 1949, after talking with a member of the State Department's policy planning staff, C.L. Sulzberger noted that plans were afoot for American assistance to Tito and for an effort to close Yugoslavia's borders to supplies for the Greek rebels. 9 days later, when Undersecretary Webb inquired if the proposed assistance to Tito would be provided on the basis of a quid pro quo, Hyakerson replied that that is the intention. Although the trade-off would be mainly in the economy field, Satterthwaite pointed out that it will not be too difficult for Tito to discontinue support for the guerrillas in Greece. On February 25, Eheson instructed Cannon in Belgrade to constantly endeavor to exert as early as possible sufficient pressure on Tito to abandon assistance for the Greek guerrillas. At an opportune time, he added, Tito should be made clearly understand US not prepared to continue make available goods or assist. 273. Him increase level Yugo-economy so long as his regime supports insurrection. When Tito was faced with Koi, his own vital interests will compel him to assistane. Although American influence along these lines appears to have been discreet, it could hardly have gone unrecognized. In a dispatch of May 26, 1949, Cannon informed Akeson of Arian's tant but informal pressure here to block Yugoslav aid to the Greek insurgents. Once again, however, Tito rejected American blandishments. On May 22, 1949, 9 months after Yugoslavia's expulsion from the Cominform, the National Security Council reported that although guerrilla freedom of Edion within Yugoslavia is probably more closely supervised, the amount of Yugoslav aid to the rebels appears to be on a par with that awarded prior to the break. From the standpoint of Greek and US government officials, the one hopeful note sounded when, in February 1949, a Yugoslav agent initiated top-secret contacts with the Athens government regarding negotiations for a possible Yugoslav-Greek entente. By April 21, however, no progress had been made in arranging the meeting. That Mary and April, the Royal Greek Embassy informed the State Department, rebel force traveled freely across the Yugoslav border. Meanwhile, direct Yugoslav aid, although apparently less than in the past, continued to be far from negligible. On May 12, Warren Austin reported that, in Konya-Lyatushyan talks organized by the United Nations, the Yugoslav representative was stronger even than Albrep in insisting that Greece was entirely at fault. Some 2 weeks later, the U.S. representative on UNSCOB informed the State Department that Yugoslav aid to the rebels, while channelized, had definitely not ended. In late June 1949, a year after Tito's expulsion from the Cominform and nearly 17 months after the inception of his dispute with Stalin, Yugoslavia continued to supply military equipment, sanctuary, and border transit to the Greek rebels. How should Tito's steadfast behavior be explained? Certainly, Yugoslav leaders were not naive. The purge of Marcos caused serious distress within the Belgrade hierarchy, which 274 viewed the Edion as an attack upon Greek Titoism. In addition, Yugoslavia's party chiefs considered the KKE's new policy of self-determination for Macedonia an unfriendly one, designed to assist Stalin by undermining the Yugoslav state. Talking with Cannon that June, Kardelj and Deputy Foreign Minister Ales Bebler confessed ruefully that Yugoslavia no longer has any friends in Greece. On the other hand, Tito had no reason to like or even trust the Athens government, which symbolized just the sort of reactionary Balkan politics against which he had led his own revolution. Furthermore, Tito had long been a communist militant, with close ties to the Greek rebellion. Perhaps he would be accepted back into the communist movement, or perhaps Marcos would be reinstated. Moreover, a sharp break with his past policies would lend substance to Stalin's charges of accommodation with capitalism and would place him at odds with the expansionist dreams of Yugoslav Macedonians, already the target of Kremlin policy. Consequently, despite some grumbling on the part of Yugoslav leaders and U.S. officials did receive significant indications of dismay, Tito remained true to the Greek rebels through the first half of 1949. Registered Tito's unwavering support of the insurgents contrasted with the policy of the Cominform nations, which stepped up their efforts in 1949 to secure an accommodation with the Greek and American governments if possible at Tito's expense. In early February 1949, the Soviet charge advised Tsaldaris, through the foreign minister's wife, that Greece should pursue a firm course in upholding its national interests. The following month, a member of the Bulgarian cabinet approached a Greek official in Berlin and suggested that their two nations join forces against Tito. Exhibiting a map of a partitioned southern Yugoslavia, he pointed out the section reserved for Greece. Meanwhile, tiny Albania, geographically isolated from other Cominform nations by Yugoslavia and increasingly coveted by expansion-minded Greek and American officials, also made accommodationist gestures. Along with the Bulgarian and Yugoslav governments, it sent 275 negotiators that May to participate in UN-sponsored conciliation sessions designed to mend relations with Greece. At the same time, its government formally indicated a desire to discuss the establishment of diplomatic relations with the United States, on terms which it had previously rejected. Hickerson thought this particular move made with Soviet consent and probably on Soviet suggestion. In retrospect, that seems quite possible. Throughout the first half of 1949, the Soviet Union veered toward a conciliatory foreign policy, stressing peaceful coexistence and the dangers of war. This soft-line approach, apparently designed to offset Soviet setbacks in the preceding years, acquired a clear orientation in the Balkans. On March 9, 1949, Cannon reported from Belgrade that Yugoslavia has supplanted Greece as immediate communist objective this part Europe. Later that month, Kohler reached a similar conclusion from his vantage point as U.S. charge in Moscow. Liquidation Tito now number one Kremlin objective in Balkans, he insisted, to which Greek policy will be adapted as required. Registered on June 13, Pravda acknowledged the territorial integrity of Greece. The Kremlin's most dramatic move to end the Greek rebellion occurred in May 1949, when, in response to a U.S. initiative, it undertook direct negotiations on the subject with the Americans and the British. Although U.S. officials consistently rejected any peace discussions with the rebels or the Balkan communist nations, they were certainly interested in ending the presumed Soviet support for the rebellion. Thus on March 21, 1949, Philip Jessup, U.S. representative to the United Nations, suggested to Russia's UN representative, Yakov Malik, that the great powers cooperate to settle the Greek conflict. "Is that an acute question between our two governments?" the Soviet official inquired. Jessup insisted that it was, and pointed to Soviet influence with Greece's communist neighbors. Malik replied with a laugh and with significant emphasis that they did have influence with some of them but not with all of them. On April 26, Dean Rusk, the Assistant Secretary of State for UN Affairs, again 276. Broached the possibility of great power action to end the Greek Civil War. Reporting back on May 5, Gromyko, head of the Soviet UN delegation, stated that Moscow was ready to discuss the matter in somewhat more generic terms. Although US officials hesitated to begin formal negotiations without Greek government participation, they were anxious to hear the Russian proposals. Thus, personal and unofficial discussions ensued among the Americans, the British, and the Russians. Tactfully avoiding the question of the massive Anglo-American assistance to the Athens government, Gromyko called for the great powers to use their influence to bring about a settlement in Greece on the basis of a ceasefire, an amnesty, and the holding of parliamentary elections. During this conversation, Eheson reported, Gromyko was unusually courteous and affable. American officials did not doubt Soviet sincerity in presenting these proposals, which paralleled others made by the guerrillas that spring. Anglo-American officials, however, did not want to put these proposals into effect. For a time, they avoided making any reply to Gromyko. But in a meeting of May 14, they began to press their objections. Hector McNeill, the British representative, declared that they yield not AET without the participation of the Greek government and that the northern frontier was the main issue. Rusk seconded McNeill's remarks, observing that he was personally convinced that the real issue was the aid and assistance illegally furnished to the Greek insurgents across the northern Greek frontier. Somewhat taken aback, Gromyko responded that Russia stood ready to participate in a mission of the great powers to control the border between Greece and its northern neighbors and favored the removal of all foreign military assistance from Greece. At the same time, he would not drop the call for new parliamentary elections, which he now declared should proceed with great power supervision. In this fashion, the KKE might again surreply in conventional Greek polities. Rusk summarized the two positions very well. The Russians continued to emphasize an internal Greek 277 problem. We and the British continued to emphasize the external Greek problem. Behind the State Department's decision to continue its claims of external aggression lay its determination to outlaw the KKE and other former constituents of EAM, to avoid international supervision of Greek elections, and to exploit the opportunities afforded by the Tito-Stalin rift and by the growing GNA military success. On balance, noted a State Department memorandum, we are in a strong bargaining position and the Russians are leading from weakness. When, on May 20, a TASS dispatch exposed the negotiations, American officials had already agreed that compromise was out of the question. Although British pressures led to a brief reconsideration in late May and early June, a fierce blast from the Athens government and the American embassy scotched the prospects for further peace talks. Grady cabled on June 8 that in the event of any further demarques by USSR on the subject of Greece, we should hammer home the point that we find it utterly inconceivable that Greeks should be expected to accord treacherous and brutal rebels degree of leniency and freedom that USSR and satellites refuse as a matter of principle and doctrine to even their mildest critics. However intractable the American position, it could be sustained, after mid-1949, thanks to the collapse of the last significant foreign support for the rebellion. Threatened by the Cominform, denounced by the KKE, and, pressed all spring by U.S. officials for change in Greek policy, the Yugoslav leadership finally moved to cut the rebels adrift. In late June 1949, during negotiations with the British for a loan, Tito indicated, at last, that Yugoslavia would close its frontier to the Greek insurgents and end its aid to them. Thereafter, the British prodded Tito to honor this commitment, as did the Americans, then in the process of developing their own aid program for Yugoslavia. On July 1, Akeson told the Yugoslav ambassador, Sava Kosanovic, just before his return to Belgrade for consultations, that the U.S. government considered the cessation of U-278 Yugoslav assistance to the guerrillas extremely important. Finally, on July 10, in a speech at Pola with Kosanovic at his elbow, Tito announced the progressive closure of Yugoslavia's frontier with Greece. He accused Greek communist leaders of serving as tools of the Cominform campaign against Yugoslavia and predicted fatal defeats on the struggle for Greek liberation. American officials were overjoyed, and with good reason. Yugoslavia's defection deepened the divisions among the rebels and threatened to deprive them of their most important souery of external support and sanctuary. Instructing Cannon to express U.S. satisfaction at Tito's policy, Eheson urged him to hope that announced policy of closing frontier will in fact be implemented. It was essential, added the Secretary of State, that continuous pressure be exerted for the new Yugoslav policy toward Greece whenever occasion arises for dissolution relationship between that policy and further Western aid to Yugoslavia. Tito continued, for a time, to denounce the monarcho-fascists in Athens and to appeal to all Slavo-Myetnians and rank-and-file members of the KKE. Nevertheless, he closed the border on July 23, 1949 and began the dismantling of rebel camps and hospitals within his country. Zachariadze responded by bitterly denouncing Yugoslavia's communist leaders, accusing them of giving aid to Greek government troops and of plotting guerrilla defeat. Registered suicide charges were inaccurate and unfair. Despite numerous obstacles, some erected by the KKE's own leaders, Yugoslav support for the rebellion had been lengthy and generous. We eated honestly, Vukmanovic Tempo recalled. We gave them everything we could, but Stalin ordered them to slander us. When they refused to stop, we closed our borders. Or, as Cardinal J put it, if there is someone who bears moral political responsibility for difficulties with which Greek democratic movement is faced, it is not Yugoslavia. Nor was the termination of Yugoslav support for the rebellion the only way in which Stalin's foreign policy, in the 279 latter part of 1949, contributed to the guerrilla collapse. Stressing the new Soviet soft line on world affairs, Moscow continued to press for an end to the Greek Civil War. The Russians have already written off Greece, Cardinal J informed American diplomats in early September. Registered that same month, the U.S. representative to UNSCOB reported that Bulgaria, of late has displayed increasing signs of being fed up with whole business. Meanwhile, Albania announced that it would disarm and intern all combatants entering its territory from Greece. Undergirding their disengagement from the rebellion lay Stalin's ruthless campaign against Titoism. In Bulgaria, the Secretary-General of the Communist Party, Traicho Rostov, was expelled from the party in March, tried for treason in December, and then executed. Dimitrov, since Tito's heresy the most prominent figure in Balkan communist affairs, traveled to Moscow that June and never returned. In Albania, General Kosi Cox, the former deputy prime minister, was convicted in June of Titoism and executed later that month. Throughout Eastern Europe, neither communist leaders nor followers were safe from the Kremlin's assault upon real or imagined opposition. According to Western estimates, Stalin initiated the purge of 1/4 the members of the East European communist parties. Given the climate of fear, Bulgarian and Albanian officials had little incentive to indulge their ambitions in Greece. Heartened by these trends, as well as by GNA victories and the disintegration of rebel morale, American, British, and Greek government opinion grew increasingly intransigent. Among Greek civil and military leaders, especially, a clamor arose for seizing Albania. Responding to the Greek ambassador's pressure in late July 1949 for U.S. action against Albania, Grady retorted that, given U.S. recognition of that nation, we can't land troops, or blockade its coasts. To this the Greek official responded knowingly that State Department legal experts would always be able to find legal justification for such measures as we might wish to take, such as the establishment of international control over northern Epirus. Although U.S. and British officials generally sought 280 to dampen expansionist fantasies over the following months, they were not entirely immune to them. According to State Department records, at a meeting of September 14, in Washington, Bevin and Akison agreed that they should try to bring down the Albanian government when the occasion arises. What government would replace Hakha if he is thrown out? Bevin inquired, are there any kings around that could be put in? The foreign secretary thought a person we could handle was needed. A U.S. official responded that we had taken no decision with respect to a possible future government, as the situation was still too fluid. In these circumstances, of course, a compromise settlement with the rebels was beyond the realm of possibility. Opposing any moves toward conciliation, Cannon claimed that we should give not 1 inch to projects that would transform the struggle from a military to a political one. From Moscow, the U.S. ambassador warned that utmost vigilance should be exercised lest conciliation efforts afford Soviets and Greek communists entering wedge with which to turn their present military defeat into eventual political victory. Such warnings, however, reverse the meaning of the Greek situation. In October 1949, when the insurgents abandoned their struggle, they still constituted a potentially dangerous military force. Politically, though, the support for revolution particularly from abroad had largely evaporated. According to U.S. Army intelligence, while only 2,000 insurgents remained in Greece by November 1949, an estimated 12,000 combat-fit guerrillas were located in the Cominform countries to the north. Were these guerrillas to be reorganized and re-equipped, they could resume a relatively large-scale campaign against the Greek army. Happy face, but the political situation had shifted markedly. The morale of the guerrillas and their supporters had dropped sharply. Conversely, the morale of the government and its supporters had reached a zenith. When the remnants of the Democratic Army crossed the borders into Albania, Bulgaria, and Yugoslavia, they received a chilly reception. Disarmed and detained, they now faced 281. The sour discipline of the KKE's high command, among whom bitter feuds were already raging. The available current information indicates that little or no effort is being made to revitalize the guerrilla organization, U.S. Army intelligence concluded. The fact that Soviet policy in the Balkans at present seems preoccupied with Yugoslav defection, and the many reports of Greek guerrillas in Albania and Bulgaria being disarmed and of Greek refugees being moved to Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Romania, and Poland, suggest that the Soviets will give a low priority to the Greek guerrillas. In this context, the guerrillas can expect little or nothing in the way of outside support for the time being and will be extremely limited in their capabilities in Greece. 2 weeks after the guerrilla ceasefire, the journalist Konstantin Poulos, citing the repeated Russian peace offensives, the purge of Marcos, and the catastrophic campaign for Macedonian autonomy, concluded, it was Moscow's decision which determined that the gallant Greek guerrilla movement was expendable. As might be expected, the State Department adopted a radically different interpretation of events. On October 21, the American ambassador to the Soviet Union warned a U.S. diplomatic assemblage that Moscow had not given up the cause of the Greek rebels. The grand lines of Soviet policy remained the same, he insisted, and Russia would take advantage of every chink in the armor of the non-Soviet world. This faith in the Kremlin's revolutionary fidelity was echoed by the leadership of the KKE, now safely Stalinist, which announced on November 5 that the basic fact in the outcome of the struggle was the treachery of Tito. Given this agreement of the faithful on Cold War verities, the State Department failed to re-examine its assumptions. Instead, it once again turned to the United Nations for a condemnation of the internationally concerted communist plot. Degree only the Yugoslavs, in continued defiance of both great powers, remained unwilling to swallow this interpretation. In a pamphlet published in 1950 and presumably authorized by Tito, Vukmanovic Tempo boasted of Yugo 282. Slavia's aid to the rebellion, and he argued that it was Mosio we had no interest whatever in a rebel viteri . This eon tension borne out repeatedly in the 1940s by the realities of a complex international situation gives a particularly tragic east to the American government's impleable opposition to a negotiated settlement of the EN Flight. 10. 1950 to 1980. The death of democracy in Greece is not an isolated phenomenon. It is rather a single aspect of the spreading power of militarism and totalitarianism in the context of the competition between the United States and the Soviet Union. Caught between these two powers, democracy is indeed at gunpoint. Andreas Papandreou, July 4, 1969. The end of the Avile War opened an era of new possibilities for Greece one Wiliomi from most volatile perspectives. In that grim and flight, an estimated 158,000 of Greece's 7.5 million people had been killed, 800,000 had become refugees, and many others had been crippled, wounded, or imprisoned. Coming in the aftermath of World War II, the Civil War completed the devastation of the Greek economy, bringing it to the verge of ruin. Nearly a third of the population was dependent on the state, in whole or in part, for its day-to-day survival. Others scratched out a miserable existence on their own. A British officer recalled, refugees returned, to a thin rocky soil which only frequent terracing could secure against the eroding rain, and to a life of physical labor which began at 4 or 5 in the morning and ended with dusk. Those who remained in the towns did so only to swell the numbers whose half-employment made a mock of unemployment figures, boys and men selling cigarettes, nuts, balloons, sponges, and countless other articles in the streets, small girls with old sad faces selling sprays of white-scented jessamine in the restaurants moving silently from table to table. Even so, with the arrival of peace, the potential existed for considerable improvement in the fabric of Greek life. Eco 283. 284. Nomic revival, social amelioration, and normal political processes seemed, at last, on the agenda. After its ordeal of war and destruction, the nation faced the long-postponed prospect of peaceful reconstruction under democratic auspices. The only question remaining was, would Greece's rightist rulers and their American patrons allow it? To Washington policymakers, Greece's internal needs, though fully evident, were less important than its role as a valuable pawn on the chessboard of international power politics. In the late 1940s, American plans for Greece emerged in the midst of heightened concern for the security of the Middle East. At the Pentagon talks of fall 1947, British and American officials sought to review the whole position in the oil-rich region and to establish new policy guidelines. Our present thinking regarding the Middle East goes far beyond the limited objectives of the past, noted a State Department background paper. We now take full cognizance of the tremendous value of this area as a highway by sea, land, and air between the East and the West, of its possession of great mineral wealth, of its potentially rich agricultural resources. We also realize the serious consequences which would result if the rising nationalism of the peoples of the Middle East should harden in a mold of hostility to the West. Equally serious was the threat of Soviet expansion, which would have a disastrous effect not only on American interests in the area but on our general position vis-a-vis the Soviet Union. After reaching agreement with British officials, American leaders adopted a Statement of Policy, NSC 5 halves, approved by the National Security Council on February 12, 1948. The security of the Eastern Mediterranean and of the Middle East is vital to the security of the United States, it declared. The security of this region would be jeopardized if the Soviet Union should succeed in its efforts to obtain control of any one of the following countries, Italy, Greece, Turkey, or Iran. As it should be the policy of the United States, to support the security of the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East, the United States should assist in maintaining the territorial integrity and political independence. 285. Ince of these countries, with full use of its political, economy, and if necessary, military power. During the 1950s, as American corporations expanded their petroleum operations in the Middle East, anxiety continued to mount at possible communist penetration of the area. The Middle East is highly attractive and highly vulnerable to communist aggression, a State Department background paper warned in September 1950. Rupture of the flow of Middle East oil to normal markets or seizure of these resources from without or within would seriously affect U.S. and allied economic, political, and strategic interests. For Washington officials, maintaining the region's northern ramparts grew increasingly important. Greece, Turkey, and Iran constitute a barrier between the Soviet world on the one hand and the vital oil lands and strategic communications routes of the Middle East on the other, noted a key State Department memorandum at the end of that year. Accordingly, the United States should assist in building a firm foundation for the continuation of anti-communist governments in the three countries, assist in the maintenance of armed forces essential to assure internal security and to resist foreign invasion, and continue to exert an active influence to prevent them from wavering in their determination to resist external pressures. Economic growth ranked as no more than a component of anti-communist strategy. Economic development is essential, the State Department maintained, both in order to improve the abilities of these countries to maintain a military force appropriate to the present lack of international security and to develop a standard of living for the indigenous populations which will provide greater resistance to communist ideology and subversion. In February 1951, when the National Security Council formulated a new statement of American policy toward Greece, it adopted much the same approach. The security of the Near East, and as a result the security interest of the United States, would be endangered if the USSR, directly or through any of its agents, obtained control of Greece, an NSC staff study concluded. Western access to the oil of the area would 286 be threatened, as well as U.S. communications and transportation facilities, and U.S. air and naval bases in the area. Expressing similar concerns, the National Security Council adopted NSC 103/1 on February 14, 1951. This policy statement proclaimed that it was in the security interest of the United States that Greece not fall under communist domination. Toward this end, the United States would promote the development of a stable democratic Greek government oriented to the West, provide economic assistance and advice, and lend appropriate support to the Greek military establishment. In turn, the Greek military would be used to maintain internal security, repel or delay a Soviet-sponsored invasion, and bolster the southern flank of NATO. Greece, in short, had considerable strategic significance for the United States and would be used accordingly in the Cold War. But how American aims could best be attained was not immediately apparent in the new climate of post-Civil War Greek politics. Hoping to find a strong, effective government to implement the EGA program, Ambassador Grady pressed for new elections in early 1950. The results of the elections, held on March 5, produced a surprise for Greek and American officials. In the aftermath of a bitter civil war that had virtually annihilated the left and elevated the right to positions of dominance in the parliament, cabinet, administrative apparatus, armed forces, and police, the Greek electorate handed the center and the left a smashing victory, with 63% of the vote. The populists, who had won 191 of the 250 seats in 1946, were reduced to 61, while the centrist parties captured 133. In addition, the leftist Democratic Front garnered 21 according to an agreement by the leaders of the center, published in the press. Plastiras would assume the post of prime minister. To the Greek right, and particularly to the palace and the officer corps, the prospect of a Plastiras government was particularly galling. Not only was the aging general a longtime opponent of the monarchy, but, during the campaign, he had called for social reform, amnesty for those charged 287 with political crimes, and reduction of the armed force. Unwilling to eat the mandate of the Eletians, the king offered Tsaldaris the opportunity to form a government. Creditably, however, the populist leader failed to secure the necessary parliamentary support. Determined to exelude Plastiras from power and to stall for time until right-wing control of Parliament be restored, King Paul ran afoul of the U.S. Embassy. In conversations later that month with Venizelos, the king urged the weak and ambitious Liberal Party leader to disavow his agreement with the other interests and form a government of his own, Titla supported by the right. Although Van Fleet, a Haridaristi backed this palace intrigue, Ambassador Grady strongly opposed it. On May 15, 1950, he told the king that the inter solution under Plastiras as prime minister was logical and reflete the will of the people as shown in the election. Any other alternative would not be stable and would inspire a period of infusion. Indeed, the bypassing of Plastiras would ultimately foray him into the arms of Sophianopoulos, and the result would be a strong leftist group we might ultimately take over political control of the country. Having received assurances indirectly from Plastiras and others in the intergroup that a strong army and a pro-American foreign policy would be maintained, Grady brushed aside the king's fears of Plastiras' alleged radicalism. The ambassador's position won the endorsement of Under-Secretary Webb, who claimed that American public opinion would be mystified and disturbed by the king's plan, for Plastiras was clearly the election victor and had publicly pledged himself to uphold the institutional monarchy, work closely with the United States, and saw American aid shortly afterward. When the king ignored American pressures and installed a Venizelos government, the U.S. Embassy quickly toppled it. On May 26, 1950, Grady spoke sharply to the new prime minister, challenging his ability to provide Greece with the essential stability. In agreement with the EGA director and most of the top embassy staff, Grady sent Venizelos a letter, dated March 31, which he simultaneously 288 released to the press. Calling attention to the less than satisfactory performance of the Greek government, it declared that American funds for Greek programs would be halted until assurances were received of their proper use. Thus, it was in the hands of the Greek government and the Greek parliament to decide whether or not they wished to continue to receive American aid. To Akison, Grady explained that gentle persuasion does not seem to be effective with irresponsible politicians and stubborn monarchs. Naturally, the Greek government complained about this treatment to State Department officials in Washington, but it did not find much sympathy. According to the record of one meeting, McGee observed that he did not feel we were exercising any great pressure on the Greek government, but were acting with exceptional restraint, considering the extent of American aid. Cromie concurred, arguing that Ambassador Grady's letter did not make any specific demands. At the same time, he informed the Greek ambassador that the Venizelos cabinet was not the kind of government which would be able to carry out the American aid program objectives. McGee insisted that this was obvious. Publicly and privately spurned by the Americans, Venizelos resigned on April 14. The next day, a Plastiras government took office, vowing its full cooperation with U.S. officials. The ascendancy of the center, however, came under immediate attack. Powerful forces, led by the palace, plotted feverishly to secure a right-wing alternative. As Grady provided a serious obstacle, King Paul gave a lengthy interview to U.S. News and World Report, complaining about the ambassador and the hard life of a modern monarch. Late that June, in an apparently unrelated development, the State Department transferred Grady to a new diplomatic assignment in Tehran. Delighted at Grady's departure, the Greek right and its allies accelerated their efforts to remove Plastiras. On July 17, 1950, the day of his own departure from Greece, Van Fleet notified the State Department of the allegedly dangerous nature of the government in Athens. Ever since 289. The Plastiras government was formed, he charged, the communists and fellow travelers have gradually regained their morale and influence and many are now in important positions. His recent field trips and discussions with Marshal Papagos confirm many alarming moves by the Plastiras government, such as amnesty for dangerous war criminals and the relief of police and gendarmerie offs. It was shocking, the U.S. military commander concluded, that we support such a government which permits red infiltration so soon after so much blood and money has been spent here to suppress communist aggression. In another communication, the general contended that the State Department was backing a traitor and turning Greece over to the communists. Remarking that Van Fleet's comments source considerable concern to the State Department, Akison demanded an explanation from the U.S. Embassy. Replying from Athens on July 19, 1950, the U.S. charge, Harold Miner, sharply rebutted Van Fleet's vague accusations, noting that terms like communist were used extremely loosely and freely by Greek rightists who tend so identify anyone who disagrees with them. Nevertheless, he was clearly impatient with Plastiras and the Greek center for failing to meet American standards of anti-communist militancy. The embassy had taken corrective action against moves by the Plastiras government to undermine Papagos' position and our policy toward Greek army, Wittner noted, and had been concerned at possibility of appointment dubious persons to key posts. It had also forcefully warned the Prime Minister's office against any further clemency measures. The crux of matter, the uneasy charge concluded, was that, at the time of the formation of the Plastiras government, the embassy did not object to plans to promote pacification, reconciliation, and unification of the nation around the tasks of reconstruction, in a word, to take the road to peace. But though these may still be Greece's internal needs, the external situation has so drastically and dangerously altered since the outbreak of the Korean War in late June, that Greece now, like every 290 other country, must give its first attention to communist menace. Therefore, it is possible Plastiras government is not best instrument to carry out this policy and may not be able to face up to altered external circumstances. Later that month, Wittner reported that Plastiras desired increased economic assistance and liberalization of internal security measures, views which indicated a lamentable lack of realism. Drawing similar conclusions, the State Department began to gravitate toward support of Marshal Papagos, now the darling of the right. Plastiras' consistent record has been that of a patriotic non-communist Greek, McGee informed the new American ambassador, John Purifoy, on July 31, 1950. He does tend, however, to be fuzzy-minded, impetuous, and emotional in his traditional liberalism, and this led him to pursue a lax and sometimes rash policy towards the communists and fellow travelers. As a result, the State Department was considering whether we should not support some stronger type of government, presumably headed by Marshal Papagos. On August 19, after Venizelos, again angling for the coveted post of Prime Minister, had withdrawn his support from the center government, Akison notified the U.S. Embassy that the department believes any new government under Plastiras would be undesirable. Accordingly, Venizelos now became Prime Minister, with rightist backing, and U.S. officials began developing a new political strategy. Webb informed the National Security Council the following month that, in Greece, there are possibly new opportunities to be exploited, there are certainly new questions to be answered. Akison, among others in the State Department, thought it desirable to use strongest possible EMB influence to substitute the majority system for proportional representation in Greek elections. This would help prevent polarization and lead to the development of a stable government. Such plans were in line with those of the palace, which assumed that, when Papagos, the military hero of the Civil War, at last made his political debut, a winner-take-all system would give him a huge victory. 291. Arriving in Athens that September, Ambassador Purifoy moved steadily, albeit with some difficulty, to place Greece's government in right-wing hands. Meeting with the king and queen, he assured them of his cooperation and of U.S. support for the monarchy. In November 1950, the ambassador praised the king's plan to ask Papagos to form and lead a nationalist ticket in forthcoming elections. This would have immensely beneficial consequences, he told the State Department, for we will either have elections from which we are confident a really strong, able, and honest Papagos government will emerge, or the prospect would frighten other political leaders into cooperation with American officials. In the spring of 1951, the general did enter Greek politics, although with less success than expected. A group of his associates attempted a military coup, which embarrassed the general. Later, a bitter personal quarrel erupted between Papagos and the king, seriously dividing the right. Soon, Purifoy was complaining that the king and little queen are active as bees trying to prevent his election, thus jeopardizing the whole structure here in Greece. In September 1951, to the distress of American officials, the center again emerged victorious in national elections, restoring Plastiras as prime minister. Particularly worrisome to the Americans was the center's reform program and its plan to balance the budget by cutting military spending. U.S. officials thus adopted more forceful tactics in an effort to tilt the balance to the right. In March 1952, the embassy announced publicly its opposition to proportional representation in Greek elections and threatened a cut-off of American aid if it continued. Faced with this pressure, the center crumpled, accepting the American demand for a district-by-district plurality system. In the ensuing elections, held during November 1952, the Greek Rally Party of Marshal Papagos, with 49% of the vote, captured 82% of the seats in parliament. To the intense satisfaction of American officials, the general had resurrected the right and governmental stability. Registered from 1952 to 1963, Greece was ruled by a succession of right-wing governments, in close partnership with the Americans. Their priorities were internal security, conservative. 292. Economic programs, and military expansion. An advocate of ruthless suppression, Papagos argued that the fanatic and hardened incorrigibles must be prevented from spreading their poison, while public education and psychological warfare must be used intensively in order to counteract communist propaganda. Dominating parliament, the right also exercised power through the army and the monarchy, now, happily, reconciled with Papagos. Indeed, the American line of influence tended to run through the palace. As a leading scholar of Greek-American relations has noted, American policy rested on the assumption that the king was the ultimate guarantor of political stability, military preparedness, and loyalty to the Western Alliance. When Papagos died in office in October 1955, Ambassador Purifoy did not wait for the general's party to choose a successor, but went directly to the king and arranged for him to ask young Constantine Karamanlis to form a government. Previously, Karamanlis had been a figure of minor political importance, but he had won the admiration of the American embassy for his administrative efficiency. Thanks to a rigged electoral system, Karamanlis and his party, although usually outpolled by their opponents, garnered comfortable parliamentary majorities in subsequent elections. Combining ability, impeccable conservatism, and pro-American views, Karamanlis proved the ideal prime minister, from the embassy's viewpoint. Registered. Just as American officials had fostered the dominance of the right in Greek politics, so they promoted the development of sizable armed forces in the cause of national security. Initially, to be sure, they took a quite different tack, for, with the end of the Civil War, there seemed good reason to dismantle Greece's vast and expensive military machine. On October 3, 1949, noting that the struggle is now primarily political and economic, rather than military, Grady urged the U.S. government to strengthen the economy by relieving it of the drachmy burden of a large armed force. In line with the demands of U.S. officials, the Athens government began a program to reduce the Greek armed forces from their 293 strength of 217,000 in late 1949 to 94,000 by the end of 1950. Simultaneously, the U.S. military mission was to be used from 538 to 129. But, as Webb noted, in mid-1950 this program was arrested as a result of the Korean aggression and consequent Balkan uncertainties. Happy face, thereafter, in accordance with the recommendations of the American military command in Greece, the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff authorized a Greek military establishment of some 164,000, including a 147,000-man GNA. Thus, Greece, although a small, underdeveloped nation, was soon maintaining an extraordinarily large and expensive military machine. In mid-1951, when Europe had an average of 12.6 men per thousand under arms, Greece had 21.6. American officials had ambitious plans for the Greek military. Initially dubious about the GNA's ability to resist an invasion from the north or even defeat the guerrillas, they had limited the mission of the Greek armed forces, until the rebel collapse, to the maintenance of internal security. But on November 7, 1949, in a letter to the Department of the Army, Van Fleet strongly recommended that we revise our thinking that Greece is not important militarily. Indeed, Greece today is the keystone of the defense line from Western Europe to the Middle East. It could serve as a secondary front of tremendous strategic value, providing for Soviet diversion in the event of war. If the United States would only eliminate fear of the Russians, it could win in the Balkans. After the outbreak of the Korean War, Van Fleet's views attracted new adherents. "This Greek army is a good investment and a going concern," reported his successor as Jews MAPG director in July 1950, "Our policy for Greece viewed in the light of current events needs prompt and effective revision." State Department officials agreed. Noting the considerable United States investment in the Greek armed forces, their estimated high potential effectiveness, and the possibility that the Russians would resort to satellite forces in the Balkans, McGee argued that the Greek armed forces should be strengthened to enable them successfully to resist such satellite forces as are likely to be thrown against 294 them. In NSC 103/1, adopted on February 14, 1951, the National Surety Council resolved to aid the Greek military in maintaining internal security, repelling an attack by satellite forces, and causing maximum practicable delay to an attack involving direct Soviet participation. Finally, it would press now for the inclusion of Greece as a full member of NATO. 2. Greek participation in NATO formally integrated the Greek military machine with U.S. military policy. Ever since 1949, the American Joint Chiefs of Staff had incorporated the Greek armed forces into their battle plans. But NATO membership would legitimate this agreement and others by the Pentagon. Consequently, when the NATO pact was organized, as George Kennan recalled, he stood alone among those who had to do with its conclusion, in opposing the inclusion of Greece and Turkey. The objections came from Western European nations, who viewed Greek and Turkish participation as unnecessarily provocative. In September 1950, therefore, the Joint Chiefs of Staff resolved that while it was desirable to concert military planning and actions in the Mediterranean and the Near and Middle East with those already in progress in Western Europe, the inclusion of Greece and Turkey as full members of NATO might adversely affect treaty arrangements. For the time being, the JCS recommended associate status for the two Near East nations. In the spring of 1951, however, they contended that the time had arrived to admit Turkey and Greece as full members. Overcoming the remaining opposition, the U.S. government secured full membership for Greece in early 1952. The following fall, the Papagos government announced a bilateral agreement with Washington for the establishment of U.S. military bases in Greece. Formally, at least, these became NATO bases, just as a 400-member U.S. military mission supplied, equipped, trained, and planned strategy for the Greek armed forces under NATO's auspices. Practically, however, the Pentagon had acquired an important vested interest in Greece. Whatever the advantages of the swollen Greek military ES. 295. Establishment, observers agreed that it instituted a serious burden for an impoverished people. Although U.S. military aid to Greece totaled about $1.4 billion by the end of 1961, this compensated for only a fraction of the nation's losses or opportunities foregone. During the war in Korea, Greece sent a military contingent that suffered heavy casualties. For a nation desperately short of investment capital and nearly unable to balance its budget, the large annual outlay for the armed forces represented a major problem. According to a State Department pamphlet published in mid-1951, military spending that year accounted for 38% of the Greek budget, a percentage which remained roughly the same throughout the 1950s. In fiscal 1952-53, for example, appropriations for the Greek security forces comprised at least 36% of state expenditures and 49% of the country's tax revenue. Even American officials recognized that the high cost of the Greek military establishment placed the Greek economy in an extremely difficult bind, although, of course, this did not dissuade them from championing it. So long as present conditions of international tension continue, an NSG staff study concluded in 1951, Greece will be required to make military expenditures which are in excess of those which could be supported by the Greek economy. Despite the heavy military burden, the Greek economy underwent some significant progress during the 1950s and early 1960s. In the new climate of peace that characterized the post-Civil War decade, the nation's GNP grew at an average annual rate of 5.4%. Between 1938 and 1959, industrial production doubled, while agricultural output also increased substantially. By 1961, Greece's production of electric energy had reached almost 10 times that of 1938. Two of the fastest growing sectors of the Greek economy were tourism and the merchant marine. The number of tourists visiting Greece increased fivefold between 1938 and 1961. The Greek merchant fleet, virtually destroyed at the end of World War II, became one of the most important in the world, although, as a means of evading taxes, its millionaire owners kept most of it under foreign flags. In conjunction with the 296 remittances of emigrants, these businesses eased Greece's otherwise severe balance of payments problem. If, in the early 1960s, Greece continued to be one of Europe's poorest countries, its economic situation had improved considerably since the nadir of the Civil War. Nonetheless, serious structural weaknesses persisted. Despite Greece's limited arable land estimated at about one-fourth the nation's surface in 1961, more than half the labor force remained in agriculture, while 13% found employment in manufacturing. Investment in industry during this period declined markedly and, not surprisingly, the manufacturing sector remained stunted. In 1958, 85% of Greece's industrial plants employed 5 persons or less. When ranked by industrial output as a percentage of gross domestic product, Greece placed a bit ahead of India and a bit behind Argentina. Externally, this meant that Greece's relationship to most of Europe and the United States followed the pattern typical of an underdeveloped nation. In 1960, manufactured and semi-manufactured goods constituted only 10% of Greece's exports, but comprised 72% of its imports. Internally, Greece lacked the wherewithal to provide most of its citizens with a decent life. Unemployment and underemployment posed severe problems, while net per capita income reached only $353 by 1963, about a third of the level in EEC countries and a seventh of that in the United States. Of course, not all of Greece's economic difficulties could be remedied easily by public policy. Even so, there existed considerable room for reform. As one U.S. study conceded, Greece had a very uneven distribution of wealth, a situation exacerbated during the 1950s, when wage and salary increases lagged considerably behind the rise of profits. Pathetically weak, unions often lacked the ability to win wage gains or secure the enforcement of existing labor legislation. Government social and economic policies further exaggerated inequalities, for example, by limiting expenditures on public education and continuing the reliance on an extremely inequitable tax system. So bleak was the prospect for the Greek lower classes that, between 1959 and 1963, almost a third of 297 the Greek labor force emigrated in series of satisfactory employment. U.S. policy, formally encouraging economic growth, contributed in a number of ways to Greece's economic difficulties. The American Economic Aid Program had initially been directed to making Greece economically self-supporting by 1952, but this goal grew increasingly unrealistic and unattractive in the late 1940s and early 1950s. Arguing that U.S. economic aid represented a waste of taxpayers' money and a handout to an undeserving nation, Grady, since late 1949, had urged its termination at the earliest possible moment. The Korean War and the accompanying arms race added yet another incentive to scuttle economic assistance. In his January 1951 budget message, President Truman declared, "Our program of economic aid to Europe must be directed in support of the European military build-up, rather than to promoting further economic expansion." This attitude had immediate ramifications for Greece. That July, the State Department revealed that, henceforth, a greater proportion of the funds would be devoted to purposes more related to defense, with less emphasis placed upon long-range economic development projects. Subsequently, the bottom fell out of the U.S. program, as economic aid sank from $180 million to $81 million to $22 million. Registered. The net result was wholesale cancellation of programs, or at best a slowing down, a U.S. aid official recalled. All social service construction, all work on roads, rails, ports, houses, hotels, museums, schools, stopped dead. Although the government continued its large electric power project, most agricultural improvement plans were cancelled. In 1955, when a once ambitious U.S. program of building hospitals and health centers came to an end, practically none of the facilities planned or constructed was in operation. Indeed, this official observed, Greece was literally spattered with works at all stages of completion, liberally plastered with such signs as Marshall Aid, Gift of American People, etc., until the mission decided that diplomacy required that they be 298 moved. Meanwhile, as U.S. economy assistance dwindled, U.S. officials pressed tough austerity measures on a reluctant Greek government. The reorientation, an EGA advisor conceded, was a bit rough. We cut down the credit through Treasury representations. We succeeded in reducing investments and in helping the government to slash its budget. Furthermore, the priorities of U.S. advisors contributed to keeping Greece locked into its status as an underdeveloped nation. On paper, the Americans occasionally advocated economic reform measures, development of light industry, restriction of imports to essential items, increasing the contribution of the Greek merchant marine, and shifting emphasis from indirect to direct taxation. In practice, however, they fostered the ascendancy of rightist parties, which simply ignored economic reforms and promoted their own concerns, preserving the class structure, leaving the oligarchy free to pursue easy profits and the easy life, and maintaining internal security. Moreover, under American pressure, the Greek government established regulations for trade and investment, much to the advantage of foreign corporations. The latter including such U.S. firms as Saucony, Pan American, Trans World Airlines, American Export Lines, Galtex, and American Tobacco thereby obtained a dominant position in the tiny Greek economy and directed it to their own interests. Although anxious to curtail U.S. public investment in Greece, the State Department welcomed the activities of the multinational corporations. Every effort should be made to encourage further private investment in Greece, a State Department official told Congress in 1957. Noting that there already existed an investment guarantee program for Greece, which covered both expropriation and convertibility, he urged that these incentives be supplemented by advice to the Greek government on steps it could take to make investment possibilities more attractive and better advertised. Throughout the 1950s and 1960s, foreign corporate involvement in the Greek economy did increase substantially, thus strengthening Greece's neo-colonial relationship with industrially developed nations. 299. Undergirding the rightist orientation of public policy lay a structure of fear and political repression unprecedented for a modern democratic nation. Although Greece's 1952 constitution contained provisions guaranteeing civil liberties, the Athens government continued the emergency measures of the Civil War. Some of these provisions, such as the ones authorizing deportation and withdrawal of citizenship, had clauses limiting their applicability to the duration of the Civil War, but until 1962, Greek courts gutted this limitation by ruling that the war had not legally ended. Consequently, large numbers of Greeks continued to be imprisoned, exiled, or denied employment on political grounds. Failure to vote in the 1946 elections, or perhaps having a suspect relative, provided sufficient cause for the police to deny an individual a certificate of social belief, the prerequisite to public employment, attendance at a university, or even a driver's license. Indeed, a secret network of military, police, and intelligence personnel exercised extraordinary power in every area of the nation's life. The Greek Central Intelligence Agency, KYP, engaged in widespread wiretapping, mail tampering, and political surveillance operations which extended to all government agencies, including the Prime Minister's office. Sometimes, the forces of repression moved openly, as when Dimitrios, returning to the Minister of Labour post he had once held under Metaxas, sought to smash the Greek labor movement. At other times, they operated in the shadows, as in the assassination of the popular parliamentary deputy, Grigoris Lamrakis. This emphasis upon internal security developed with full U.S. government support. Contending that the major dangers confronting Greece now come from within, Webb warned the embassy in May 1950 about the possible recreation of commie org and capture of TUS and municipal gofts by disguised commies. Thus, just as important as reinforced police vigilance and careful screening of detainees before release was ensuring that the Greeks would clearly understand commie design and learn recognize commies and fellow travelers despite misleading labels. In Athens, Wittner concurred on the de 300 Sarabali of constant police vigilance and soured the agreement of the palace on the need to watch a trade union situation and on the dangers inherent in forthcoming municipal election. To American officials, it was axiomatic that Greek communists should be repressed and prevented from operating a legal party. In addition, they encouraged the widespread intelligence and police operations of Greek security agencies. Organized by the CIA, KYP continued to work closely with its parent agency on a variety of assignments and to be advised by U.S. personnel. Indeed, the CIA funded KYP directly, bypassing the regular budgetary channels of the Greek government. One of the key targets of the CIA and thus of KYP as well was the Greek trade union movement. Together with the embassy's labor advisors, the AFL, and the Greek government, they helped to keep the GSEE under right-wing control and in its chronic state of debility. By the early 1960s, as a Washington Post reporter recalled, Greece, more than any other country in Europe, had become an American Cold War protectorate. With all key policy decisions passing through American hands, the U.S. Embassy, military mission, and CIA station became the true loci of power in Greece. Winning the approval of American officials was an important step in the advancement of Greek military officers, civil servants, intelligence operatives, bankers, and politicians, just as incurring their wrath would almost certainly prove disastrous. At a nod from the Americans, there would materialize cabinet posts, NATO training assignments, administrative promotions, sophisticated surveillance equipment, new and costly weapons, or simply lavish gifts and retainers. Dipping into the bottomless treasury of its secret funds, the CIA provided operative Greeks with airplanes, sports cars, tape recorders, and direct cash payments. In turn, the Greek elite shared its yachts, island vacations, and sumptuous dinner parties with its American benefactors. CIA director Alan Dulles was a sailing guest of the royal family, while the Athens CIA station provided the Queen with political briefings for her trips abroad, designed her itineraries. 301. And furnished the palace with the latest gadgetry. A U.S. Embassy official later remarked, the CIA was in bed with the palace, the army, the Greek intelligence service, the rightist parties, the conservative business immunity, the establishment in general. Equally, the embassy adopted the same orientation when a political issue emerged which threatened what American officials defined as U.S. interests. For example, when pressure developed in Greece to assert Greek jurisdiction over the strategically valuable island of Cyprus, then conveniently controlled by the British, this cozy arrangement could usually be counted upon to sidetrack it. Registered. But the Greek political climate was already beginning to shift. Dissatisfaction with the Athens government's right-wing policies grew throughout the 1950s and early 1960s. Meanwhile, a massive exodus from the countryside, originally inspired by the Civil War and later continued by outward migration, widened horizons and shook traditional political loyalties. Although the Communists failed to experience a political comeback in the 1950s, a new left-wing political party, EDA, began to rally the discontented. Happy face. Others regrouped under the banner of the Center Union Party, a centrist coalition put together in the late 1950s by George Papandreou. Together with his son Andreas, who returned to Greece after a career as an economist in the United States, the elder Papandreou fashioned a modern reform program for the Center Union. Riding a tide of public sentiment that had turned increasingly critical of authoritarian tactics, economic conservatism, and subservience to the United States, Papandreou launched an unrelenting campaign against the policies of the Karamanlis government and for new elections. When elections followed, in November 1963, the Center Union Party, assisted by a split between Karamanlis and the palace, won a clear victory. Nevertheless, to avoid relying on EDA to enact his reform program in parliament, Papandreou launched yet another campaign in the hope of securing a parliamentary ma. 302 majority. In February 1964, he met with unprecedented Swiss, for the Center Union drew 53% of the vote, the largest percentage soared by any party in modern Greek history. The Center Union of George Papandreou, as his son reeled, was committed to making Greece a modern European state. Determined to press forward with a domestic reform program, the Center Union government fostered free education at all levels, slackened controls on wages, and lightened the burden of agricultural debt. It also made the first serious efforts to dismantle the nation's police state apparatus by ending political intimidation in the countryside, transferring some of the more notorious right-wing officers out of key positions, and releasing all political prisoners detained since the Civil War. In foreign policy, the Papandreou government remained committed to Greek participation in NATO but refused to accept a status of subservience. Its slogan was, "Allies, yes. Satellites, no." However, George Papandreou, unlike his son Andreas, who tended to be sharply critical of past policies and a rallying point for the left wing of the Center Union, was a battle-scarred veteran of Greek politics and preferred a cautious approach. Consequently, he took no more than modest steps to limit the power of the army and the prerogatives of King Constantine, Paul's successor. As a concession to both, he appointed a conservative member of the Center Union as Minister of Defense. In Adytone, he sought to retain satisfactory relations with the Americans. Prime Minister Papandreou's efforts, however, proved futile. As his son wrote, the government was soon embattled on almost every policy front. The Center Union clashed with the king over his prerogatives, especially over those related to the leadership of the armed forces. It clashed with the parallel government of Greece, including the Americans, over the control of KYP. It clashed with the economic oligarchy of the country over a reformist and expansionist development policy, and with the large foreign investors who had obtained almost colonial terms. Finally, by emphasizing a more independent foreign policy, the Center Union ran afoul of the Americans. To Washington policymakers, both 303 Papandreous were soon anathema. In 1964, when George Papandreou met with Lyndon Johnson in Washington, the atmosphere could hardly have been chillier. To make possible the establishment of NATO bases on Cyprus, now independent and non-aligned, the president demanded the adoption of the Akasan Plan, which entailed the partition of Cyprus between Greece and Turkey. Moreover, he threatened to withdraw NATO aid if Greece did not accept the plan. When Papandreou responded that, in that case, Greece might have to rethink the advisability of belonging to NATO, Johnson retorted that maybe Greece should rethink the value of a parliament which could not take the right decision. Later, the Greek ambassador remonstrated that no Greek parliament could accept such a plan, only to have the American president explode. "Fuck your parliament and your constitution. America is an elephant, Cyprus is a flea. Greece is a flea. If these two fellows continue itching the elephant, they may just get whacked by the elephant's trunk, whacked good. If your prime minister gives me talk about democracy, parliament, and constitution, his parliament and his constitution may not last very long." It was an instructive lesson on the relations between great and small powers. As an afterthought, the president added, "Don't forget to tell old Papa what's his name what I told you." You hear? Happy face, clearly, the situation was approaching a crisis. Within Greece, American officials freely vented the most hostile of sentiments toward the Center Union government and toward Andreas Papandreou, whom they viewed as the source of a spreading communist infection within the body politic. In 1965, rumors flew about Athens of a military coup, backed by the Americans. One centrist general reported in disgust that the Americans have had a right-wing caretaker in this property of theirs and were prepared to try a liberal caretaker, but they will keep the liberal only so long as he acts submissively like the old one. A turning point came when the Prime Minister sought to reorganize the Ministry of Defense. 304. The relevant minister resisted, backed by King Constantine. On July 15, in an unconstitutional move, the king forced the resignation of the Papandreou government. Thereafter, he attempted to split off members of the Center Union Party and form a stable government of the right. Little could be done along these lines, however, for George Papandreou was determined to stand firm against further palace intrigues. As new elections approached, in 1967, the Papandreous waged a tumultuous campaign, demanding basic alterations in the structure of power. Andreas Papandreou explained. The king would have to learn to restrict himself to the constitutional limits of his authority, the army would have to learn to obey the orders of the lawfully elected government, the Americans would have to learn that Greece belonged to the Greeks. Shortly before election day, it became apparent to observers that the Center Union would win an even more overwhelming victory than it had secured in 1964. For defenders of the old order, the moment of truth had arrived. On April 21, 1967, a band of military officers mobilized the armed forces and seized control of the Greek government. Their leader, Colonel George Papadopoulos, announced that they had acted to save the nation from the precipice of communism, a contention reinforced when King Constantine dutifully swore in the new regime. Imposing martial law, the right-wing junta closed down parliament, suspended the constitution, proscribed the political parties, gagged the press, placed labor unions under government control, purged the civil service, established strict censorship in the communications media and in the arts, and brought the entire society under intense police surveillance. In the months after its seizure of power, the junta imprisoned more than 40,000 people, some of whom it tortured hideously. What the colonels called the new Christian civilization had arrived, bringing with it a ban on long hair, miniskirts, and other modern trends and an emphasis on patriotism, obedience, religious education, and military government. At the same time, the junta encouraged large-scale foreign corporate investment and even presided over an economic boom. This did little to pacify the 305 nation, however, for Greeks in all walks of life demonstrated a loathing for the new order, many found redolent of fascism. When George Papandreou died in early November 1968, after having been imprisoned 3 times by the colonels, a crowd of 500,000 people lined his funeral route. In defiance of the regime's ban on political manifestations, they began chanting "Down with tyranny" and "Out with the junta." Characteristically, the police waded into the crowd, beating many and dragging others off to torture and imprisonment. The extent of American responsibility for the 1967 coup cannot be assessed with any exactitude, for the records and conversations leading to the event are still shrouded in secrecy. Nevertheless, it is clear that American policy provided a vital ingredient without which the coup would not have occurred. 3 of the top 5 conspirators in the coup were high-level officials of KYP who worked closely with their CIA counterparts. Among them was Papadopoulos, a right-wing military officer who had been on the CIA's payroll since 1952. Indeed, Papadopoulos was the chief liaison agent between KYP and the CIA. Furthermore, the conspirators used a NATO contingency plan, designed to eliminate internal subversion in the event of a communist invasion, to implement their seizure of power. Yet, though there is good reason to believe that the CIA and perhaps the U.S. military mission were accomplices of the colonels, The nature of the coup apparently took the regular embassy staff and State Department officials in Washington by surprise. The reason was that the latter had pinned their hopes upon the general's junta, a right-wing conspiratorial organization under the influence of the palace, which planned a coup in May. By acting in April, the colonels availed themselves of the groundwork laid by the king and the generals and, at the same time, placed themselves in the principal command positions. Even if, as seems unlikely, American officials did not formally authorize a coup, their fear of a center Union election victory and unwillingness to oppose unconstitutional action to prevent it bolstered the determination of the conspirators. In addition, the conspirators had all been active in the Civil War and in 306 subsequent U.S. training programs, experiences which fostered their messianic notion that the armed forces were the saviors of the nation. The compatibility of the colonel's regime with U.S. policy quickly became evident. Although Western European governments condemned the dictatorship in the sharpest terms and sometimes gave secret funding to its opponents, Secretary of State Dean Rusk told the House Foreign Affairs Committee that, except for our continuous moral support of King Constantine, there is nothing else we can do. Worried about public relations, the U.S. ambassador did inspire a short-lived embargo on U.S. shipments of heavy arms. Secretly, however, they were resumed in 1968. In the fall of 1969, the National Security Council, chaired by Henry Kissinger, voted to restore full-scale assistance to the dictatorship, again on a secret basis. "Make it look as good as you can," President Richard Nixon told the new U.S. ambassador, "but the priority is military assistance." As a result, the U.S. government provided the junta with more military equipment during its first 3 years in power than it had supplied to its predecessor during a comparable period. Meanwhile, the U.S. government arranged for the homeporting of the U.S. Navy in Athens, lobbied against expulsion of Greece from the Council of Europe, and sent a steady procession of U.S. dignitaries to Athens to cement ties with the colonels. Among the latter were Secretary of Defense Melvin Laird, Secretary of Commerce Maurice Stans, NATO Commander General Andrew Goodpaster, and Vice President Spiro Agnew. In 1972, Thomas Pappas, a Greek-American industrial tycoon with a $200 million empire in Greece and a position as vice president of the committee to re-elect the president, hosted a dinner in Athens for Stans, at which the Commerce Secretary read a tribute to the Papadopoulos regime from Nixon. "We in the United States government," he stated, "particularly in American business, greatly appreciate the welcome that is given to American companies and the sense of security that the government of Greece is imparting to them." Delighted with these remarks, the controlled press displayed them promi. 307. Nantly, including an observation by Stans that he had been asked by the president to convey his warm love to the junta. The story was exactly the same among those American officials who had played a crucial part in drafting the Truman Doctrine. They showed no scruples at subordinating its rhetoric of free institutions to Cold War desiderata. "American is a great power," Atchison privately told a former Greek official, irate at U.S. bullying. "It is a role we could not have evaded. This role has its own logic. If we ignore Suehology, the world can either fall into anarchy or into the hands of Russia." Ironically, the former Secretary of State sounded remarkably like his counterparts in Moscow. "We just play the role history has thrust upon us," he insisted. There was no realistic alternative to your colonials. Greece was not ready for democracy. In public forums as well, American officials outlined their priorities. Testifying on May 17, 1968 before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in behalf of U.S. military aid to the Athens regime, Secretary of Defense Clark Clifford stated bluntly, "The obligations imposed on us by the NATO alliance are far more important than the kind of government they have in Greece." It was a position that contrasted starkly with the rhetoric, though not the policy, of 20 years before. For American officials, of course, the erstwhile lesson provided by U.S. intervention in the Greek-Evile War was that it worked. Thus fortified, they faced the struggle for global hegemony with unhoneyed confidence. "Korea is the Greece of the Far East," Truman told an advisor shortly after fighting broke out in Asia. If we are tough enough now, if we stand up to them like we did in Greece, they won't take any steps. Shortly afterward, calling attention to revolutionary struggles in Indochina and the Philippines, Iheesan proposed to the National Security Council that it develop a effective means of anti-guerrilla warfare, utilizing the experience gained in jungle fighting during the war, in operations in Greece, in Korea, Malaya, and elsewhere. Along the way, Washington officials 308 received a boost from veterans of the Greek counterinsurgency campaign, who fanned out across the Third World. In April 1950, confronting a leftist rebellion in the Philippines, the U.S. Embassy recommended expanding the U.S. military mission size and scope for an operation similar to that which we carried out in Greece. That September, the Joint Chiefs of Staff reported on plans to strengthen the U.S. military contingent in the Philippines and to pattern it generally after the United States mission in Greece during the recent large-scale guerrilla activities. Outlining a $250 million aid program for the archipelago, the State Department's Dean Rusk assured uneasy members of the House Foreign Affairs Committee that it would be a good deal like the U.S. operation in Greece. As American involvement deepened in Indochina, the Greek model helped to silence any doubts that might emerge about the wisdom of U.S. policy. Pointing to the faltering French effort to suppress the Viet Minh, the U.S. charge in Saigon observed in April 1950 that it may eventually become necessary for the U.S. government to assume some responsibility in Indochina, as it did in Greece. The following month, he reported that as in case of Greece, threat of spreading communist political contagion east and west should influence our action. Recommending the limited use of U.S. force, he envisaged our going as far as we did in Greece and farther than was ever announced we could go. It is derivative of Truman Doctrine. Dwight Eisenhower, succeeding Truman in the White House, concurred on the desirability of expanding the U.S. role in Indochina and also cited the U.S. experience in Greece. The return of the Democrats to power after 1961 merely continued the process. According to Theodore Sorensen, John Kennedy's speechwriter and alter ego, the young president liked to compare the Vietnam War to the long struggles against communist guerrillas in Greece and Asia. Lyndon Johnson recalled that when he became president, President Truman gave me many good suggestions and wise counsel from his own experience. He pledged his support for our efforts. 309. In Vietnam and told me he had faced the same problems of aggression in Greece and Turkey and Korea. Defending his escalation of the war, Johnson repeatedly cited American intervention in Greece as one of his precedents. Behind the scenes, Walt Rostow, chairman of the State Department's Policy Planning Council, assured Rusk that if new counterinsurgency measures were taken, there is no reason we cannot win as clear a victory in South Vietnam as in Greece, Malaya, and the Philippines. Happy face, the parallel drawn by American officials between the U.S. ventures in Greece and in Indochina was not entirely inappropriate, for in the mid-1970s, both collapsed. In Indochina, U.S. officials and their client governments finally lost their wars and fled ignominiously. In Greece, developments were more complex, but also resulted in a severe setback for American policy. Tacitly supported by Washington, the junta acted in July 1974 to overthrow the democratic, non-aligned government of Archbishop Makarios on Cyprus. But this action triggered a Turkish invasion of the island and the collapse of the junta. Democracy now returned to Greece, and with a strongly anti-American tone. Across the spectrum of Greek politics, a consensus developed on a number of previously forbidden items: maximum independence from great power control, elimination of the monarchy, legalization of the Communist Party, and a firm stand against American designs on Cyprus. When a government headed by the conservative Konstantin Karamanlis, once a strong supporter of American programs, was elected to office, it pursued a policy of independence from the United States and sponsored the withdrawal of Greece from the military side of NATO. His leading political competitor, Andreas Papandreou, head of the new Pan-Hellenic Socialist movement, emerged as a critic of the United States and staunch advocate of non-aligned socialism. Although communism showed no signs of making a comeback, Greek politics had shifted to the left. Even the conservatives had concluded that only by cutting loose from the leader of the free world could Greece become a free nation. 310. If, ultimately, American policy toward Greece proved a failure, it is only fair to consider the alternatives. Some recent scholars, though critical of American tactics, have suggested that without U.S. intervention in the 1940s, Greece would have become a dreary Soviet satellite on the order of Bulgaria. They admit that Stalin had little interest in Greek affairs but argue that the KKE, given its Stalinist orientation, probably would have ended up placing Greece at the service of the Kremlin. This is an unpleasant possibility, but does it justify the intervention of a foreign nation to preclude it? After all, revolutions, civil wars, even elections, sometimes point toward developments which foreign powers dislike. Admittedly, after two catastrophic world wars, national sovereignty may be dated. Gertanli, in the Cold War era, both the Soviet Union and the United States have widened their claims to serve as the final arbiters of the internal affairs of other nations. But in the absence of a consensus on the desirability of their assorted doctrines, as well as in the absence of a world government, has national independence what Americans, when criticizing the colonialist practices of other nations, once championed as self-determination become totally obsolete? Is the destiny of small nations simply to be determined by the rulers of the great powers? In a Greek controversy, was a Greek solution really out of the question? Furthermore, would a Greek solution have led to such consequences? Bulgaria, to be sure, did become locked into the Soviet orbit, but Albania and Yugoslavia, whatever their other faults, did not. In addition, during the 1940s, the Greek left was not a pallid projection of Moscow's desires, carried forward by Red Army bayonets, but a powerful entity in its own right, with deep roots in Greek life. It is well to remember that the record of nations established through independent revolutionary struggles, even communist ones, has not been one of subservience to Moscow's dictates. Quite possibly, Greece would have become a nation similar to Yugoslavia. Apparently, this is what Tito assumed, at least until mid-1949. If Greece had followed 311. The Yugoslav model, its domesti polii would have been that curious mixture of economy and cultural development programs, police state measures, and workers' control that has characterized that Balkan nation since the advent of Tito. However one evaluates this, a Yugoslav-style foreign policy scrupulously non-aligned in world affairs might well have been tolerable, even from the standpoint of the State Department. Moreover, if British and American policy of the 1940s had been more tolerant of the left, according it the political influence which its popularity and important wartime role merited, it is not at all clear that the KKE would have chosen the path of revolution. All signs indicate that the party leadership made the decision for armed revolt as a last resort, and that, as a KKE spokesman later conceded, even many party functionaries and members did not agree with it. Recently, after decades of studying the Greek Civil War, C.M. Woodhouse changed his mind and concluded that, if offered a reasonable opportunity, most of the left, including the KKE, might well have opted for parliamentary politics. Resistance movements and communist parties did so throughout much of Europe. Indeed, in scattered parts of Greece where compromise was tried, for example, on the island of Zante, the left did not take up arms. Today, in the climate of tolerance that has emerged in Greece since the fall of the junta, two communist parties exist in that land, one Moscow-oriented and the other Euro-communist. Both run candidates for office and accept conventional norms of democratic politics. Given some measure of acceptance, then, the Greek left of the 1940s might have followed the pattern of its counterparts in Iran and Italy, where communist parties played an important and legitimate role. Or perhaps the case of Greece would have been unique. It is impossible to make such judgments with any degree of certainty. What can be evaluated is the reality of American policy toward Greece, a sad story of intervention in the affairs of a foreign land, culminating in war, dictatorship, and alienation. Anxious about the security of U.S. petroleum resources in 312. The Middle East, American policy-makers had moved in the 1940s to strengthen the shaky Western position in Greece. In their opinion, this necessitated containing the Greek left, which, they assumed, was merely a creature of Soviet foreign policy. A tragic and bloody confrontation followed, reducing much of Greece to ruin, establishing the United States as the dominant power in Greek affairs, and inspiring a growing pattern of American overseas intervention. Given their single-minded focus on the threat from the left during the Civil War and in subsequent decades, American officials, despite their occasional reformist impulses, contributed to Greece's desperate political, social, and economic problems. Indeed, they helped to fasten upon Greece right-wing governments and policies which met badly the needs of an underdeveloped society. For a time, Washington sustained this feat within the framework of democratic institutions, albeit rather tattered and circumscribed ones. Eventually, however, American officials encouraged the establishment and maintenance of a right-wing military dictatorship as the only way to keep Greece in line with their aims. In short, the U.S. government treated Greece much as the Soviet Union treated its Eastern European satellites as a piece of Cold War real estate. Little wonder, then, that American policy toward Greece ended in shambles. In the long run, subject peoples revolt against such treatment, and powers which play an imperial role should expect to inherit the consequences.